If you want, you can call your friends over too. I don't mind making this a three-anon. A vein visibly twitched on Ferreth's forehead as he met his foot against the ground. Let's see if you're still talking when I bury you. The moment those words left his lips, the air around us shifted. Green, ethereal aura wrapped around Ferreth as the wind began to gather around his blade. Wind affinity, huh? The currents intensified, sharpening into a blade of pure air. So much for using blunted swords. At this point, I was sure his weapon could slice through iron if he wanted. He's not as weak as I thought. Grinning, I watched my opponent. This just got interesting. Take this. Ferreth swung his sword in a vertical arc, sending a massive crescent of cutting wind toward me. It was fast, blazing across the arena and leaving a deep scar on the ground. The wind continued forward, ming into the barrier with a loud. The energy dissipated, leaving behind a massive gash in the arena floor. But in Ferreth's mind, there was only one thought. Where is he? He looked ahead only to find nothing. Well, that was a pretty decent strike, Tilda. Spinning around, he found me already behind him. His eyes widened in shock. How it's simple, I'm just too fast. Bullshit. Ferreth swung wildly, unleashing 3 more wind E's. The audience edged at their terrifying speed. But to me, too slow. Dodging them was effortless. Ferreth was simply swinging at where I stood, rather than predicting where I'd be. With phantom steps, I weaved through the attacks with ease. Once again, his wind E's edged into the barrier before dissipating. I circled him like a predator, watching as confusion flickered across his face. This guy had some kind of inferiority complex toward Frey, which meant if I wanted to break him completely, I had to crush him. Let's see. I raised 3 fingers in front of him. 3 moves, that's all I'll need. Just keep talking, coward, all you do is dodge. No need to rush, the real show starts now. With a grin, I shot forward. Snow Lionheart Pav. I had always wished for a chance to attend a normal school, to live the life I was once denied. That fateful encounter with Headmaster Bloodmater changed everything. Now I was here, a student in the strongest class of the temple. But I never expected to feel this bored. Yawn. The instructor was explaining the fundamentals of swordsmanship. His lecture was flawless, but I already knew all of this. At this rate, I wasn't sure if the temple would teach me anything worthwhile. Maybe I should have continued following the path of the lone sword instead of coming here. I was still lost in thought when the lesson finally ended. Finally, I stood up ready to leave, but a girl blocked my path. Lara. Her silver-black hair framed her face as she smiled brightly. Hey, Snow, want to go for a walk? We have an hour before our next class. I was actually planning to train. Her smile immediately faded. Training again, do you ever think about anything else? What? I remained silent. Seriously. Grabbing my wrist, she pulled me forward. Forget training for once and come with me. You'll regret wasting these days later. I glanced down at her delicate fingers wrapped around my wrist. Despite her fragile appearance, her grip was firm, almost like steel clamps. The calluses on her fingertips proved she had trained just as hard as I had, no matter what she said. Laura Croft, a classmate and the granddaughter of the headmaster, she had latched onto me from day one. She could be annoying at times, but I didn't hate it. Fine, let go, I'm coming. Realizing she had overstepped, she quickly released my wrist, her face slightly flushed. Sorry. It's fine. As we walked side by side, I turned to her. So, where do you want to go? Caught off guard, Lara fell into deep thought. Hamlet. For now, let's just get out of here and decide later. Sound good? I sighed. You had no plan, did you? Leaving the building. We stepped out of the building without any trouble. For most of the time, my mind was elsewhere, which seemed to irritate Lara. She was clearly trying to start a conversation, no matter how forced. Tell me, why did you enter the temple? Answering wasn't difficult. After all, my goal had always been the same. To gain more. Lara tilted her head at my response. To become stronger, even though you're already the strongest. I shook my head. I'm still nothing but an insect. I wonder what the others would think if they heard the top-ranked student say something like that. I was about to reply when the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted my thoughts. A large group of students was rushing toward something in the distance. They were in a hurry. What's going on? I asked instinctively, and Laura checked her smartwatch. A few moments later, she had an answer. Looks like there's a duel. A duel? She nodded. Yeah, 2 students from Class B decided to fight. She read their names out loud. Ferrith Earlet versus Frey Starlight. I didn't recognize the first name. But the second one, that was a name I remembered. Lara suddenly smiled. Are you interested? Should we go watch? I shrugged. Like I told you before, I'm fine with anything. Lara sighed. You never fail to surprise me with how indifferent you are. Fine, let's go. I don't have any better ideas for killing time. All right. And so we made our way to the arena. It didn't take long to reach the dueling grounds, but I was genuinely surprised by the sheer number of people who had gathered. Laura noticed my reaction and laughed. Why do you look so surprised? This is a fight between 2 elite students. Of course, it would draw a crowd. I even see some Abyss students here. I said nothing and turned my focus to the arena. 2 figures stood in the center of the ring. One had long blonde hair and a bandage over his nose. The other had black hair tied back and a pale complexion. Before I could think further, Lara muttered beside me. I hope Frey Starlight gets humiliated. Her words caught my attention. Do you hate him that much? Lara placed a finger on her chin, thinking. Hate? Not really, we don't even know each other, but I don't like his type. You know the rumors about him. He's definitely a bad person, don't you think? I shook my head. I don't judge people based on rumors. I returned my focus to the duel. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I have no right to say anything. Lara shrugged. I suppose you're right. At that moment, the duel officially began. The arena fell silent. I sharpened my senses, listening in on their conversation. It was clear that Frey Starlight was provoking his opponent. A moment later, the wind gathered around Ferrith's blade before he unleashed a swift wind. He's strong, Lara exclaimed. But my focus wasn't on the attack, it was on him. A strike like that. I could block it with one hand. What truly surprised me was how fast Frey Starlight moved to evade it. He wasn't even serious, yet I could barely track his movements. Ferrith launched more wind ease, but none landed. I wonder who's faster. If I were in that ring, would I be able to move as fast as him? Without realizing it, I found myself comparing my speed to his. Then Frey suddenly stopped and raised 3 fingers. 3 moves, that's all I'll need. That was all he said. Ferrith ped. Blinded by rage, he unleashed a storm of wind ease in every direction. You bastard, all you do is run, then I'll destroy everything. His attacks devastated the entire arena. A foolish move, it drained his aura far too quickly. But he didn't stop. Meanwhile, Frey started vanishing and reappearing, repeating the process in a continuous sequence. A hazy black aura cloaked his body. Even with my enhanced perception, I could barely keep up. Like a shadow, he closed the distance between them. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. Then Ferrith finally stopped. No, he was forced to stop. In the ruined battlefield, 2 figures stood in the center. Shock spread across Ferrith's face. The cold tip of Frey's sword was pressed gently against his throat. A thin line of blood trickled down. He didn't even understand how Frey had appeared in front of him so suddenly. Frey smirked and pulled back his sword. That's one. Then he stepped back a few paces. Shall we continue? Give me your best, my friend Tilda. I was beginning to understand. Frey's constant taunts had worked. Ferrith was consumed by rage. You bastard. Ferrith charged, his sword wreathed in sharp winds. But Frey blocked effortlessly. At first glance, the dark aura on Frey's blade seemed weaker than Ferrith's raging storm. But only a fool would believe that. Even from here, I could feel the sheer intensity of that darkness. Lara, watching beside me, commented, Looks like Ferrith has the advantage. I couldn't help but chuckle. Do you really think so? She frowned. Am I wrong? You don't understand, Lara, this is like watching a child fight an adult. And as if to prove my point, Frey got serious. Even from here, I could hear his laughter. His words cut through the chaos. Oh, Ferrith, you poor thing. Let me show you how it's done. Suddenly, Ferrith found himself retreating. Frey's attacks came from impossible angles, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Even I couldn't fully comprehend what was happening. What kind of technique is that? Bruises and cuts began accumulating on Ferreth's body. Frey was deliberately withdrawing his aura at the last second, striking with only the blunt force of his blade. He was dragging this fight out on purpose. "What's wrong, didn't you say you were going to teach me a lesson?" Frey's blade met into Ferreth's face, leaving a dark bruise. He continued his merciless assault, targeting every single opening. "Didn't you say you'd bury me?" The audience, once cheering, now sat in stunned silence. They were witnessing calculated cruelty. And finally, Frey delivered a precise strike to Ferreth's hand, sending his sword flying. Once again, Ferreth Erlet found the tip of Frey's sword pressing against his throat. Frey smirked as he withdrew his blade and took a step back. The second time, Frey remained in place, striking his sword against the ground. "Pick up your sword, Ferreth Erlet, and know this, the third time will be the last." Ferreth's arms trembled. He couldn't comprehend what was happening. The opponent he once believed to be beneath him was now toying with him. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fist, summoning his sword back with the force of the wind. A vibrant green aura surged around him, fiercer than ever, as he let out a furious, "Remember this, Frey, you're the one who asked for it." The air itself seemed to shift. In mere moments, a colossal storm formed around Ferreth, its violent winds spiraling at an alarming speed. The sheer force of it engulfed the entire arena, forcing Frey Starlight to leap high into the sky. I instantly understood what Ferreth was doing. This wasn't just an attack, it was a finishing move, a final strike meant to end everything. Seeing Frey in midair, Ferreth's lips curled into a crazed grin. "Let's see how you dodge this now." His sword gleamed with a brilliant light, serving as the core of the howling storm surrounding him. The hurricane's rotational force condensed, concentrating entirely around his blade before he launched himself toward Frey. "This is the end." It was Urfel, undeniably so. I had to acknowledge that. Yet my focus remained solely on Frey. Because despite the impending attack, he wasn't afraid. He just laughed. "Who said I was going to dodge, you fool Tilda?" With those words, Frey gripped his sword tightly and began to spin. I heard him whisper something under his breath, though the words were barely audible. 10,000 steps of the shadow, black meteor. And then, defying all logic, he accelerated. It was as if he had pushed off the air itself, launching forward like a streaking black comet. The dark projectile ripped through the hurricane in an instant, shredding everything in its path until his sword finally met Ferreth's. A thunderous explosion erupted upon impact, shattering the storm and sending a Urfel shockwave through the battlefield. Dust and debris clouded the arena, obscuring everything from view. The crowd fell into an eerie silence, holding their breath as they waited for the dust to settle, waiting to see who remained standing. And when the air finally cleared, a lone figure stood tall at the center of the battlefield. Jet-black hair swayed gently in the aftermath. Meanwhile, Ferreth lay motionless near the edge of the arena, thrown outside the barrier. Frey Starlight stood amidst the wreckage, his voice carrying through the silence. "The third time, Tilda." At that moment, Chupo stepped forward, his voice steady as he declared, "The winner, Frey Starlight." He had won, without taking a single hit. The crowd remained frozen. Even Lara, standing beside me, was too stunned to speak. But without realizing it, I had clenched my fist. Maybe coming to the temple hadn't been a waste of time after all. I set my sights on Frey Starlight. I want to fight him. Character profiles. Lara Croft, A7. Class Archer. Rank D. Ferreth Erlet, B7. Class Swordsman. Rank D. I kicked a stray rock out of my path as I made my way out of the arena, hands tucked into my pockets. From behind, Chupo spoke, without even glancing my way. "Where do you think you're going, Frey Starlight?" I turned toward the dark-skinned man. "I'm leaving, the match is over, isn't it?" Chupo smirked, his thick lips curling as he declared, "You won the match, sure, but we're far from finished." I raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Before I could finish, a thunderous impact cut me off as two figures leaped from the crowd. One was a towering man with long black hair and piercing blue eyes, a massive spear slung across his back. The other was even bulkier, his frame surpassing the first. Gray-haired, rugged, and with steely gray eyes, he carried no weapons. His body itself was a weapon. Both landed before me in a flash, shouting in unison, "That was an amazing fight. Face me next." "You're incredible. Fight me." I let out a sigh, dragging a hand down my face. Shit. It seemed neither of them had noticed the other until now. They turned to face each other, their expressions darkening. Wait your turn, stupid. I was here first. What the hell are you talking about? You damn bastard, I jumped in before you. First they ed into the arena. Now they were arguing like nothing had happened. I could already feel the headache coming on. Of course I recognized them, two of the main characters. Not just any characters, two of the most insane ones I had ever written now stood before me. Ragna Cloud B3. Danzo B4. Chupo-Moting seemed unbothered by the chaos. A strange staff appeared in his hands, and with a single tap against the ground, the arena began restoring itself before our eyes. You can fight once I'm done fixing the arena. Until then, make up your minds. Hearing that, Ragna grabbed his massive spear. You heard him, dickhead. Get out of my way and leave the arena. A vein bulged on Danzo's forehead as his fists ignited with a bright white aura. Son of a bitch, why don't you make me leave, then? Neither of them would back down. At this point, I knew I had to turn this to my advantage. I ped my hands, drawing their attention. I've got a great idea to settle this, guys. Both turned toward me with a look that screamed, if you say something stupid, you're dead. Ignoring their death glares, I pointed at them. Why don't you fight each other then? I'll take on the winner first. Fair enough, right? My suggestion seemed reasonable enough as Ragna took a step back. The pretty boy's got a point. Let's do this, dickhead. I don't mind crushing a few more skulls today. Danzo cracked his knuckles before assuming a stance. You talk big for a eunuch swinging a weapon bigger than himself. Let's see if your fists match your words. These lunatics were about to tear each other apart without a second thought. I knew this would happen, so I quietly walked away. Leave me out of this nonsense. Reaching the tunnel leading out of the arena, I leaned against the wall. At the very least, they'll put on a good show. At that moment, Chupo-Moting finished his work, and a new barrier replaced the old one. Everything moved at an insane pace as a match announcement flashed on the giant screen, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Ragna Cloud vs. Danzo Arena 2. Ragna grinned wickedly, tapping his spear against his shoulder. Oi, I don't want a kiddie match. Let's make this a real fight, everything on the line. Danzo nodded. Same here, I'll be using my fists anyway, so it makes no difference to me. Chupo-Moting sighed. Fine, same rules as before. If I see anything out of line, I'll step in. Consider yourselves warned. With a tap of his staff, he vanished. Begin. Danzo's feet dug into the ground as he readied to launch himself forward. Every muscle in his body tensed, pouring a torrent of into his charge. He was about to explode toward Ragna, but the latter's movement stopped him cold. I tried to process what had just happened. The distance between them was at least 10 meters. Ragna's spear was barely over 2 meters long. Yet somehow, the tip of his spear had erased the distance, appearing right in front of Danzo's face in a deadly thrust. Danzo wasn't an easy target. At the last moment, he halted his charge, blocking the spearhead with the back of his bare hand. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the air, showcasing the sheer force behind their attacks. Deflecting the spear, Danzo dashed in, trying to close the gap, only to find Ragna had already repositioned himself at a distance. What the hell is going on? Danzo snarled as dozens of spear thrusts rained toward him simultaneously. His hands blurred as he deflected them at breakneck speed, his movements leaving afterimages in their wake. Just how far does this bastard's range even go? Frustration flashed across Danzo's face as he struggled to grasp what was happening. His opponent stood far away, yet his spear erased all distance in an instant. Ragna chuckled, watching him struggle. What's wrong? Where's all that confidence from before, or is it as non-existent as your manhood? Danzo grit his teeth before shifting his stance. You think you're the only one who can attack from a distance, coward. A hazy aura gathered around his fist as he punched the air. A shockwave blasted forward, slicing through the arena toward Ragna. The spearman didn't dare underestimate it, using his spear to block the attack. The force pushed him back several steps. There's more where that came from. Danzo grinned as he unleashed a barrage of air-shattering punches, each one sending devastating shockwaves flying toward Ragna. The spearman barely managed to deflect most of them, dodging the rest, only to find Danzo right in front of him. Gotcha. Seeing Danzo's blazing fist hurtling toward his face, Ragna thrust his spear at his opponent's chest. He likely expected Danzo to retreat. But to his shock, Danzo didn't even flinch. No way, my strike is aimed at his heart. Does he want to die? In the end, Danzo's monstrous punch met into Ragna's face, twisting his head at an unnatural angle, nearly ping it off. But in exchange, Ragna's spear had pierced through Danzo's chest. A trickle of blood ran down the corner of Ragna's mouth, but he had endured Danzo's attack. He thought he had won. Until reality proved him wrong. His spear had barely pierced a few centimeters into Danzo's thick flesh. Worse, it was now stuck. Danzo let out a ing laugh as both his fists ignited with a blinding, destructive aura. Did you really think an attack like that would pierce me? Danzo launched a relentless flurry of punches at Ragna. Only now did he realize his opponent was no ordinary foe. But even with that realization, panic never once crossed Ragna's face. Instead, he laughed. Then in an instant, he vanished, reappearing several meters away from Danzo. Looks like I underestimated you. Ragna twirled his spear before driving it into the ground. Let's see how you deal with this, then. The moment his spear struck the earth, a strange circular pattern appeared beneath it. At the same time, an identical pattern formed beneath Danzo's feet. Then, a barrage of spears erupted from the ground, impaling Danzo with brutal force. Gritting his teeth, he shattered the incoming spears one by one, but he had no idea what was happening. Ragna's abilities were a mystery in themselves. As the relentless assault continued, Danzo leaped high into the air, trying to create some distance. But the moment he did, he realized his mistake. Ragna's spear, glowing ominously, was now engulfed in a dark blue aura. A wicked grin stretched across Ragna's face as veins bulged along his grip. Then he hurled the spear with terrifying speed. Let's see you block this. The sheer force behind the attack was overwhelming. I could feel it even from where I stood. Danzo, fully aware of the impending danger, knew he had no choice but to counter with everything he had. Clenching his teeth, he pulled his fist back. And in that instant, 3 additional arms of blinding white energy sprouted beside his real one. All 4 fists moved as one, launching a devastating counterattack. Sky-shattering fist, wave of light. The massive spear collided with the 4 blazing fists. The impact unleashed a shockwave that met into the arena's barrier, shaking the entire battlefield. I frowned as I felt the raw from both sides. This strike, it wasn't any weaker than the black meteor I used to bring down Ferrith before. As expected from the main characters, they were monsters, and these 2 in particular were bound to reach the top ranks of the Victoriad. With a sigh, I turned away. Time to leave. I already knew how this battle would end. Danzo edged down, enveloped in a white aura. Yet he remained steady, landing on his feet. Some spectators flinched as drops of blood turned onto the ground. A deep gash over 40 centimeters long ran down Danzo's right arm, spilling blood freely. The sight of torn flesh was gruesome, enough to make some onlookers turn away. But Danzo, he merely glanced at his wound with an indifferent frown, as if it were nothing. On the other side, Ragna's spear returned to his hand. Though he bore no visible injuries, the amount of aura he had expended in his last attack was significant. Tightening his grip on his spear, he pointed it at Danzo. What's wrong, can't fight anymore? Danzo's response. He casually swung his injured arm, flinging blood across the arena in a sickening display. Then he clenched his fist. His skin tightened, forcing the wound to close. He grinned, and then he charged forward. Enough talk, bring it on, bastard. As you wish. Ragna hurled his spear, but Danzo dodged, surging ahead. Both had reached their limits. Neither intended to drag this out any longer. As Danzo closed in, Ragna's spear ped back into his grasp. He stabbed forward dozens of times in an instant. But Danzo, using only the back of his hand and sheer toughness, knocked aside every strike. Then, breaking through Ragna's defense, Danzo launched a flying punch. Your mind. In your dreams. Ragna stabbed the ground beneath them. Another wave of spears erupted. Son of a... Danzo, now weakened, couldn't avoid them all. Spears tore through his body, leaving fresh wounds as more blood painted the battlefield. But he refused to stop. His fist ate into Ragna's face, sending him flying. Ragna barely managed to plant his spear into the ground, stopping himself just before he was sent out of bounds, leaving a trail of blood behind him. At this point, many could no longer bear to watch. This was no longer a training match. This was a real battle. Ignoring the searing pain, the two warriors charged at each other once more. Ragnar used his ability to erase distance again, thrusting his spear straight at Danzo. But Danzo had adapted. He dodged effortlessly. Then, pulling his fist back at an impossible angle, he launched another punch straight for Ragnar's face. Fall for me. A decisive blow. Danzo's fist struck true. But Ragnar didn't go down. Instead, he laughed. You really love aiming for the face, huh, bastard? And that's when everyone realized. Ragnar's face was glowing with a radiant blue light. After fighting for so long, he had picked up on Danzo's pattern. He always targeted the face. So at the last second, Ragnar had redirected all his remaining aura into his head to absorb the impact. It wasn't a perfect defense, his broken nose proved that. But it was enough to launch a counterattack. Try some of your own medicine, and Geo to hell. With terrifying speed, Ragnar thrust his spear straight at Danzo's face. Filled the arena. Some had already imagined the gruesome sight of Danzo's skull being pierced through. But reality wasn't that simple. Ragnar's eyes widened in shock. Danzo had caught the spear between his teeth. His bloodied grin stretched wide as sparks flew from the friction between his teeth and the sharp blade. The one going to hell is you. Danzo's fist came down again. But this time a second spear materialized in Ragnar's hand, blocking the blow. Even so, the sheer force sent him staggering back. The two warriors stood apart, breathing heavily. Then, their lips curled into matching grins. Show me what you've got. Come at me. They were about to clash again. But suddenly, a sharp tapping sound echoed across the arena. That's enough. Green flames erupted, wrapping around both fighters, freezing them in place. At the center of the ring, Chupo stood, arms folded behind his back. What the hell do you think you're doing, bastard? Let me go, you damn black man. Sighing at their defiance, Chupo tightened the flames, forcing cries of pain from both of them. If I let you two continue, you'd kill each other. The match is over. The result? A draw. His voice echoed through the arena. It made sense. Ragnar Claude was ranked third in Class B. Danzo was fourth. They were equals. This battle had far surpassed my one-sided fight against Ferrith earlier. Everyone watching was left stunned. After a few moments, Ragnar and Danzo finally calmed down, and Chupo released them. Both collapsed onto the ground. They looked at each other. Then, they walked toward one another. Everyone thought they were about to fight again. But what happened next shocked them even more. Standing chest to chest, both warriors burst into wild laughter. That was insane, man, you're tough as hell. Ragnar grinned, patting Danzo's shoulder. And Danzo did the same. Haha, you weren't easy to deal with either. Those damn spear strikes almost drove me insane. After exchanging a few words of praise, the two warriors shook hands. Sorry for calling you a son of a bitch. And I apologize for calling you a bastard. Both spoke at the same time, causing them to burst into even louder laughter. The spectators who had just witnessed their brutal fight stared in disbelief. Are these really the same guys who were about to kill each other a moment ago? At that moment, a friendship was born between two absolute lunatics. After the handshake, Ragnar frowned. We ended in a draw, so who's going to fight Frey now? Danzo scratched his head as the realization hit him. Now that you mention it, what the hell do we do? What? Both warriors fell into deep thought, an unusual sight for muscleheads like them. Eventually, Ragnar came up with a solution. Got it? How about rock, paper, scissors? Brilliant. From a battle to the deaths, to a childish game. The two raised their hands. Rock, paper, scissors. The moment the result was revealed, Danzo erupted in laughter. I win. Danzo had chosen rock, while Ragnar had foolishly picked scissors. Letting out a long sigh, Ragnar accepted his fate. Fine, a game's a game, you go first. Danzo quickly downed a full recovery potion, then turned toward the tunnel. All right, here we go. Frey Starlight, get your damn ass over here. He edged at the top of his lungs. But no one responded. Danzo frowned. Where is he? A chuckle echoed through the arena. Chupo crossed his arms. If you're looking for Frey Starlight, he left a while ago. The moment those words sank in, both Danzo and Ragna exploded in rage. Their furious screams shook the arena, as if they were about to tear the entire place apart. Chupo-Moting vanished in an instant, escaping before their wrath turned on him. He was immune to attacks, but not to their deafening S. Just as the two were about to lose it completely, a figure stepped forward. A boy with white hair and golden eyes stood before them. Snow Lionheart calmly made his way toward the two muscleheads, his voice as composed as ever. "Excuse me, would you mind facing me instead?" Silence. The entire arena froze. The strongest first year had just stepped into the ring. Frey Starlight Pav. Lounging lazily on a bench in the Academy's garden, I stretched my arms. "It's peaceful here." I thought back to the chaos in the arena earlier. Those lunatics were probably furious about what I had done. But I had neither the interest nor the energy to fight any of them. It's not that I would lose, but any battle with them would drain me completely. And that was something I'd rather avoid. As I basked in the tranquil atmosphere, a soft voice called out beside me. "That was an amazing fight, and an even more amazing escape, Frey." I turned my head. A blondie-haired girl was approaching me. Sanso. Character profiles. Ragna Cloud B3. Class Spear Wielder. Rank D. Attributes Earth Wind. Danzo B4. Class Tank. Rank D. Attributes Light Earth. Another 12 chapters coming out after 12 hours. If you want to help this novel rise up, give it some stones, Sansa. I saw the princess approaching, a rare smile on her face, so unlike her usual cold demeanor. "What's wrong? Didn't expect me to follow you." "No." She sat down without waiting for my response, swinging her legs leisurely as if she were enjoying herself. "Do you need something from me?" I wanted to get away from her as soon as possible. Sansa was an enigma, unpredictable and unfamiliar. I never knew how to deal with her. And yet, despite myself, my gaze flickered toward her legs. She wore long black stockings that reached just beneath her short skirt. The way she moved her legs, the smooth rhythm of it, it was a test of restraint for any man. I needed to cut this short. She was a princess, after all. At my question, she stopped swinging her legs and turned toward me. "Actually, yes, I do need you." "And how exactly do you need me?" A creeping unease settled in my chest. There was a certain possibility I didn't want to consider. Sansa played with her hair before pointing at me. "Your duel with Ferrith proved something important. You've changed, Frey." "Challenged?" She nodded. "Yes, you've become much stronger than before." I tilted my head, giving her a wry smile. And that caught our dear princess's attention. "Indeed, you stole the spotlight there. Who would have thought that the despicable noble, Frey Starlight, would reveal such I chuckled at her choice of words. "Your opinion of me seems to be at an all-time low." Sansa gave me a look that said, "Wasn't it obvious?" "Of course, do you remember the time you lured me into that basement and left me trapped there all day? We were only 6 years old. What kind of child does that?" She was clearly enjoying herself as she brought up memories of the past, memories that weren't mine. "And then there was that time you wanted Cerys's attention. You used to beg me for help. How many times did you manipulate me into doing your dirty work honestly? You're the worst. You only remember that we're friends when you need something." "Friends?" I cut her off this time. "Did you really consider someone like that a friend?" She froze for a moment, then quickly recovered. "I don't know." What? Now I was beginning to understand how Frey got her killed in the original draft of this story. Despite everything, despite knowing what kind of person he was, she continued to overlook his actions and consider him a friend. If she was that naive, she wouldn't stand a chance against that snake, Egon. "Let's put that aside. I assume you're here to secure my support in the race for the throne, aren't you?" Seeing me cut straight to the point, her expression turned serious. "That's right. If I want to win, I need every bit of I can gather, and somehow you become a necessary force." I shook my head. "Sorry, but I have no intention of getting involved in this succession war." At my response, she lowered her gaze, playing with her fingers. "So you're siding with my brother, then?" I frowned. How did she come to that conclusion? As I said, I'm not on your side or his. I don't want any part in this mess. "There's no need to pretend. I already know about your meeting with him." I raised an eyebrow. She knew about my meeting with Egon. The princess was more perceptive than I thought. "I don't know what to say. You're all worse than each other, always keeping an eye on everything. It's true that I met Egon, and he did offer me a chance to follow him, but I refused." Sansa didn't look convinced. You expect me to believe my brother simply let you walk away after rejecting him. Damn it, why was she so persistent? I sighed, deciding to lay it all out. No, he said he wanted to be my friend. Sansa's golden eyes widened. Was it really that hard to believe? I wasn't sure what was going through her mind as she gently bit her lip. A few seconds of silence passed before she finally spoke. Tell me, Frey, will you betray me? I frowned at her question. Betray you? When was I ever loyal to you in the first place? I muttered under my breath, but stopped when I saw her frozen in place, sadness flickering in her expression. Seeing her like that, I found myself asking without thinking. What's wrong? Did I say something I shouldn't have? She quickly ped out of it and shook her head. No, I just didn't expect this. I suppose I'm the only one who remembers. I tilted my head. Remembers what? Nothing. She sighed, brushing the topic aside. Regardless of what you say, you will be forced to take part. My brother has secured the support of the Sunlight family, while I have gained the backing of the Moonlight family. Right now, we're both building our alliances, but the deciding factor will be the Starlight family, which means, sooner or later, you'll have no choice but to pick a side. My face must have darkened at her words. I was probably wearing the most annoyed expression possible. Spare me this nonsense. I'm not even the lord of the Starlight family. What could any of you possibly want from me? For the first time since sitting beside me, Sansa laughed. It's not just your strength that has changed. Normally, you would have used this situation to your advantage. You really have changed, Frey. I'm starting to wonder if you're even the same person. I sighed, tilting my head back to gaze at the sky. The Frey you knew died a long time ago. She took my words as a metaphor, but I meant them quite literally. Our conversation had reached its end. The silence between us made that clear. I was about to let it go, but then something crossed my mind. The girl in front of me had forgiven the previous Frey time and time again, no matter what he did, to the point that it led to her death in the original story. In that case, Sansa was just about to stand and leave, but I moved first. I stepped in front of her, meeting her golden eyes. She looked at me in confusion. What are you doing? And at that moment, I said the words I had decided on. Sansa, I love you. Please go out with me. I spoke politely, bowing my head. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, as expected, I saw the shock on her delicate face, quickly followed by a cold, disdainful look. She stood up and pushed me aside. Her slender hands looked fragile, but she still managed to shove me off balance. With an icy expression, she met my gaze one last time before turning away. Maybe you have changed, Frey, but you're still a despicable person. I'd rather die than be with someone like you. Without giving me a chance to respond, she left. I scratched my head, watching her walk away. I got rejected. Expected. What mattered was that I completed a system quest. Besides, given her past with the original owner of this body, I doubted she'd do anything to me. Now that I think about it, Frey used to exploit her to get what he wanted, and now I used her for achievement points. Maybe I really was a despicable person. I sighed and glanced at the clock. The practical class was about to start. Clearing my thoughts, I headed back inside. None of this mattered. I got my achievement points, and that was enough. Professor Sophia stood at the center of the massive training arena, gripping a practice sword. We formed a circle around her, watching intently. Her hair was tied back in a high ponytail, and her tight-fitting outfit accentuated her figure, making her look particularly striking. I glanced at the others. Unexpectedly, neither Danzo nor Ragna approached me. I had expected them to attack the moment I arrived, yet they didn't. I wasn't sure why, until I realized what had happened. After I left the arena, the true menace had descended upon them, Snow Lionheart. He fought Danzo first, then finished off Ragna. Even though both were formidable, they had suffered a crushing defeat. That was enough to keep them quiet, at least for now. Perhaps the loss was harder to swallow than they had anticipated. Well, in the end, it worked out in my favor. I refocused on Sophia. The lesson began as a earthful purple aura surged around her. Her voice resonated across the arena as she swung her sword. All of you here are elites, so I assume you already understand this. However, after witnessing your performance in the duel, I have to address it, especially you, Faerith Erlet. From the farthest edge of the circle, Faerith scowled. I knew exactly what Sophia was pointing out. At first, when she raised her sword, the aura around her body had been scattered, swirling chaotically. She swung, releasing a crescent-shaped wave of purple energy that edged violently into the far wall, leaving a deep, jagged scar. I watched with admiration. She wasn't a swordswoman, she was a wave controller, yet her swordplay was still this refined. Ignoring the reactions around her, she turned back to Vareth. What I just did was the same foolish mistake you made, Fereth Erlet. Vareth frowned. What mistake? That was a Urful strike. That was likely what he was thinking. Sophia took the same stance, preparing to strike again. Watch closely, this is how it's done. This time, instead of letting her aura scatter wildly, she concentrated it solely on her sword and the arm holding it. The sheer intensity of the focused energy sent a chilling pressure through the air, making my skin prickle. The raw behind it. It surpassed the combined strength of my most Urful attacks, along with Danzo's and Ragna's. The energy wave that erupted from her blade carried an overwhelming force, surging straight toward the wall. No, it would have obliterated whatever lay beyond it. Damn it. Sophia realized she had overdone it. Just as her attack was about to strike, a vortex of eerie green flames materialized, swallowing the purple wave hole. A familiar voice echoed through the arena. I appreciate your enthusiasm for teaching, Miss Sophia Tan, but I'd be more grateful if you stopped wrecking my arena. From the side, Chupo Mowing emerged, hands clasped behind his back. Sophia chuckled upon seeing him. Sorry, Chupo, I guess I got a little carried away. The black-skinned man nodded as he stepped beside her. It's fine, that was an impressive strike. You say that, yet you blocked it so effortlessly. Their casual exchange made me wonder about the nature of their relationship. Eventually, Sophia gestured toward Chupo. Chupo Mowing, the arena supervisor, has been observing your duels. He's volunteered to give you some guidance, so be grateful. Everyone nodded as Chupo stepped forward. Let's start with you two, Fereth Erlet and Frey Starlight. What Miss Sophia demonstrated earlier perfectly highlights your situation. He pointed at Fereth. Your is unrefined, your aura control is sloppy, which means your attacks never reach their full potential. From the beginning to the end of your duel, only half of your strength was being used properly, the other half was wasted. Then he turned to me. On the other hand, there's Frey Starlight. Chupo's sharp eyes locked onto mine. Your aura control was exceptional. I monitored the flow of energy within you. You successfully funneled over 90 of your into your attacks. You should be proud. Among all first-year students, you are the best in this aspect. Oh. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even Sophia seemed surprised by Chupo's high praise. I nodded while cursing inwardly. What's the point of saying that, you bastard? Now people would start comparing me to Snow Lionheart, exactly what I wanted to avoid. Sophia pet her hands, drawing everyone's attention. All right, let's begin training. The arena and all its equipment are at your disposal. You'll be training here for the next few hours under our supervision. Chupo tapped his staff and the arena expanded. Various equipment appeared, training weapons, targets, and more. You may begin. At her command, everyone grabbed their weapons and started training in their own way. Some trained alone. I spotted Danzo practicing with Ragna. They seemed to have developed a camaraderie. Meanwhile, I noticed Sansa leaving the arena with Sophia. After a while, Sophia returned alone. What's going on? I considered asking, but held myself back. It's none of my business. I grabbed a sword and began practicing 10,000 steps of shadow. Dark aura engulfed my blade as I moved swiftly, unleashing waves of dark energy. My movements drew some attention, but I ignored it. I trained alone for a while until a familiar figure approached, carrying a sword. My cousin pointed her blade at me. Do you mind training together? I met her gaze and nodded. No problem. Good. With a smile, she took a stance. A silvery white aura surrounded her, the stardust technique of our family. Shall we begin? Come at me. She lunged without hesitation. Her sword aimed for my face, but I deflected it effortlessly with the back of my blade. I countered, but she was quick enough to dodge. Her strikes were swift yet forceful, primarily relying on precise thrusts infused with fiery aura. Not bad. I stayed defensive, analyzing her style. I had no intention of attacking. Right now, I needed more battles. I needed as many fights as possible to deepen my understanding of the mysterious within me. Shadow Adaptation 0707. If I wanted to grasp even a fraction of this ability, I had to face more opponents and study different combat styles. I continued sparring with Klana. I hadn't expected her to approach me after everything that happened between us. Perhaps she wanted to repay her debt through battle. I welcomed the idea. After exchanging blows for a while, we finally stopped. Klana frowned, dissatisfied. Why did you only defend? I spun my sword absent-mindedly. I wanted to see how long I could last without counterattacking. She sighed. You're a strange one, Frey. I didn't deny it. Throughout the duel, I had been trying to understand her stardust technique, and I had grasped a few things. Your is different from the others. What do you mean? I pointed at the white aura around her sword. I fought Byron before and glimpsed Carmen's strength. You all practice the same technique, yet its intensity differs from person to person. Klana nodded. It's simple. She closed her eyes, concentrating. A radiant white aura enveloped her body, and 3 shimmering stars appeared near her heart. Oh. With her silver hair glowing, she pointed at her chest. The stardust technique has 10 stages, each represented by a star. I'm at the 3rd stage. General Byron is at the 5th. As for Miss Carmen, she has reached the 7th. Naturally, they're stronger than me. I nodded in understanding. Is there anyone above Carmen? Klana tilted her head, her expression filled with doubt. Why are you asking questions you should already know the answers to, Frey? Because I wasn't really Frey. I scratched my head before replying casually. I forget things easily. Klana sighed, then patiently explained. Apart from Miss Carmen, the only other person to reach the 7th star is High Elder Leonidas. Then with a more somber tone, she added, There's no one beyond them, they all died long ago. The last was Lord Abraham Starlight, your father. He was a miracle, having reached the 9th star. I continued drawing information from Klana, piecing things together bit by bit. So that old fart Leonidas is at the 7th stage, huh? At last I had a rough estimate of one of my enemy's strength. What? A short distance from the elite students who were training, 2 figures stood observing the scene. What do you think of them? Sophia asked as Chupo silently watched. This generation is far stronger than the ones before it, especially that boy from earlier. Sophia nodded. Snow Lionheart. Chupo confirmed her words before continuing. Yes, that boy is a prodigy. His current strength is enough to defeat most second years, let alone first years. Sophia crossed her arms. That's good, given our current situation. We need every talent we can get. Chupo raised his staff, preparing to leave. My time with Class B is over. It's time to assist Class A. Just as he was about to depart, he paused and turned back. Sophia, there's someone in your class who rivals Snow Lionheart. Sophia raised an eyebrow. Are you talking about Frey Starlight? Chupo nodded. Sophia couldn't quite grasp what he meant. The dark-skinned man before her was one of the world's greatest martial masters, her own mentor. His eyes saw far more than most, yet no matter how hard she tried, she simply couldn't see it. Frey was strong, no doubt, but as far as she remembered, he was just an errant talent. That meant he was nothing compared to the likes of Saris Moonlight or Sansa Valerian. Chupo paid no heed to her thoughts as he disappeared down the hallway, leaving behind only his voice. I couldn't read his technique or movements, you know what that means. Leaving Sophia Tan frozen in shock, Chupo mowing headed for Class A. What? Klana Starlight B5. Class Swordsman. Rank D. Sophia Tan, the temple's prodigy. Class Wave Controller. Rank S. Everything had gone smoothly, hard work always paid off in training. Sophia stood at the sidelines, observing everyone and stepping in only when she saw an opportunity to offer advice. Sophia Tan, known as the Miracle of the Temple, had reached S-rank before turning 30. Naturally, her guidance was invaluable. However, she couldn't teach me much. The 10,000 steps of shadow technique I practiced was far too intricate for her to grasp. That was understandable. Even I didn't fully comprehend it. I was merely following what I had memorized, moving on instinct alone. Still, I felt I had made some progress in shadow adaptation. Klana wasn't the only one who had come to train with me this time. Danzo and Ragna had also joined in. It was as if they were making up for my previous escape. Sparring against them was frustrating, considering how aggressive they were in combat, but at the very least, I had the chance to test different techniques. I exhaled sharply as sweat dripped down my body. Over 2 hours had passed since the practical training began. Sophia must have noticed the time as well, as she pet her hands together. All right, that's enough for today. You're all free to leave whenever you like. Some sighed in relief, while others remained indifferent. Sophia was the first to leave, but as she did, I caught her looking at me, just as she had been doing throughout the entire session. Great unwanted attention. I ran my fingers through my hair, undoing the ribbon that held it in place. My long strands cascaded down my back. Didn't matter if I drew some attention now. As far as they were concerned, I was just an A-rank talent. Without knowing about the system, they wouldn't expect me to surpass that. They'll lose interest soon enough. It's only a matter of time. I lifted my hair, running my fingers through it. It was damp with sweat, irritatingly so. Damn it, if I didn't look this good with long hair, I would have cut it off ages ago. Every time I saw my reflection in the mirror, I couldn't help but admire myself. Cutting my hair had become an impossible decision. I wished I could keep this body when I returned to my world. I was lost in thought when Klana's voice suddenly pegged me back to reality. "Frey, what are you doing?" I turned to find her staring at me. "What do you mean?" "This, look at yourself. You're moving weirdly, touching yourself all over." I frowned. "What are you talking about, can't?" I run my fingers through my own hair in peace. Klana sighed, turning away. "I don't care anymore. Do whatever you want." She left, leaving me alone. Sigh, no one understands me. I absently traced my fingers over the tattoo hidden beneath my training shirt. "I miss you, my friend." Lost in memories of my beloved sword, Balerion, a sudden tremor ran through my body. Damn it. I knew exactly what that meant. I scanned my surroundings and quickly spotted the cause, a girl watching me from afar. White hair, crystal blue eyes, a flawless figure, Saris Moonlight. I clenched my fist, holding her gaze with equal intensity. "Calm down, damn it, I'm in control here." Forcing my body to stop trembling, I exhaled slowly. In the end, Saris was merely surveying the area. She wasn't looking at me specifically. How embarrassing. She left without a second glance. Damn it, Frey's emotions are messing with my senses. Looks like I'll need to punch myself again in the near future. Shaking off the thought, I turned away. I'm starving. After returning to my room for a quick shower, I stepped out again, wandering through the temple. It's time to visit Shaheen. Every time I entered the old man's tent, it felt like I had returned to my own world, even if only for a fleeting moment. That feeling, along with the faint glimmer of hope the system offered, was what kept me going. Without realizing it, the hour I spent with old Shaheen had become an essential part of my routine. After enjoying a spicy meal, I bid the old man farewell and returned to my room. I was exhausted, so much so that I could have fallen asleep the moment I lay down. But I forced myself to stay awake a little longer, opening my laptop. I glanced at the task list, checking my progress for the day, as expected. Side missions. Confess to one of the elite class girls, right arrow 200 achievement points completed. Win a 1v1 against one of the following opponents. Snow Lionheart, right arrow 1000 achievement points. Ghost Umbra, right arrow 750 achievement points. Saris Moonlight, right arrow 500 achievement points. Slap Emperor Mikar Valerian, right arrow 10,000 achievement points. Wander inside the elite dormitory, naked, right arrow 500 achievement points. Current achievement points 4,900. I sighed. I'm still a long way from getting the anti-magic ability. I might be strolling through the dormitory naked soon. The thought made me laugh. This could very well be the riskiest move of my life. Shaking my head, I ignored the missions and checked my stats. Status. Host name Frey Starlight Dual Soul. Class Swordsman. Talent rank A. Current rank D. Strength D. Speed D+. Agility D. Endurance E+. Aura SSS. Magic G. Swordsmanship level 3 limit broken, can now reach level 7. Talents Swordsmanship, Aura Manipulation, Poison Immunity. Combat Style 10,000 Steps of Shadow. Skills Hawkseye Arank. Phantom Steps Arank. Seduction Frank. Abilities Shadow Adaptation 07. Systems Note. You're like an annoying mosquito in this world. At least now you can bite, but in the end you still get squashed. I had long since stopped caring about the system's remarks. Paying attention to them would only piss me off. Still, I had advanced to Drank. Soon, progress would slow as I approached Crank, especially with only an A-rank talent. I might have to break my limits soon. If I wanted to accelerate my training, I needed to push my talent to at least S-rank, and for that, I needed one thing. Achievement points. That had become a problem. The missions no longer provided enough. I was betting on the main missions, but they were currently empty. Still, I was almost certain they'd appear when the temple's events unfolded. The Ultra's invasion. If my memory was correct, it would happen in a month. When it did, new missions would surely follow. It would be a monumental event, the supposed safest temple in the world being breached. I needed to be ready before that happened. I sighed, leaning back in my chair. A lot of work to do. I was about to ignore everything and sleep when my eyes drifted to my final mission, the one thread of hope I clung to. Final mission: win the Victoriad. Time limit: 2 years. Failure penalty: system seal for 1 year. Reward: 10,000 achievement points. System question: 1 guaranteed answer from the system engineer, no matter the question. What kind of answer would I get from the entity behind this screen? Maybe returning to my world was something simple. Or maybe it was something 10 times harder than winning the Victoriad. Either way, it didn't matter, so long as I could go home in the end. Suppressing my thoughts, I let sleep take over. If I kept thinking about my world, the emotions I had buried would break free. So I simply closed my eyes and drifted into the quiet of the night. I woke up early the next morning, 5 a.m. sharp. After taking a quick shower, I put on my training clothes and made my way out of my room. The elite residence was massive, housing various facilities for different purposes, including multiple training grounds. There were designated areas for every combat discipline, from swordsmanship to archery and beyond. Right now, I was heading toward the dueling grounds. The reason was simple: the people I was looking for were there. Upon entering the spacious hall, I was met with an array of training equipment and a selection of swords neatly displayed on the racks. I wasn't the first to arrive. 2 figures were already inside, locked in their own training. Both were engaged in attacking practice dummies, sturdy mannequins designed to withstand relentless strikes. The first was distinguished by his white hair and golden eyes, Snow Lionheart. The second was a young man with black hair and deep crimson eyes, A4, Dawn Polaris. They both noticed my presence, evident from the quick glance they shot my way before resuming their training. Ignoring them for now, I approached the displayed swords and picked one that closely resembled Balerian. Taking position in front of a training dummy, I began my own drills. The reason I was here was straightforward: I wanted to challenge those two. Aside from the protagonist himself, Dawn Polaris was the most skilled swordsman in the elite class. Sparring with them would be incredibly beneficial. It might even help my shadow adaptation progress further. But the real question was, how should I go about it? Should I just walk up to them and request a duel? I decided to take my time. Rushing things wouldn't do me any favors. Engulfing my blade in a surge of black aura, I struck the dummy before me. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 4 strikes. I unleashed the 10,000 steps of the shadow technique, my sword weaving through the air in a storm of dark ease, filling the hall with the sound of relentless impact. Snow and Dawn took notice, perceiving my display as a silent challenge. Their own intensity spiked in response. Dawn's sword ignited with blazing flames, while Snow's was cloaked in a brilliant white light as he edged at inhuman speeds. The room became a cacophony of steel and as the 3 of us relentlessly assaulted the dummies, pushing them to their limits. These training dummies were built to endure attacks from C-Class Awakened, yet now they trembled violently, threatening to shatter under our combined assault. Everything was going as planned. I was on the verge of drawing them into a fight. Until something unexpected happened. All 3 of us froze mid-swing. A 4th presence was approaching. My expression darkened as I turned toward the entrance. What is she doing here? Ceres Moonlight stepped inside, dressed in a short white training outfit that covered only her upper body. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, and in her hand she carried a medium-length sword. She walked forward with her usual unshaken composure. At that moment, Snow Lionheart took the lead. Ceres Moonlight, right mind telling us what brings you here. Yes, deal with her, Snow. This cursed body always reacts strangely when she's around. Ceres simply raised her sword and responded with her usual cold indifference. I came to train. Her short reply left the 3 of us even more puzzled. Dawn was the next to step forward. If I'm not mistaken, you're a wave controller. This is a dueling ground. Ceres nodded, I'm aware. At that moment, a thin layer of frost spread across her blade as she swung it a few times. My role as a wave controller requires me to fight from a distance, but if an opponent manages to close the gap and break through my defenses, I'll be at a disadvantage. She paused briefly before continuing. That's why I need a way to fight in close quarters. Is that explanation enough? Dawn and Snow exchanged glances before nodding. Man, she treats them like children. This is the protagonist I created and took pride in. I sighed, resigning myself to the situation. But just as I was about to continue my training, something completely unexpected happened. Sarah studied the sword in her hand before slowly raising it. In truth, that's not the real reason I came here. Her blade pointed at a specific person. My expression faltered, and before I could stop myself, I blurted out, "What?" Suppressing the emotions of this damn body, I faced the girl standing before me. "You want to duel me?" She nodded. "Yes, a sword fight, nothing else." I frowned. This girl was supposed to hate Frey. He tried to assault her, after all. Yet there was no trace of hatred on her face, no emotion whatsoever, just a cold, unreadable expression. "A duel with swords, you understand what you're doing, right?" She nodded again. "I do, I know I'm handicapping myself right now, but I want to test something." "Test what?" Sarah stepped back, adopting a ready stance. "I want to see how much your sword has changed." With a sigh, I lifted my own weapon. "Fine, I accept." I didn't know what she was trying to prove. As a wave controller, close combat was the worst decision she could make. She wasn't stupid, she had to be aware of that. But she still wanted to fight. And I had no reason to refuse. After all, one of my objectives was to defeat her. Snow and Dawn stepped aside, watching from the sidelines. Without hesitation, Saris lunged forward, her body radiating a faint white glow. She edged horizontally at my left side, her speed sharp, controlled, and far above what a typical wave controller should achieve. I raised my sword vertically to block. Her blades clashed, and the frost coating her weapon attempted to freeze the dark aura surrounding mine. Saris quickly retreated before thrusting toward my face, but I dodged with ease. I observed her closely. This level of swordsmanship was far beyond what someone of her background should possess. Once again, I was reminded of the terrifying talent this girl held. She pressed on left, right, high, a feint then a strike from the side. Her technique was impressive, but that was all. She never even came close to landing a hit. Her positioning and judgment were remarkable, but she was still far from being a threat. My real struggle wasn't her attacks, it was this damn body. Every time she got too close, I flinched instinctively, unable to suppress the lingering trauma of Frey's past. It infuriated me. Eventually, Saris caught on, pausing momentarily. "Frey Starlight, are you mocking me?" I narrowed my eyes. "Mocking you? How long do you plan to just defend?" She dashed forward again. "Fight me seriously." Seeing her charge, I couldn't help but chuckle. "As you wish." Biting my lip hard enough to draw blood, I forced my body to steady itself with pain. I unleashed 10,000 steps of the shadow at full ur. 10 clones of myself materialized around Saris. Mirage. She barely had time to react before a storm of ease engulfed her. She raised ice barriers in an attempt to block, but I didn't stop. Mirage. Mirage. 10,000 steps of the shadow, Mirage. 10 eyes became 20, then 30. Saris Moonlight vanished within the relentless tide of black steel. Her defenses shattered like fragile glass before collapsing completely. Her sword was sent flying as she edged onto her back. With a final motion, I drove my sword into the ground beside her face, looking down at her. "Thanks for the match." Snow Lionheart Pav. Overwhelming, utterly overwhelming. I had never witnessed such a relentless sword style before. In that short exchange, he had unleashed dozens of strikes, making any form of defense impossible. He ended it flawlessly. Before I realized it, a small smile crept onto my lips. Frey took a few steps back as Sarah slowly rose to her feet. She showed no frustration. Perhaps she had expected this outcome from the start. And then, almost instinctively, I found myself standing before Frey, a sword in my hand. A quiet chuckle escaped me. It seemed I could no longer hold myself back. Frey noticed and laughed as well. "You want a piece of this too?" I nodded. Frey Starlight faced me. At that moment, Dawn Polaris stepped in, attempting to dissuade me. "The girl's fine, there's no need to escalate things." Frey, however, just smirked. "It's fine, he's not here for revenge. He just wants to test himself after seeing what I can do. Isn't that right?" His words caught me off guard. He had read my intent perfectly. I confirmed it with a nod and readied my stance. "Shall we begin?" Frey Starlight did the same, raising his sword toward me. "Come, hero." A storm of emotions clashed within me as I prepared to face him. the protagonist of my own story. The perfect version of myself, the one who had everything I ever wanted. I raised my sword, steadying my breath. Come, hero. Snow Lionheart nodded, an overwhelming aura surging through him, 3 colors intertwined within it, white, red, and green, proof of his trial mental affinity. And that was only half of what he was capable of. In response, a dense black aura of darkness enveloped me. I pushed my to its peak, activating Hawk's Eye and Phantom Steps. I would give this fight everything I had. We moved in slow, deliberate circles, each gauging the other. From the sidelines, Dawn and Saris watched in silence. You know, Frey, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Snow's golden eyes glowed as he spoke. He stood several meters away. Yet in the next instant, his voice whispered right beside my ear. Ever since you defeated Ferrith. One moment he was in the distance. Next, a flickering image of him appeared at my side, his glowing blade slicing toward my neck. His strike tore through the air itself, but at the last possible moment, I bent my body, narrowly avoiding the blow. What I had seen before was merely an afterimage, a remnant of his overwhelming speed. Fortunately, Hawk's Eye allowed me to follow his movements. I launched a counterattack, aiming at his vital points with a blade wreathed in black aura. In an instant, Snow shifted from offense to defense, parrying my attack with effortless precision. Light and darkness clashed violently, each force trying to consume the other. At that moment, we both had the same thought. In a flash, we exchanged dozens of strikes. Black and white collided, locking us within a whirlwind of flashing swords. From afar, all an observer would see was a storm of dark and light streaks ing against each other at blinding speed. My 10,000 steps of shadow was relentless, sharp, unpredictable. Yet he deflected every strike with ease, his mastery of swift swordsmanship rendering my attacks ineffective. Then with perfect timing, Snow baited me into attacking, sidestepping with expert precision before slipping past my defenses. Let's move on to the next phase. His sword erupted in blinding radiance as he unleashed a devastating wave of aura at my side. The hall trembled as the force of his attack sent me hurtling backward. One sword, mountain-splitting sword. Dawn and Saris flinched as the sheer brilliance of the strike filled the room. For a moment, they may have thought the battle was over. But within the overwhelming light, a single black speck expanded, growing at a menacing pace. A pitch-black tore through the brilliance, splitting Snow's attack in half. My sword burned with dark flames as I raised it toward him. Don't think for a second that defeating me will be easy. With a earful swing, I unleashed my full strength. 10,000 steps of shadow, the black cutter. A massive arc of darkness surged toward Snow. He simply laughed, raising his sword into a defensive stance. I never did. A radiant crescent of energy shot forth to meet my own, equal in size and The 2 attacks clashed, annihilating each other. But then his eyes widened. Because behind the first came dozens more. No, hundreds. In every way, he surpassed me. Every way except for one. I have an endless supply of aura. Unlike you, I can fight without ever running dry. And at last, Snow realized. His opponent was the real deal. Surrounded by a storm of black crescents, he chuckled. Then suddenly, the light vanished from his blade. I'll have to answer in kind. This time, flames erupted around his sword. He spun rapidly, his movements generating a massive inferno. A blazing tornado surged outward, devouring my waves of darkness. I watched as the fiery vortex rose. Then suddenly it tilted toward me. At its center, Snow's silhouette flickered. The flames around him shifted to an eerie blue. Then little by little, they evaporated. And something else took their place. Lightning. A colossal storm of crackling electricity surged toward me at terrifying speed. I clenched my jaw, gathering every ounce of I could muster. This wasn't an attack I could take lightly. He was using higher-order abilities now, which meant he was finally taking me seriously. I inhaled deeply, muscles coiling like a tightened spring. To the very last drop, I unleashed my aura at a reckless rate, my pathways screaming in protest. 10,000 steps of shadow, the black meteor. I launched myself skyward, shrouded in a pillar of darkness. From my perspective, time slowed to a crawl. Yet in reality, it all happened within a single second. Our blades clashed. A storm of lightning and darkness erupted, each force struggling for dominance. This might have been the strongest attack I had ever faced. In the end, we both plummeted from the sky. Snow landed in his original position, while I stumbled a few steps back. My entire body ached, electricity coursing through my limbs like molten fire. I barely managed to steady myself. But Snow didn't give me the chance. I watched in alarm as a misty aura spread over his body. Damn it, Hawk's Eye. A thin trail of blood dripped from my eye as I pushed my vision to the limit. Snow was preparing something. He tapped the ground, and in an instant, the world around him shattered. Black lightning coiled around his form like writhing serpents. Void step. Snow shot forward, a straight-line charge that obliterated everything in its path. This technique condensed all his combined it with the force of his momentum, and channeled it into a single, devastating attack. Using Hawk's Eye, which barely tracked his movements, and Phantom Steps, which pushed my evasion to the absolute limit, I dodged by a hair's breadth. His attack shattered the reinforced walls of the hall, and still it kept going, carving destruction into whatever lay beyond. Snow laughed, already lunging toward me again, lightning crackling around him. You even dodged Void Step. Gritting my teeth, I parried his lightning-infused ease. I held my own, but his next move shifted the tide of battle. It's time to end this, Frey. My breath hitched as sound waves pulsed through the air. A sound-based attack. He was using the higher-order ability of wind, sound. His sonic waves disrupted my reactions, throwing off my timing. And in that instant, he gained the upper hand. When he was about to land the finishing blow, I forced my body to move, activating Mirage. I layered it multiple times, launching dozens of strikes in under a second. But Snow matched my speed, the black lightning serpents dancing around him. Then at last we both halted. Standing mere meters apart, he remained completely unscathed. While I panted heavily, I hated to admit it, but at this rate I was going to lose. And then, a white ethereal glow spread over Snow's body. Frey, I'm going all out, try to withstand this. I recognized that immediately. And so did Dawn and Saris, ing in disbelief. The higher-order ability of light. The star, the strongest aura known to exist. The one Frey starlight had been denied. And as I felt the sheer magnitude of the energy Snow had gathered, I knew things were about to get serious. The second sword, Sky Cutter. As he was consumed by his ethereal I cast a glance at my own sword. At that moment, the serpent tattoo on my hand burned fiercely, demanding release. I'm sorry, my friend, but not this time. This is something I have to do myself. Ignoring Balerian's call, I closed my eyes. Darkness enveloped me, and a thick black mist coiled around my body. What I was about to unleash was one of the strongest techniques of the 10,000 Steps of Shadow. At my current level, using this technique was reckless, perhaps even suicidal. But I had no choice. Judging by the sheer my opponent had displayed, I had to push beyond my limits. Snow was strong. Far too strong. And that left me uneasy. He wasn't supposed to be this ireful at this point in the story, which meant that something had already changed. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. I let myself sink into the abyss, my eyes burning with an intense violet glow. Snow activated Void Step, launching an attack infused with the full force of Star Aura. I didn't hesitate. I charged forward. 10,000 Steps of Shadow, infinite darkness. I only hoped my body would survive the backlash of this technique as I unleashed everything. Darkness swallowed me whole. Despite our insane speed, time seemed to slow. I saw Snow approaching, wreathed in a terrifying storm of ethereal energy. The look in his eyes mirrored my own. We both acknowledged each other's strength. We both had chosen to unleash our ultimate techniques. This was never just a duel. This was a battle. A real one. He was the greatest obstacle in my path, the one I had to overcome if I wanted to return to my world. And so, without realizing it, I gave it everything. This technique was deadly, even Dawn and Saris knew that. Saris tried to intervene, summoning a massive wall of ice between us. But our swords cleaved through it like a hot knife slicing through butter. And in the end, our blades met. A deafening explosion erupted, obliterating the entire training hall. I watched as my sword shattered into dust. Darkness consumed me. I lost. Snow Lionheart Pav. I let out a slow breath, exhaling the air trapped in my lungs. A thin mist of condensation formed before me, vanishing into the cold morning air. I scanned my surroundings. I stood amidst the wreckage of the training hall. Or rather, what remained of it. Destruction caused by our final clash was far greater than I had expected. Dawn and Sarah stood at a distance, having shielded themselves with their respective urs. Satisfied that they were unharmed, I turned my focus back to him. Frey lay motionless, buried within the shattered remains of the wall. I glanced down at my broken sword and the deep wound carved into my side. A strange feeling settled over me, something between awe and disbelief. Even though I hadn't fought with my full elemental arsenal, I had still given this battle everything. And yet, he had kept up with me. No, he had pushed me this far. He wasn't a third or fourth-year student. He was my age. Not bad, Frey Starlight. Joining the temple wasn't a mistake after all. Pressing a hand against my bleeding wound, I made my way toward him. When I reached him, it was obvious his condition was far worse than mine. But what surprised me most was that most of his injuries weren't even from my attacks. They were self-inflicted. I couldn't help but laugh. Damn, that hurts. Ignoring the searing pain in my side, I hoisted Frey onto my shoulder. Come on, this isn't where you fall. I intended to take us somewhere to treat our wounds. But it seemed our battle had drawn far too much attention. A crowd had gathered. Among them, several Urfel auras stood out. Leading them was a short girl with a childlike appearance. Ellen White, president of the Elite Student Council. She clutched her head, yelling at the top of her lungs. What the hell happened to the first-year duel arena? It was barely past 6 in the morning, and she was still in her sleepwear, making her appearance almost comical. Despite my pain, I couldn't stop the chuckle that escaped me. Sorry, Frey, but it looks like we're going to be here a while. Aftermath. Dealing with Ellen White and explaining the situation took longer than I would have liked. But she didn't hold me up for too long, especially after seeing Frey unconscious on my shoulder. In the end, both of us received proper treatment. Since my injuries weren't as severe, I was discharged first. But Frey remained in one of the temple's medical wards. As I stepped out of the infirmary, a familiar presence sent a chill down my spine. Egon Valerian. The silver-haired noble smirked as he approached. You're looking well, Snow Lionheart. His smile was as insincere as ever. Sighing, I tried to end this quickly. What do you want, Prince Egon? He closed the distance between us effortlessly. How many times do I have to tell you, just call me Egon? Hearing that, I forced a stiff smile. How could I ever be so disrespectful? Such a gentleman. He reached out and ran his hand along my side, pressing directly against my wound in a bold, deliberate move. My body tensed instinctively, reacting to the pain as his fingers tapped against my injury. Look at you, who would have thought you'd be pushed this far? I swatted his hand away and took a step back. Don't make me repeat myself. What do you want, Egon Valerian? He chuckled, brushing past me. Look how rude you've become. I was just checking on my dear classmate. We wouldn't want you sustaining a permanent injury and disrupting the class, would we? Egon walked past me, heading toward the infirmary. A frown formed on my face as I watched him enter. Without thinking, I asked, "Where are you going?" Without even glancing back, he let out a soft laugh. Visiting a friend. A friend? Was he talking about Frey Starlight? I sighed and turned away. I would never understand that man. It was obvious he had been trying to win me over for some time now. He didn't want a Urfel piece like me moving outside his control. People like him, I hate them. With that thought, I made my way to class, hoping to catch up on the lessons I had missed. Meanwhile, inside the infirmary, a young man with jet-black eyes slowly stirred awake, finding himself lying in a hospital bed. He exhaled deeply, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling above him. I don't recognize this ceiling. For the first time since returning from the lands of nightmare, Frey Starlight had lost. I slowly opened my eyes, immediately greeted by the sterile scent of a hospital, the one smell I had always despised. I don't recognize this ceiling. Strange medical equipment surrounded me, most of which I couldn't even identify. I sat up slowly, casting a sharp glance over my body, which was wrapped in layers of bandages. Dull stiffness spread through my limbs as my muscles failed to respond as quickly as I wanted. Though my external wounds had completely healed, it seemed my internal injuries hadn't. That last strike must have put too much strain on my body, severely damaging my aura pathways. With a sigh, I swung my legs off the bed and stood up. Things are getting out of hand. I'm not even sure if this is still the story I wrote anymore. At that moment, a nurse walked in. She froze at the sight of me standing, then quickly rushed over, gripping my shoulders. "What do you think you're doing? You're still injured. You shouldn't be out of bed." She tried to push me back down, but no matter how much force she used, I didn't budge an inch. Brushing her hands away indifferently, I began peeling off the bandages wrapped around my chest and waist, exposing my bare skin. "I'm fine, I've already recovered." Her eyes widened in shock. After all, it had only been a few hours since I was brought in, covered in wounds, yet now the body before her was unblemished, pale skin without a single scar. A moment later, her face flushed red as she realized she had been staring too long. She quickly averted her gaze. Ignoring her predictable reaction, I retrieved my temple uniform from my ring and put it on before heading for the door. "Wait, you can't leave yet." I simply waved a hand at her as I walked out. My destination was the reception desk, where I needed to retrieve my smartwatch and the belongings taken from me while I was unconscious. A man in a formal black suit sat behind the desk. I stopped in front of him and got straight to the point. "I'm here to collect my belongings." His face remained expressionless as he nodded. "Name and class number." Frey Starlight, Elite Class B9. His expression flickered slightly upon hearing I was an elite student, but he quickly masked it. He retrieved a card, a smartwatch, and a few gold coins, placing them on the counter. "These are the items we managed to recover. Unfortunately, your clothes were too damaged and had to be discarded." I sighed, taking my things. "That's fine." I was about to leave when the man stopped me. "Also, these arrived for you." He placed 2 glass vials on the counter, both filled with a pale green liquid. I recognized them instantly, high-grade healing potions. Picking up one, I frowned. "Who sent these?" The man, ever professional, recalled the details immediately. The first one came from A3, Egon Valerian. As expected, so this was his first gesture of goodwill. "Wait, the first one. And the second?" The man hesitated slightly before bowing his head. "My apologies, but the second individual requested anonymity. They also kept their face hidden, so I couldn't identify them." "I see." Taking both potions, I turned to leave. "Thanks." As I stepped out of the infirmary, I flipped the vials between my fingers absent-mindedly. I had a suspicion about who sent the second one, but I wasn't certain yet. It didn't matter for now. Fastening my smartwatch onto my wrist, I aired it on. Immediately, a flood of notifications popped up, displaying multiple missed calls. Ada Starlight, 16 missed calls. Had the news already reached her? I sighed. "I'll call her later." A glance at the time told me it was already 6 p.m. I had missed all my classes for the day. Might as well head back to my room. As I walked through the temple grounds, the crisp evening breeze brushed against my face, a reminder that autumn was nearing its end. From time to time, I passed temple students chatting and laughing amongst themselves, enjoying their school life without a care in the world. Blissfully unaware of what the future held. I paused for a moment, taking in the sight of the setting sun, then resumed my path toward the elite dorms. Fortunately, I didn't run into anyone and slipped into my room unnoticed. I sat at my desk and aired on my laptop. Same interface, everything in place. I stared at the screen for a long moment before finally speaking aloud. "Is there something you want to tell me, you damn system?" Silence. "Don't play dumb. Whoever's behind this screen, I know you're listening. I want answers now." Since the moment I woke up, this question had been clawing at my mind. I had fought Snow Lionheart, faced his strength firsthand. Maybe someone else wouldn't have noticed. But I did. I knew everything about the protagonist of my story, and one thing I was certain of, he wasn't supposed to be this strong at this point in the timeline. This should have been his level, without the ring that restricted his urs. For him to display such strength while still wearing it, something was undeniably wrong. As if in response, my laptop screen flickered. A familiar gesture emblem appeared, followed by blood-red text. As expected of the author, quite perceptive. A sharp breath escaped me. It actually responded. "Who are you?" My question was ignored as more text appeared. Due to the author's unexpected rate of growth, the world's difficulty has been increased to the maximum level, nightmare mode. All characters, both heroes and villains, will experience a significant boost to align with the narrative. Additionally, previously ambiguous plotlines have been rewritten to enhance worldbuilding. The first arc, Ultra's Invasion, has been adjusted accordingly. Main quests survive until the end of the raid. Reward 1,000 achievement points. Good luck, you'll need it. What? I sat frozen, processing what I had just read. You bastard system, hold it right there. Gripping my laptop, I leaned in, my voice seething with frustration. Answer me, who are you, what do you want, why did you bring me into this world, and how the hell do I go back? I bombarded the screen with questions, but the jester emblem had already vanished, leaving behind only the newly issued quest. With a growl, I met my fist onto the desk, cracking the surface. Increased difficulty. Son of a... So I struggle through the nightmare land, endure hell just to get stronger, only for the difficulty to be raised the moment I do. So what was the point of all that suffering? Was I just entertainment, a toy for someone's amusement? At this rate, not just the protagonist, everyone would grow stronger. Every single one of them would become an obstacle. Leaning back in my chair, I ran a hand through my hair, exhaling sharply. What the hell do I do now? In the end, I had no choice but to accept reality. A new mission had been issued, survive the upcoming event. Perhaps my enemies would grow stronger, but that didn't worry me. After all, I have you with me. I extended my hand, and a terrifying black blade materialized, thick shadows swirling ominously around it. Calm down, my friend. I know you haven't spilled enough blood lately, but you will soon. He was my trump card, my greatest weapon, Balerion, the Black Dread. For now, I was preparing to head to class. After everything that happened with the system, I wasn't sure what my next move should be, so I had simply gone to sleep. And now a new day had already begun. I put on the white robes of the temple, tied my hair back, and stepped out of my room to start the day. Leaning on one hand, I lazily watched as Professor Fleming lectured with his usual enthusiasm. Right now, he was discussing higher properties, a topic that naturally had everyone's attention. At the front of the class, I spotted Snow sitting beside a girl, Lara Croft, if I wasn't mistaken. To my surprise, he had greeted me this morning. I didn't reject his approach, but I made sure to draw a clear line between us. I had no interest in making friends, especially not with the protagonist of this story. I refocused on Fleming just as he began gesturing wildly, sketching several symbols in the air. Higher properties, one of the greatest mysteries that have baffled awakened beings for generations. These do not originate from nature, they appear from nothing. Each higher property, lightning, ice, gravity, sound, came into existence through unnatural means. Many researchers believe this explains why higher properties far surpass lower ones. Water, earth, wind, these elements exist naturally around us, unlike the higher properties. That's why many argue that fire is the strongest of the lower elements. It is the closest thing to a higher property. After all, fire, too, does not occur naturally. As he spoke, flames ignited in Fleming's palm, flaring with intensity until they turned a deep blue. The blue flame danced through the air before bursting into a dazzling explosion. As he showcased his abilities, a bespectacled student raised his hand. Fleming welcomed questions, and the boy wasted no time. Professor, what about light and darkness, their higher properties? Fleming's eyes lit up, as if he had been waiting for this question. Ah, light and darkness, the star and the shadow, these two are mysteries in their own right. Mysteries, the boy echoed. Fleming nodded. These forces are beyond human comprehension. Stars, they are celestial bodies, far beyond our reach. But in the first place, is calling it star even accurate? Is that terrifying ethereal force truly the of the stars? And shadows, they exist beside us. He pointed at his own shadow. It's right here in front of me, but can I touch it? Can I study it? No. We are faced with the unknown, my boy. He then launched into a series of theories, none of which I cared to listen to. I struggled to stay awake as his lecture dragged on endlessly. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Fleming dismissed us. I was about to leave the classroom, still annoyed by how sluggish my body felt, when I noticed a girl with wavy blonde hair waiting near the door. I glanced around, but there was no one else nearby. I chuckled, pointing at myself. Are you waiting for me? Sansa stood there, leaning against the wall. She looked at me for a moment before speaking. Are you healed from your injuries? I stretched my arms in an exaggerated manner and waved a hand dismissively. As you can see, I'm perfectly fine. Well, not exactly. Sansa simply nodded, though she didn't seem convinced. Without another word, she turned and walked away. Be more careful next time. I watched her slender figure retreat into the distance. Shouldn't she be angry with me after everything that happened? This girl was hard to read. I still had some time before my next class with Sophia, so I decided to make a call. If I didn't, Ada would probably show up at the temple tomorrow. Finding a quiet spot, I sat on a bench and dialed her number. She picked up immediately. The screen lit up, revealing a girl with white hair and dark eyes. Hey, Ada. Her response was an explosion of frantic yelling. Frey, what happened? Why didn't you answer? I heard you were injured. Are you okay? Blah, blah, blah. How was I supposed to respond when she was throwing so many questions at me all at once? I patiently reassured her, answering each question one by one. It took over 30 minutes to convince her that I was fine. Only then did our conversation return to normal. Frey, how are your classes? Have you made any new friends? I shrugged indifferently. Classes are fine. No, I haven't made any friends. What? Ada paused as if considering something, then she spoke again. What about Sansa? I mean, the princess, you two were childhood friends, right? Sansa. Unfortunately, her bond had been with Frey, not me. Everything's fine, we're classmates after all. Ada nodded, but her expression turned serious. Treat her well, Frey, that girl has been through a lot. I remained silent. I knew she had been kidnapped by the Ultras, but I didn't know the full details. Before I realized it, I found myself asking for more information. Ada hesitated. Since these details had never been made public, she wasn't sure if she should tell me. But in the end, she did. The princess was imprisoned for several months in one of the Ultras' prisons. According to her, she doesn't remember much before she was rescued, but based on her condition and the others who were with her. Ada trailed off before continuing. She was nothing but skin and bones when they found her. It seems they were starved nearly to death. I raised an eyebrow. Had a girl her age really endured something like that? I was about to speak, but I realized Ada wasn't finished. She sighed before continuing. The princess wasn't alone in that prison. With her were the emperor's second wife and several other important figures. When they reached the brink of starvation, some of them abandoned their humanity. A chilling thought crossed my mind. What do you mean? Ada fell silent for a moment before answering. I don't know all the details, but they killed each other. And ate each other. I froze. Sansa. Ada shook her head. She didn't. After examining her, they confirmed that she hadn't eaten anything for months. How she survived remains a mystery, but at the very least, she didn't lose her humanity. Treat her well, Frey. I'll see you later. With that, Ada ended the call, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Come to think of it, Sansa has always seemed thinner than the other girls. Who would have thought she had suffered through something like that? She had been kind enough to consider Frey, a friend. And that second healing potion, left by an anonymous sender, it had been hers. I confirmed it when I found her waiting for me earlier. Perhaps I was the reason she had suffered in the first place. No, there was no perhaps about it. I was responsible. I let out a dry chuckle. It seemed I wasn't the only one who had suffered. Compared to the Nightmare Lands, maybe the Ultra's prison had been even worse. I rose from my seat and headed to class. As the author of this world's tragedies, I was responsible for most of what had happened and what was yet to come. And yet I felt no guilt. I was simply that kind of person. But now I wasn't sure how to face that girl anymore. The rhythmic sound of tapping filled the classroom as Sophia swiftly wrote on the massive board before us. Today's lesson was about wave controllers. Since this was her area of expertise, she provided more information than usual. A week had already passed since I entered the temple. In that short time, I had experienced a lot, dealing with the Emperor's children, facing the protagonist of the story I had written, and navigating through the various types of lessons. This was one of the few classes where I remained fully attentive, and for two reasons. First, Sophia's explanations were concise and easy to grasp. Second, she was captivating. I need a woman like her by my side if I want to stay sane. I pushed down the irritating desires that came with my teenage body. I didn't want Sophia to notice anything unusual. Fortunately, the lesson ended before my thoughts could spiral any further. Sophia glanced at her watch before announcing, "All right, that's all for today. In an hour, you'll begin a new type of lesson, so make sure you're present." I checked the schedule to see what she meant, and it didn't take long for me to understand. Survival training. I recognized it instantly. After all, the instructor in charge was the biggest lunatic in the temple. As I idly adjusted my watch, a sudden caught my attention. I looked up along with everyone else to see what had happened. A familiar girl sat on the floor, her long purple hair slightly disheveled. Her glasses had fallen, Adriana. Standing in front of her was a lanky young man with green hair. If I wasn't mistaken, he was one of Ferreth's lackeys. B10 Jan Dover. Judging by the scene, they must have bumped into each other. Adriana, ever timid, immediately apologized and reached for her glasses. At that moment, Jan kicked them away. She froze, her gaze locked onto him in shock. With a sneer, he grabbed her by the hair and lifted her up. "You little whore, I barely tolerate your presence here, and now you have the audacity to stand in my way." Adriana clutched his arm, tears forming at the corners of her eyes as she pleaded for him to let go. "Shut up, filth, like you shouldn't even be here in the first place." His voice slithered like a serpent's hiss, and with his sharp features and gaunt frame, the resemblance was uncanny. I exhaled quietly as I observed from the sidelines. Here we go again. Classism and idiots like him existed everywhere. Every student in the elite class came from a Urfel background. They weren't on the level of the three great families, but families like Jan Dover's still held considerable influence, running some of the empire's most formidable guilds. Of course, there were exceptions. Take Snow Lionheart, the protagonist, for example. He was from a poor family, or as Jan would call them, commoners. But Jan would never dare to bully him. And the reason was simple. If he tried, Snow would grind his face into the dirt. Unfortunately, Adriana was a different story. She likely came from a modest background and somehow found herself surrounded by nobles. I recalled how she had run the moment she realized who I was, Frey Starlight. Her quiet sobs pulled me from my thoughts. In front of me was the classic scene of public humiliation. Jan continued to insult her, yanking at her hair so hard that strands of violet scattered in the air. She cried and apologized. I frowned. Fight back. That was what I wanted to tell her. She was stronger than him. With the exception of myself, the temple's ranking system was absolute. She was ranked 6th in Class B. She should have easily been able to take him down. Jan had likely orchestrated this entire encounter, bumping into her on purpose to stir up trouble. There was no reason for her to back down. And yet, no matter how long I waited, she did nothing. She just apologized and cried. Pathetic. I muttered under my breaths. Was she afraid of his family, or was she just a coward? Either way, I lost interest. But just as I was about to turn away, a blonde girl appeared behind Adriana. The moment Jan saw her, his expression changed. She took advantage of his hesitation. Take your filthy hands off her. Sansa reached out and lightly tapped Jan's shoulder. A simple touch. Yet an invisible force erupted from nowhere, sending him flying across the classroom and into the wall behind me. My eyes narrowed in intrigue as a black mist rose from her hand. I didn't quite understand what had happened. Can a wave controller even do something like that? Behind me, Jan struggled to his feet, visibly shaken. I laughed at the sight. He didn't dare move, his instincts telling him he was in over his head. Realizing the danger, he backed off without another word. Meanwhile, Sansa retrieved Adriana's glasses and helped her up. Adriana still trembled, especially upon realizing who had saved her. AOP Princess, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Sansa smiled, gently placing a hand on her shoulder to cut her off. It's fine, you're not the one who should be apologizing, and just Sansa is enough. Adriana frantically waved her hands in protest. And no, how could I possibly? Once again, she was interrupted as Sansa leaned in close, so close that their faces were nearly touching. Enough of that, I heard you ranked first in the theoretical exam. Is that true? Bookworm hesitated, clearly caught off guard by the sudden shift in topic. But she couldn't ignore the princess's question. She timidly nodded. Why, yes, that's right. That's amazing. Sansa grabbed her hands, laughing. How about studying together? I struggle with a lot of the theoretical lessons. From being bullied to receiving a study invitation from the princess. Adriana looked bewildered. It was probably too much for someone with a timid personality like hers, so she just kept nodding. Sansa seemed to have expected this reaction. She simply laughed and dragged Adriana out of the classroom. Perfect, let's be friends from now on. She deliberately emphasized the word friends before leaving, making it clear to everyone. Messing with Adriana was no longer an option. I sighed. Well, that was one way to deal with the situation. Though I didn't like it. This wouldn't change anything. Instead of standing up for herself, Adriana would now rely on someone else for protection. I was about to leave as well when a hushed conversation caught my attention. My enhanced senses picked it up whether I wanted to or not. What? Jan had returned to Ferreth's side. The two of them, along with Kyle Walker, made up Ferreth's entourage. Jan sat in sullen silence, muttering curses under his breath. Meanwhile, Ferreth was practically glowing. Kyle, confused by his good mood, asked absent-mindedly, "Ferreth, you seem happy." Still smirking, Ferreth kept his eyes on the door where Sansa had left. "Isn't she incredible?" Incredible, Jan and Kyle echoed, baffled. "The Princess Tilda." Ferreth seemed lost in his own world. Kind even to worthless commoners, breathtakingly beautiful, Urfel, and of the noblest bloodline. "A angel, she's a angel." Jan's expression darkened upon hearing those words. After all, she was the same person who had thrown him off before. Perhaps, to him, she really did seem like a demon. Meanwhile, the tank, Kyle, scratched his head, letting out another casual remark. "The most beautiful isn't the girl from the Moonlight family, the most beautiful." Ferreth's brows furrowed at that. "What's so beautiful about that machine? Don't compare that thing to an angel. She's perfect, the ultimate prize any man would dream of." Neither Kyle nor Jan dared to respond after Ferreth revealed his emotions so openly. On the other hand, a laugh burst from my lips as I overheard their childish conversation. So Ferreth had a crush on Sansa. What a deluded fool. That girl was completely out of his league. I laughed even harder at the way he described Saris. She was sitting at the front of the class, meaning she had definitely heard everything, which only made it funnier. Wait, could it be? Was Ferreth making such a fuss earlier because he realized how close I was to Sansa? The more I thought about it, the harder I laughed. How childish. Was this his way of proving himself to her by beating me, the person closest to her? At this point, I wasn't sure if he was just a fool, a child, or maybe both. My laughter clearly got under their skin, which explained why they were now rising from their seats and marching toward me. Unfortunately for them, I no longer saw them as people. Just a bunch of children throwing tantrums. Luckily, I didn't even have to deal with them. Just as the trio was about to reach me, two muscular figures bulldozed through them from behind. "Move aside, you morons." Ragnar and Danzo shouted as they plowed through Ferreth and his lackeys like a bowling ball scattering pins. The two of them stopped in front of me, and Danzo pointed directly at me. "Oi Frey, what do you say to a spar before the next class?" I stood up and nodded. "No problem." Ragnar's grin widened as he cracked his knuckles. "Perfect, this time I'm taking you down. I'd like to see you try." Without another word, I followed them to the nearest arena. This was becoming something of a routine, sparring with Dawn and Snow in the morning, and now with Danzo and Ragnar. Before I knew it, I was getting closer to them. It was good for my training, but I had been trying to avoid forming relationships. Yet that was proving to be difficult. After all, they were reflections of my real friends. I sighed, trailing behind them. Oh well. Inside one of the arenas, a muscular figure stood in the center, iron gloves covering his fists, while a shadow flickered around him at high speed. Danzo suddenly launched a punch, sending a Urfel aura wave surging toward me, but I dodged it effortlessly. I leaped forward, hurling myself at him. My sword was drenched in a terrifying amount of dark aura, but Danzo caught it barehanded, stopping it with brute force. He counterattacked, but I either evaded or parried each strike. Come to think of it, I heard you survived a full year in the Nightmare Lands. That true? Dodging a punch aimed at my face, I swiftly aimed at his torso. Yeah, though I was just lucky. With the back of his hand, Danzo knocked my sword aside before throwing another punch. Midst a storm of flying fists and black ease, I found myself locked in a brutal close-range battle. Luck, you're telling me you survived on luck? Not exactly. I was on the verge of death until I stumbled upon one of the ancient sects. I hid there for a year before returning once I was strong enough. One of my E's finally broke through his defenses, sending him skidding several meters back. But thanks to his absurdly tough body, he remained unscathed. He grinned as 4 aura-forged arms materialized around him. Not bad, looks like you're not as much of a sissy as you seem. I frowned, gripping my sword with both hands as a dark flame surged around me. Why do you guys keep calling me that, anyway? Danzo met his 6 fists together, unleashing a devastating shockwave in my direction. I'll tell you if you can block this. As you wish. I took a slow breath, focusing as the attack bore down on me. 10,000 steps of shadow, black cutter. Just before the crushing force could blast me out of the arena, I severed it with a single. Darkness tore through everything in its path, obliterating all obstacles, until I came to a stop, my blade hovering mere millimeters from his neck. I forced a smile. Is that enough? Danzo sighed from the other side. You're such a pain to deal with. At that moment, Ragna stepped onto the stage. I'm next. Danzo shook his head as he walked off. Can't believe I'm struggling against a sissy. I frowned. There you go again. What part of me looks like a sissy to you? Danzo gave me a deadpan look. Well, to be fair, you're actually sissy number 2. That other guy from Class A is number 1. Class A? Was he talking about Snow? Danzo sighed as he left the stage. Oh well, you two are prettier than most girls I know. How am I supposed to deal with that? I couldn't help but laugh as I turned to face Ragna. You're a weird guy. Our weapons clashed, sending sparks flying across the arena. Unintentionally, I had begun forming the very connections I had tried so hard to avoid. We got a contract, everyone. This is a huge milestone for the novel, and it's all thanks to you, the readers. Thank you all so much. You can now support the novel with gifts and golden tickets, alongside stones if you'd like. It's truly amazing. Now I'll leave you with the chapter. Frey Starlight Pav. I barely had time for a quick shower after my fight against the muscleheads, Ragna and Danzo. Unlike me, they had gone straight to class, unfazed by the idea of washing up. That left me sprinting through the halls to catch the next lesson. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. The classroom was unlike the others. It felt more like a museum. Artifacts, ancient scrolls, and even preserved monster corpses filled the space. Among the gathered students, I spotted my classmates from Class B, along with those from Class A, a reminder that this was a joint lesson. Just then Snow approached me. You finally decided to show up. You're late. I shrugged nonchalantly. The instructor isn't here yet, so I'd say I'm fine. Snow considered my reasoning before nodding. I suppose you're right. Smirking, I extended my hand. Tell me, how about a quick game of rock, paper, scissors? He frowned. Rock, paper, scissors, why? Just to pass the time. Snow eyed me suspiciously for a moment, but eventually gave in with a sigh. I don't see how this helps, but fine. His agreement brought a wide grin to my face. I had gotten what I wanted. Previously, when I dueled Saris in a friendly sword match and won, the system counted it as a legitimate victory and rewarded me with achievement points. That realization led me to an important conclusion. I didn't have to beat them in a real fight. I just had to win at anything, even something as trivial as this. I struggled to contain my excitement at the thought of earning 1,000 free achievement points. We raised our hands and called out in unison. Rock, paper, scissors. My grin vanished when I saw Snow pick rock while I had chosen scissors. Again. We went for another round. This time I was going to win. Rock, paper, scissors. I picked paper, Snow picked scissors. Again. A third round, a fourth, a fifth. You've got to be kidding me. I lost again. What the hell is going on? We kept playing and I kept losing. Again. I was about to restart when Snow stopped me. Afraid, I think that's enough. How long do you plan on playing? His words ped me back to reality. I had already lost 10 times. How the hell are you winning every round? As we joined the rest of the class, Snow answered casually. I can predict your moves. Predict them. My confidence wavered. If I couldn't even beat him in a simple game, how was I supposed to defeat him in a real fight? I regretted making him this strong. Meanwhile, the rest of the students explored the hall. One guy from Class A reached out to touch a statue, but before his fingers could graze its surface. Stop, don't you dare touch that. A sudden voice edged from above. An old man dropped from the ceiling, colliding with the Class A student and knocking him flat on his back. He immediately scrambled toward the statue, running his hands over it with excessive care. Statue containing over 90 aura and 10 other materials. A masterpiece discovered in the nightmare lands. There aren't many like it in this world. Your filthy hands have no right to touch it. He practically ed, hugging the statue as if it were a long-lost lover. I smacked my forehead. Man was a complete mess, grayish-white hair, a ridiculous mustache, sagging skin, short and wearing an expensive tuxedo that clashed entirely with his disheveled look. A chaotic disaster in human form. Everyone stared at him, unimpressed. Naturally, he noticed. He scanned the room, muttering under his breath as he counted. 1, 2, 3, 10, 21, wait, I shouldn't count myself. That makes 20 students. He let out a delighted laugh. Finally, a decent number of students. As he continued mumbling, the prince, Egon, stepped forward as the class representative. Excuse me, are you our instructor for this lesson? The old man frowned at Egon, leaning in uncomfortably close. And who do you think I am? Egon flinched at the bizarre behavior, taking a few steps back. My apologies, it's just that we were confused when we arrived and found no one here. More importantly, how had he even come from the ceiling? The old man stroked his mustache, ignoring Egon as he walked toward the front of the hall. What a dull way of speaking you have. Anyway, yes, I am your instructor for the most important lesson you'll ever take at this temple, survival arts. He gestured wildly, minging his fist against the wall. For years, fools have ignored my class. Barely anyone attended, all because of those idiots in administration. Why would they make my course an elective? I knew what he meant. Classes were divided into two types, mandatory and elective. Naturally, the latter gave students the choice of whether to attend or not. Listen up, Sprouts. I am Luca Bonatiro, your instructor. Do you know what we do here? A black-haired, bespectacled student from Class A muttered under his breath. Learn how to survive. Instructor Bonatiro immediately pointed at him with a sharp glare. Exactly. A pen materialized in his hand as he scribbled on the board. The eastern nightmare lands, the southern nightmare lands, the north, the demon sea, the skies once ruled by unknown creatures. Bonatiro met his pen against the board, his voice rising. The world is vast, filled with the unknown. You pampered brats sleep soundly within the tiny empire, but what if one day you find yourselves out there? What if you come face to face with the horrors lurking beyond these walls? You are nothing but a tiny fraction of this world. How will you save your sorry hides when you know nothing? Silence, no one dared speak. We all understood that anything we said would only backfire. Then he turned to me. Actually, I should correct myself. I watched as Bonatiro made his way toward me, pressing his face uncomfortably close. Our friend here survived an entire year in the nightmare lands. Tell me, what did you see, what did you face, what did you discover? His wittied stare bore into me. Instinctively, I stepped back. Seeing my reaction, the instructor paused. Talking about it must be difficult for you. We'll leave it for later. I frowned. Leave it for later. Was this crazy old man planning to corner me again? But he seemed to lose interest, quickly moving on. Listen up, Sprouts. Here, you will learn how to survive. From navigating the nightmare land's terrains to identifying monsters and dangers, from gathering food to staying alive and more. Bonatiro clenched his fist before motioning for us to follow. And we'll start with the basics, to the pool. Everyone frowned. The pool. We trailed behind Bonatiro in a disorderly line as he rambled on. Demon Sea has incredibly high density and an overwhelming amount of aura pressure, making movement difficult. So you'll be learning how to swim and fight under similar conditions. You are the elite, after all. Bonatiro pushed open the doors, revealing a massive hall with 3 enormous swimming pools. It looked like one of those world-class sports arenas from my previous life. He waved his hand lazily. You have 10 minutes to change and get ready. Move it, elite Sprouts. Just like that, the survival lesson had turned into a swimming class. I made my way to the changing room, feeling like we'd hit the beach episode way too early. The changing room was set up as if we were professional athletes, with our names marked on designated spots. My temple-issued blue swimwear was already waiting for me. I stripped down and pulled on the tight, short swimming trunks that had been provided. Damn it, there's nothing for the upper body. Something like that should have been included, but maybe, just maybe, it was removed on purpose, a convenient excuse to get a better look at our physiques. Where's the logic in that? As I muttered to myself, I suddenly felt several pairs of eyes on me. Turning around, I found everyone staring. What? I asked just as Ragna and Danzo stepped forward, their eyes locked onto my left arm. Man, you've got a tattoo. Oh, I had completely forgotten. Balerian's snake tattoo was fully exposed. That's sick, is it real? I frowned as they reached out. Don't get too touchy, guys, it's just a tattoo. I knew Balerion was impressive, but I was the only one allowed to touch him. From the side, Egon, who was still changing, chuckled. You never fail to surprise me, Frey Starlight. I sighed, making my way toward the exit. If you're that impressed, just get one yourselves. The boys filed out of the changing room, and the girls followed. Naturally, all eyes turned to them. They wore identical blue temple swimsuits, one-piece suits that highlighted their figures as they walked toward the pool. It was a sight to behold. Among them, Sarah's Moonlight stood out the most, that flawless, pale skin and perfectly sculpted figure. Some were so mesmerized that I could literally see Ferrith and his entourage drooling. I sighed and headed toward the first pool, where Bonatiro was waiting. I had to admit it was mildly amusing, but was all this excitement really necessary? I'd understand if it were Sophia wearing something like this, but a bunch of 17-year-olds, it wasn't that impressive. As the rest of the class gathered, my eyes wandered, catching sight of Sansa at the front. As expected of a leader. And yet, for some reason, I noticed something new. She's really thin. Her physique was decent, but compared to the other girls, she was noticeably slimmer. Ever since I heard her story from Ada, I had unconsciously started paying her more attention. I must have stared too long because Sansa met my gaze. Her expression immediately twisted into suspicion and mild disgust, a clear misunderstanding. I quickly looked away before things escalated. Luckily, the instructor resumed speaking. The lesson begins. This session will last for an hour. In front of you are 3 pools, Bonatiro began, gesturing dramatically. The first pool closely resembles water before the gate incident, almost no aura and minimal pressure. It's the easiest and best for beginners. He continued, standing in his expensive suit, looking comically out of place beside the pool. The second pool is infused with aura and has moderate pressure, considered an intermediate level. As for the third, he pointed toward it. That water comes directly from the Demon Sea. The aura pressure is extreme, making even basic movement a challenge. His sharp gaze scanned the students. You will all start with the first pool and work your way up. If you reach your limit, you may return to the first pool at any time. I will be monitoring your progress and evaluating your performance, so put in some effort. Now, the first 10 students step forward. Hearing that, I moved ahead, followed by Snow, Danzo, and Ragna. Ragna grinned. Let's turn this into a competition. Whoever reaches the third pool and stays in the longest wins. Danzo, always up for a challenge, immediately agreed. Snow gave a nonchalant nod. I shrugged. No harm in a little competition. With Bonatiro's signal, we dove in. The first pool. The water was slightly heavier than what I was used to in my previous world, but with my current body, it wasn't an issue. I surged through the water, causing a small commotion. The others followed suit. Before long, we finished the first pool and rushed toward the second. That's when disaster struck. Ragna, in his excitement, lost his footing on the slippery ground. He skidded forward, into Danzo, who in turn knocked into Snow and me. Damn it, watch your step. What the hell are you doing? The chain reaction caused a chaotic mess, prompting Bonatiro's wrath. You idiots, do you think this is a game? Take this seriously. His voice, reinforced with aura, was especially grating, forcing us to regain composure quickly. We dived into the second pool. The second pool. The difference was immediate. My movements slowed, and I felt the pressure against my body. Bonatiro floated above us, his hands clasped behind his back. To advance, you must complete 50 laps back and forth. Don't get too excited just because you finished the first one. A collective groan filled the air. Then everyone's aura exploded. A dark force enveloped my body as well. I shot forward like an arrow, piercing through the thick, jelly-like water. At some point, my body started burning from the exertion, but I couldn't stop, not with muscleheads like Danzo and Ragna ahead of me. After half an hour of relentless swimming, I finally completed the 50 laps. My muscles screamed in protest from the continuous exertion. Unfortunately, the 2 muscleheads, along with Snow, finished just a few seconds ahead of me. Lifting myself onto the pool's edge, I let out a deep breath. Man, that was exhausting. To my surprise, Danzo and Ragna immediately made their way toward the third pool. Danzo, clearly frustrated at coming in second behind Ragna, seemed eager to reclaim his pride. I sighed. Where the hell were they getting all this energy? I sat there, catching my breath, until a white-haired girl with black eyes approached and sat beside me. Hey, Frey. I turned. Klana, so you're here too. She nodded, kicking the water with her feet. Yeah, surprised. Not really, you are a swordswoman, so it makes sense for you to have decent physical strength. She nodded in agreement. True, but unlike you, I haven't finished the 50 laps yet. I barely made it halfway. Oh, then why are you sitting here? She shrugged. I can finish whenever I want, no rush. Really well, good for you then. I stared blankly ahead, only for Klana to suddenly grab my left arm. Look at you, Frey, where did you get this tattoo? I scowled when she touched it. Are you seriously doing this again? What if the same thing happens as before? This time she didn't panic. Instead, she laughed. We're surrounded by elite students, with the instructor right above us. I doubt you'll try anything reckless in this situation. Damn it, she had a point. Pulling my arm away, I distanced myself from her. Then don't touch me too much. Oh, come on, can't you at least tell me where you got it? Ignoring her, I stood up with a frown. None of your business, I'm leaving. Klana leaned back, smirking. You're really just gonna leave a hot lady all alone? I scoffed. What hot lady? I don't see one. Tuning out my cousin's antics, I made my way toward the third pool. Compared to the others, it was practically empty. Only 5 people were there, including me, Ragna, Danzo, Snow, and Dawn. 3 from Class B, 2 from Class A. Bonatiro strode through the air, his laughter echoing above us. You have 10 minutes to adjust to the water before I start attacking. Think of this as real combat training. I scowled. Bonatiro was an S-class awakened. Were we seriously expected to withstand his attacks while struggling against the crushing pressure of this water? I plunged into the third pool, only to be struck by an overwhelming force that threatened to drag me under. Immediately, I unleashed my full just to stay afloat and move. What is this water? I wasn't the only one struggling. The others were barely managing to keep themselves above the surface. Bonatiro, however, showed no mercy. With a flick of his finger, he smirked. Let's begin. A small sphere of water formed at his fingertip. Then it multiplied. Dozens of identical spheres hovered around him before launching toward us at breakneck speed. Panic set in. Everyone flailed in a desperate attempt to dodge. But it was useless. Several of the hardened water spheres met into me, sending sharp waves of pain through my body, like I had just been shot. I nearly lost control and sank. Shit. Bonatiro let out a manic laugh, hurling more water projectiles with increasing speed. Dance for me, little fish, move. The chaos in the pool had drawn a crowd. Onlookers gawked as we floundered under the relentless assault. You thought this was just a training session. Bonatiro's voice edged. This is only the beginning. Caught in the frenzy, we thrashed wildly, scrambling to evade the strikes of our lunatic instructor. At that moment, I seriously questioned why I even bothered showing up to this class. Author's note: a quick breakdown of the world's geography compared to our real world. The Empire is centered where Europe once was. The Arctic is now known as the Northern Nightmare Lands. Most of Asia has become the Eastern Nightmare Lands. Africa has transformed into the Southern Nightmare Lands. The Atlantic Ocean is now called the Demon Sea. The Americas have become the Ultras territories. Each Nightmare Land has its own unique terrain, creatures, and horrors. More details will be revealed in time. Bonatiro bombarded us with relentless attacks like a hail of bullets. We were nothing more than trapped rats in a cage, pelted with stones. Worse still was the cursed water. I could feel it pressing down on me, as if trying to crush me. Over 10 minutes had passed under this merciless assault. Despite our pitiful state and that lunatic professor's clear enjoyment of our suffering, I had to admit, perhaps this training had its merits after all. Under constant pressure, my body gradually adapted to the harsh environment. My combat instincts sharpened, my movements became more refined, and my body responded better. I wasn't the only one. Others like Snow had experienced the same. We had even started dodging some of the attacks. At this point, the third pool held 7 of us. Along with the original 5, Prince Egon and Saris Moonlight had joined. I wasn't surprised by the prince's arrival, but Saris was another story. Her physique should have been weaker than the others, given her role as a wave controller, yet here she was, outperforming even the duelists. Then again, she was cheating. Her primary affinity was water, which explained why Bonatiro's attacks stopped just centimeters from her body. Clicking my tongue, I made up my mind. I've had enough of this nonsense. I climbed out of the massive third pool and made my way back to the second. Bonatiro let out a laugh. What's the matter, Starlight? Is that all you've got? I waved a hand dismissively. Yeah, I had seen enough. Returning to the second pool, I found the others still struggling to complete their 50 laps. I sat at the edge, watching them push forward. Most of those here were either the weakest participants or long-range fighters who had never prioritized physical endurance. My gaze landed on Ferrith and his entourage. Kyle Walker had already finished the second pool, which was expected given his formidable build, yet he hadn't moved forward. It seemed he was waiting for Ferrith and Jan. On the other hand, Evan Sunlight was waiting for his sister, Scarrate. I let out a sigh. What's the point of waiting for each other? This isn't a team competition. Regardless, I no longer cared about this session. With less than 10 minutes left, I decided to relax. It was a pool after all. As my mind drifted, my gaze landed on Sansa. She was with Adriana. My mouth slightly opened in surprise as I watched the bookworm Adriana thrash through the water like a gorilla, causing a ridiculous amount of commotion. What's her class again? Was she actually a close-range fighter? Today was full of surprises. Sansa, on the other hand, was visibly struggling. The trembling in her arms, her labored breaths, the way her face tightened in sheer determination to finish the task. She's completely out of stamina. At some point, her body simply stopped responding. I could tell she was about to sink. What are you doing? Huh? Before I even processed it, I had already reached her, my hand gripping her arm. Ignoring her question, I pulled her out of the water. I'll help you. Thanks, but I don't need your help. Even as she rejected my assistance, I tightened my grip and continued dragging her toward the edge. Too late, I already jumped in. I avoided making eye contact as much as possible. Why had I even jumped in to help her? Was it pity after hearing her story? Did I feel responsible for what happened to her? No, it wasn't that. I knew what kind of person I was. Then why? Within seconds, I had pulled her out of the pool. We both sat at the edge, silence stretching between us. I didn't know what to say, so I said nothing. Beside me, she couldn't hide her exhaustion. Her breaths came in heavy S, her body trembling slightly. For a brief moment, our eyes met. Then she let out a dry, sarcastic laugh. What a gentleman. Your words don't match your expression. Sansa sighed. Of course not. I know what kind of person you are, after all. Even I don't understand myself anymore. How would you? She smiled as she got to her feet. I know, thanks for your concern, Frey, but I don't need your pity. Pity. She nodded. Yes, I have a gift, Frey, or maybe it's a curse, seems you've forgotten. She clasped her hands behind her back in an almost delicate manner, taking slow steps away. I can read people's emotions just from their facial expressions, and your face, every time our eyes met, it showed pity. What I've been through made me who I am today. It made me stronger, so I don't need your pity, nor your help, yours or anyone else's. She gave me one last fleeting smile before heading back to Adriana, leaving me with a final, teasing remark. By the way, nice tattoo. What? With her gone, I sighed and ran a hand through my hair. What the hell is wrong with me? Since when did I become the type of person who pities others? The only one who deserves pity here is me. I needed to focus on what mattered. Running my hand over my face, I muttered to myself. Did my face really show pity? Wait, is that why she was angry when I confessed before? Did she realize I hadn't meant it? Did she think I was just toying with her? I should stay away from that girl. At that moment, I mentally placed Sansa in the same category as Cerys. What? The session ended, and everyone gathered at the entrance, slipping back into their temple robes after a quick bath. Bonatiro was scribbling furiously on a small board, his excitement obvious. Previously, he had handed out reports detailing our physical states, abilities, weaknesses, and areas for improvement. I had no idea when he had even written all of that. Now, according to him, he was finalizing the rankings to determine the winner, or, as he called it, the MVP of the session. At last, he smacked the board and shouted, "All right, come check your rankings." I wasn't particularly interested, but I activated Hawk's Eye to scan for my name from where I stood. Survival Arts, Session 1. Rankings. 1 Danzo B4. 2 Ragna Cloud B3. 3 Snow Lionheart A1. 4 Dawn Polaris A4. 5 Frey Starlight B9. What? 19 Sansa Valerian B9. 5th Blaze That made sense. I had given up in the final minutes. Danzo was celebrating loudly after making a remontada against Ragna, who looked dejected. But honestly, they had every right to be proud. Even if it was just through sheer physical ability, they had beaten the protagonist. As the others erupted into chatter, Bonatiro leaned in closer to his board, scanning it carefully. 1, 2, 3, 19. His expression darkened as he muttered, 19. It didn't take long to realize someone was missing. Bonatiro clutched his head, his frustration boiling over. Where is the 20th student? A quick process of elimination revealed the culprit. Ghost Umbra A2. I couldn't hold back a laugh as I pieced it together. Bonatiro, on the other hand, was losing his mind. Ghost, that sneaky bastard, he had slipped away the moment we left the ancient hall. Even Bonatiro hadn't noticed his disappearance. Ignoring the professor's outburst, I turned and walked away. As expected of the son of the strongest assassin. The rest of the day was uneventful, another class with Sophia, who announced that our first exams were already approaching. The temple fostered a fiercely competitive environment, especially for elite students. Weekly exams, both physical and theoretical, were mandatory. I wasn't concerned about the physical test, but the theoretical one that was another matter entirely. As I mulled over the upcoming exam, a sudden, inexplicable sense of danger crept over me. It only took moments to realize why. Just as I was about to turn at the end of the hallway, a man in a hooded cloak appeared out of nowhere. For some reason, I hadn't sensed his presence until the very last second, causing me to collide with him. Yet the moment I was about to touch him, he vanished, only to reappear behind me in an instant. An invisible force gripped my body, keeping me from falling. I frowned, unable to identify the nature of this Are you all right? Hearing his voice, I took a proper look at his face, and my frown deepened. A man in his 40s, still maintaining a sharp, handsome appearance with neatly combed brown hair and piercing crimson eyes that darkened toward black features I recognized all too well. I forced a polite smile as I met his gaze. My apologies, I wasn't paying attention. Haha, be careful, kid. If you don't watch your step, you never know what kind of monsters you'll run into. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. He patted my shoulder before walking away, leaving me behind. No worries, kid, just be careful from now on. The moment he disappeared completely, the fake smile I wore collapsed, and a chilling bloodlust spread through me. Kailuk, Grand Sorcerer of the Temple, we meet sooner than I expected. I rolled my shoulders before continuing on my way. Sorcerers were a rare existence. They studied separately from us within the temple, and we wouldn't be sharing classes until our second year. That bastard was the temple's Grand Sorcerer, and the primary cause of the disaster that would strike 3 weeks from now. I need an anti-magic defense, fast. I hurried back to my room, removed my jacket, and carefully placed it on the desk. Hawk's eye. Activating my full visual capabilities, I inspected the spot where that bastard had touched me. Within moments, dark sparks flickered over my uniform. That bastard. In just a brief encounter, with nothing more than a pat on the shoulder, he had already cursed me. Kailuk, an S-rank sorcerer and a contracted demon host. Barely visible threads of aura in his presence had allowed me to detect his incantation. I had no idea what kind of effect this curse had, but I needed to get rid of it immediately. Demonic aura wasn't easily dispelled. You either had to be stronger than the caster to destroy it, or you had to visit the church for purification, which was out of the question. The last thing I wanted was to step foot into a place filled with hypocrites. Fortunately, I had a third option. Opening my laptop, I quickly searched for what I needed. Instant Demonic Curse Purifier, single use cost, 500 achievement points. Current achievement points, 6,200. Tuzg. I had no choice. I purchased the purifier. Normally, it would cost more, but I had limited it to a single-use effect to make it cheaper. White aura enveloped my left hand as I pressed it against the cursed spot. The dark energy resisted briefly before disintegrating entirely. I exhaled slowly. All that from a simple bump, don't worry, Kailuk, I always return the favor. A wasted 500 achievement points. I changed into fresh clothes and left my room. That night, I roamed the elite dormitories completely naked. The next morning, dressed casually in black sweatpants and a hoodie, I left my room. I covered my face as I recalled the events of the previous night. When night fell, I stripped down and activated Phantom Step. Smoothly, I infiltrated the elite dorms, only to be overwhelmed with embarrassment as I strolled stark naked through the corridors. Just when I thought I would slip by unnoticed, a girl appeared out of nowhere. Thankfully, I reacted quickly enough to escape before she could see my face, but in return, I didn't get a look at hers either. All I remembered was the sound of her screaming. Damn it. There were probably already rumors about a naked man wandering the dorms last night. I pushed aside my embarrassment and focused on what truly mattered, achievement points. Today was important. For the first time in over a week, I would be leaving the temple. But not for leisure. The first practical exam was today. When I reached the temple gate, I spotted a young man with white hair and golden eyes. He wore a white jacket over black pants, his sharp features making him stand out no matter what he wore. A girl with black hair was chatting beside him. From the way he barely tolerated her presence, I could tell he was struggling. Deciding to help, I approached Snow. The moment he noticed me, he interrupted the girl mid-sentence. "You're finally here, Frey. How's it going?" I waved nonchalantly before glancing at the black-haired girl. "First time we've met, Frey Starlight." "Yeah, and you are." Even though I knew exactly who she was, I feigned ignorance. "Lara Croft. Nice to meet you. Can't say the same about you." "Excuse me." I raised a brow, but she simply turned her head away. "Nothing." She had just mocked me. Behind her, Snow gave me an apologetic look. I sighed and let it slide. "What were you two talking about?" Snow sighed. "Nothing, Lara was just saying some weird things." At that, Lara immediately ped. "You still don't believe me, I swear I saw it." Her words piqued my curiosity. "Saw what?" Her next words sent a chill down my spine. "There was a naked man wandering the elite dorms last night. I saw him with my own eyes." I turned my head immediately. Shit. The girl I had encountered last night was Lara Croft. Snow, having heard this a dozen times already, sighed. "A naked man in the elite dorms. Well, you're an archer, so you have good eyesight. Did you see his face?" Lara mumbled. "It was dark and he was too fast." Snow clearly didn't believe her, which only frustrated her more. Meanwhile, I tried to distance myself from the conversation as much as possible. At this point, Lara was losing her patience. She was still just a kid. Naturally, she'd get upset when no one believed her. "Why won't you believe me? You know I wouldn't lie to you." "I never said you were lying, but you must have misunderstood something, or maybe you imagined it." "Cold." Hearing his flat response, Lara's lips trembled before she yelled. "I saw him clearly. I even got a look at his dick." Oh dear God. If I could see my own face in a mirror right now, I might just laugh at myself. "She saw what?" Even after that, Snow remained unfazed, which only angered her further. She stormed off toward the gathering area. "Snow, you're an idiot." Snow sighed. "What's her problem? Do you actually believe what she said?" "Frey." He turned to me, pinging me out of my daze. I nodded vaguely. "Ah yeah, she's probably just imagining things." Of course, I mean, how many first years could move fast enough to escape an archer's sight? Me, Ghost, maybe the prince, and you. The moment I heard his reasoning, I walked off immediately. "Let's go, enough nonsense, we'll be late for the exam." Cursing internally, I left with Snow. "Mother, my dignity has been compromised." Reaching the gathering point took only a few minutes. Both Class A and Class B were already assembled, waiting in silence. At the front stood Sophia, clad in tight jeans and a crisp white shirt tucked neatly inside, making her look particularly striking. I subtly distanced myself from Snow, wary that he might figure out what I had done last night, and blended in with my classmates from Class B. "Everyone get ready, we leave in 10 minutes. The moment Sophia made her announcement, a hush fell over the crowd. No one knew our destination, except for me, of course. A few minutes later, a massive bus pulled up beside the gate. It was one of those high-end luxury buses you'd only see at major airports in my previous world, except this one was far more advanced. The vehicle's exterior was decorated with the image of 2 football players, while the word "goal" was boldly printed along its side. I frowned, failing to recognize the players. Then it hit me, more than 300 years had passed since the gate catastrophe. So no Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi in this world. Yet another reason to return to my own world as soon as possible. How could I live in a place where the Don was nothing more than a forgotten name? All right, everyone, board according to your ranking. Most students were dressed in either the temple's sportswear or combat gear, except for a few who seemed to think this was some kind of vacation rather than a test. Naturally, I belonged to that last group. The moment we stepped inside, we were struck by the sheer luxury of the interior. I dropped into my assigned seat and immediately sank into the plush leather cushions. My entire body relaxed, melting into the comfort. Damn, I could live in a bus like this. As I was settling in, a scoff came from nearby. Turning my head, I spotted Ferrith and his entourage seated close by. Understandable, given our similar rankings. It seemed the lesson from last time hadn't been enough for them. I made a mental note to deal with them later. For now, I'll just ignore them. I closed my eyes, trying to get some rest. The trip would take a while after all. At the front of the bus, Sophia remained seated, sifting through some papers, when Prince Egon approached her, clearly hoping to get a hint about the test. "Miss Sophia, may I ask where we're headed?" She barely spared him a glance before responding indifferently. "Nightmare Lands." 2 words, yet their weight sent a ripple of fear through the bus. "The Nightmare Lands, did I hear that correctly?" "Yes, you may return to your seat now, student Egon Valerian." Sophia's tone left no room for further questions. A tense silence spread among the students. Jan Dover, in particular, couldn't hide his fear, his entire body trembling. What caught my attention, however, was Ferrith's reaction, completely calm. Some students were smart enough to realize that the temple wouldn't recklessly endanger the elite, deducing that Sophia had left out key details. But Ferrith, where did he get that confidence? Not that I cared much. The temple was located near the capital, Belgrade. Right now, we were heading toward the Aklas Mountains. Specifically, the lands belonged to the Starlight family. There was no way I'd miss the chance to sleep on these heavenly seats. Or so I thought. Ahead of me sat the 2 maniacs, Danzo and Ragna, who refused to shut up for even a second. And after hearing our destination, they unleashed a relentless barrage of questions, knowing I had survived there for an entire year. What kind of monsters are there? Are they strong? What do the Nightmare Lands look like? For every answer I gave, 10 more questions followed. I buried my face in my seat. Just let me sleep. After what felt like an eternity, we finally arrived at our destination. The journey had lasted several hours, with the bus escorted by 4 armored vehicles flanking us on all sides. Thanks to this, we never had to stop along the way. Unfortunately, I never got the sleep I wanted. Stepping off the bus lazily, I surveyed the surroundings. We had stopped at the edge of an empty road. Ahead of us stretched a vast green forest, extending as far as the eye could see, ending at the base of towering mountains in the distance. The Aklas Mountains. At that moment, Sophia called for everyone to gather. Beside her stood a middle-aged man with white hair and piercing green eyes. "Allow me to introduce you, Eamon Starlight. He will be one of the supervisors for this test." After Sophia's introduction, Eamon stepped forward. "The test is simple. You all recognize the forest before you, correct?" The answer was obvious. "The Nightmare Lands." Eamon nodded before continuing. "First, hand over your smartwatches and take these instead." He gestured toward a box Sophia was holding, containing 20 sleek, black rectangular watches. One by one, we surrendered our smartwatches and strapped on the new ones. The moment I put mine on, a number appeared on the screen. 0 meters. Most of the students had no clue what it meant until Eamon explained. "The name of this test is Reaching the Goal. These watches will track the distance you cover. Before you lies the Nightmare Lands. The Starlight family has cleared this entire forest, up to the distant mountains. You've eliminated the strongest monsters, leaving only those at your level to create a suitable environment for this test." Eamon waved his hand, summoning a translucent screen displaying various locations within the forest. "Is Sophia the temple instructors, and I will be monitoring you in case of emergencies. However, keep in mind, this is still the Nightmare Lands. Despite our efforts, we don't know what might unexpectedly appear. Stay vigilant and reach the goal." Testing his words, I took a few steps away from the bus. Immediately, the number on my watch changed. 4 meters. So that's how it works. This time, Sophia stepped forward. "Points will be awarded based on performance. You are competing for yourselves and for your classes. The closer you are to the goal, the more points you earn. If a student is eliminated, their class will lose 50 points per person, so be careful. You have 2 hours to complete the test. Good luck." It seemed Sophia was in charge of the exam. Now that it had become a competition between classes, Class A and Class B immediately split apart. In Class B, we gathered around Sansa and Saris. Sansa was the well-liked leader, while Saris was the strongest among us. Naturally, I stayed as far away from them as possible. The two began strategizing. "Should we move as a group?" Sansa asked. Saris shook her head. "I don't think that's a good idea." "Why not?" Saris scanned the group before answering. "Speed is key. If we move as one, some will slow us down, and we're not all on the same level." Her reasoning was sound. The muscular brutes like Danzo and Ragnar nodded in agreement, while others, like Adriana, frowned. Sansa hesitated before voicing her concern. Are you suggesting we go solo? What if Class A attacks us? Valid point. The nightmare creatures weren't necessarily our only enemies. Class A could very well target us. Saris nodded, unfazed. Exactly, that's why we'll move in pairs. Pairs. 2 people of similar strength per team. That way, we can defend ourselves without being slowed down. As expected of Saris, she devised the most efficient plan. No one objected. Sansa was about to finalize the decision when Danzo and Ragna suddenly grinned like maniacs and bolted into the forest. Fuck that, we'll be the first to reach the goal. Like unstoppable tanks, they plowed through trees, creating a massive commotion. Seeing this, Class A panicked and immediately mobilized as well. All plans were thrown into the trash as everyone rushed into the forest. Each person chose their partner and prepared to move. At that moment, Saris took off alongside Klana, who seemed to be her chosen partner. A massive pair of white wings formed from ice behind Saris, making her look like an angel. Everyone was stunned as she soared into the sky. That's cheating, she's giving herself an unfair advantage. Scarite Sunlight's voice rang out from the side. Saris didn't bother responding and simply kept descending, until Amon Starlight suddenly appeared above her. I forgot to mention, try not to fly too high. After all, we purified the land, not the sky. Who knows what might show up if you go too far up. Hearing that, Saris reluctantly nodded and descended. In that case, I'll just fly between the trees. She was about to put her plan into action when a massive fireball struck her left wing, sending her back to the ground. From between the trees, Scarite emerged, flames surging violently around her arms. And where do you think you're going, Miss Moonlight? Saris dismissed her wings as she landed, facing Scarite with an impassive expression. Scarite, I should have expected this. Behind Scarite, dozens of fiery spheres materialized, each radiating immense heat. The orb spun violently before unleashing a barrage of scorching rays at Saris. You're staying here to have some fun with me. Seeing the oncoming flames, Saris simply waved her hand. Instantly, a massive ice wall rose, blocking all the attacks. I don't have time to waste on you. In her palm, a cold, pale blue flame ignited, an eerie fire that froze everything in its path. The frozen blaze flared wildly as it surged towards Scarite. Knowing better than to take the attack lightly, Scarite conjured an intense inferno, the heat escalating to the point where her flames turned blue. With both unleashing their at full force, fire and frost collided, triggering a massive explosion that shook the forest, a clear display of the destructive of 2 wave controllers. Within seconds, Klana appeared beside Saris, while Evan stepped in to support his sister. A fierce battle broke out between them, both wielding their swords. The test had officially begun. I, on the other hand, remained standing near the bus, right in front of Ferrith and his lackeys. Earlier, everyone had picked their partners. Ragna with Danzo, Saris with Klana, Sansa with Adriana. I was particularly surprised to see Adriana carrying a spear. Turns out she was a spear wielder after all. Anyway, since everyone else had already paired up, I was left alone with Ferrith's goons. Kyle Walker scowled. What are we supposed to do now? I don't want to team up with him. Neither do I, Jan muttered. I sighed. You guys do realize I can hear you, right? Deciding to put an end to their whining, I ped my hands to get their attention. No need to form teams, guys. You can go ahead, I'll move on my own. Both Kyle and Jean's eyes lit up. For real? I nodded. Yeah. Ferrith, who had been silent until now, frowned. Frey, what are you up to? I shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing, you 3 have known each other for a long time. It only makes sense for you to form a team together. And you? I let out another sigh. Why are they so persistent? Just leave already. I'm used to working alone, I'll be fine. Jan leaned in to whisper to Ferrith. This is great, boss. If we leave him behind, he won't get many points. That way we kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In the end, Ferrith reluctantly agreed, and the 3 fools finally took off. I turned my attention to the forest ahead. Everyone was occupied. Some were charging through the trees, while others were already fighting each other. They were all so busy. I smirked. Perfect. My watch indicated I had only moved 5 meters. Calmly, I walked back. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. 0. I climbed into the bus and returned to my seat. Stretching out comfortably, I grinned. Finally, I can sleep. Just then, Sophia boarded the bus, looking surprised. Frey Starlight, are you giving up on the test? I shook my head. Nope. Then why are you still here? I turned to her with a smirk. You told us to reach the goal, not to enter Nightmare Land. Sophia blinked before chuckling in amusement. Clever, very clever, phrase Starlight. Closing my eyes, I relished in my own brilliance. I wasn't clever, I was just a cheater. After all, I was the one who created this test. I drifted off to sleep, ignoring everything else. And if someone happened to glance inside the bus from the outside, they'd see me resting peacefully under the bold letters painted across its side. Goal. The goal was right here, you idiots. Time remaining for the test, 1:34:55. Explosions thundered through the vast forest. Students were scattered chaotically, each racing to cover as much ground as possible. At the forefront, Danzo and Ragna bulldozed through anything in their way. Strange creatures occasionally emerged from the shadows, but none were strong enough to slow them down. Danzo crushed the skull of a nightmare creature, a goblin-like being, only taller, before glancing at his watch. Distance 32-20 meters. Looks like we're leading the pack. Danzo called out, grinning as Ragna smirked. Let's keep moving, the others could catch up at any moment. The two had been running nonstop for nearly half an hour. Even in battle, they never halted, giving them a significant edge. Let's pick up the pace. Got it. Like unstoppable war machines, the two blazed ahead, widening the gap between themselves and the others. Meanwhile, farther back, a girl with violet hair found herself surrounded by 5 towering goblin-like creatures. Beasts lashed out with their long, razor-sharp limbs, aiming to tear her apart, but the moment they entered her range, she cut them down with a single strike of her spear. Wind gathered at the tip of her weapon, amplifying its as Adriana lunged forward, eviscerating the monsters with lightning-fast precision. In an instant, all 5 were annihilated. She retracted her spear and let out a relieved breath, believing the fight was over. But just then, a goblin lunged from above, using the trees as cover for a surprise attack. It had waited for Adriana to lower her guard, seizing the perfect moment for a fatal strike. The creature thought it had succeeded, until it realized its body had been cleaved clean in 2. Blue blood and entrails turred across the ground. Adriana, how many times do I have to tell you not to leave your guard open? A calm voice spoke from behind her. Adriana turned to see Sansa standing there, her palm still outstretched. Still in shock, Adriana struggled to process what had just happened. Sansa, was that you? Sansa sighed as she stepped up beside Adriana. Who else? That was incredible. Adriana's admiration was genuine. She hadn't even seen the attack, let alone reacted to it. The fact that Sansa had struck so effortlessly proved she was no ordinary opponent. Incredible, what are you talking about? You're the incredible one. You took them down yourself. Unlike Ragnar and Danzo, who charged recklessly ahead, Sansa and Adriana moved at a steady pace, simply walking. It wasn't anything special. Unused to compliments, Adriana shrank slightly, embarrassed. You're strong, Adriana, but sometimes you need to fight for yourself. Hearing Sansa's words, Adriana lowered her head. Praise had always flustered her. In truth, she was shy about almost everything. After a while, the two stopped to rest. They checked the watches on their wrists, revealing the distance they had covered. Distance 950 meters. I'm sorry you have to keep stopping because of me. Sansa apologized sincerely, but Adriana quickly waved her hands. No, don't apologize, we're doing fine. Besides, it's only natural since you're a wave controller. Sansa, still catching her breath, muttered under her breath. Even a wave controller shouldn't be this weak. Adriana remained silent, patiently waiting for Sansa to recover. By now, everyone knew about Sansa's poor stamina. The reason was obvious. The two sat beneath a tree, silence settling over them, until suddenly everything changed. Sansa sensed a surge of energy hurtling toward them. She reacted instantly. A split second later, a devastating bolt of lightning obliterated the spot where they had been sitting. A young man emerged from the trees, golden eyes gleaming beneath tousled blonde hair. He laughed, arcs of electricity crackling over his sword. Well, if it isn't my dear sister. Sansa's expression darkened the moment she saw him. Egon, what a surprise to run into you here. Forcing a smile, Sansa faced her brother. A surprise I find that hard to believe. You know me too well. Egon lazily swung his sword. Even that careless motion sent a bolt of lightning surging toward Sansa. In an instant, Adriana stepped forward. She gathered an immense amount of wind aura at the tip of her spear and stabbed forward, deflecting the attack. Adriana, the shy one, since when did you become so brave? Egon laughed as he dashed toward them, completely unfazed by the 2v1 disadvantage. Sansa, of course, didn't just stand by. Black mist gathered around her arm before she raised her palm. Sensing danger, Egon threw himself to the side, narrowly dodging. Behind him, a massive scar carved through the trunk of a colossal tree, toppling it in an instant. Seems like you've got some dangerous attacks. Egon steadied himself, while Sansa's expression darkened. Adriana was watching in astonishment. Once again, she hadn't seen Sansa's attack at all. Sansa stepped back. Adriana, focus on the enemy in front of you. Hearing Sansa's sharp tone, Adriana paid back to attention, gripping her spear tightly. Listen carefully, we have the advantage. We can take him down. Understood. Adriana wasn't naive. She understood exactly what Sansa meant. One was a spear wielder. The other was a wave controller. Together, they made an almost unbeatable team. Adriana lunged first, her wind-enhanced spear streaking toward Egon. He blocked effortlessly, but before he could counter, he felt another attack coming. He barely managed to dodge. Once again, a deep scar carved into the ground where he had stood. If I take one of those hits directly, I'll be out. Egon chuckled, keeping up his defenses. Sansa was stronger than expected. Even with his enhanced lightning reflexes, he could barely dodge her attacks. He couldn't see them at all. Keep up the pressure. Egon found himself drowning in relentless attacks, close range and long range alike. And yet, that grin never left his face. Meanwhile, in the most chaotic battlefield, Scarrate's sunlight gritted her teeth, exhaustion washing over her like never before. At first, fire and ice had been evenly matched. But now she could barely hold her ground. The overwhelming frost devoured her flames, sapping away their strength. Dozens of massive ice swords and spears floated around Cerys, shimmering with an almost blinding brilliance. Then all at once, they shot toward Scarrate. Her celestial orbs had already shattered. Her flames were being smothered. She knew she wouldn't survive if she took this head-on. So she unleashed everything. Skill flame cage. A whirlwind of blue fire spun around her, forming a dome to block the oncoming barrage. Ice melted at an alarming rate, steam flooding the air and creating a thick mist. Somehow she managed to hold off Cerys's assault, but she was now ing for breath, struggling to think. She needed a way to turn the tables. Damn it, I won't lose to her, not again. But as she clenched her fists, she realized her legs were freezing over. What? No. She tried to burn through the ice, but Cerys's cold voice silenced her. It's over, Scarrate. Scarrate looked up, and what she saw made her blood run cold. Above Cerys, a colossal ice spear loomed, blotting out the sky. Without hesitation, Cerys hurled it down. Scarrate could only stand there, staring in shock at the devastating attack descending upon her. Evan was locked in battle against Klana. Both were exceptional duelists, making them well-matched opponents. Evan's sunlight wielded a sword engulfed in flames, while Klana's blade radiated a blinding white light. From afar, the battlefield was a spectacle of red and white streaks colliding in midair. Each clash of their swords sent ripples of aura surging through the surroundings. Evan held the advantage in raw strength and endurance, whereas Klana was faster and more technically refined. Their duel reached a deadlock. Then in a split second, everything changed. A massive surge of aura erupted from nearby, pressing down on both fighters with overwhelming force. Their eyes widened as they turned, only to see a towering ice spear in the distance. Evan's heart clenched in panic. He spun around, shouting, Scar! Klana wasn't about to waste this golden opportunity. For the first time, her opponent had let his guard down. A terrifying surge of light aura erupted around her as she prepared to unleash her most fearful strike. 3 radiant stars shimmered around her heart, marking her as a third-stage Stardust user. Stardust Northern Star. Klana's foot met into the ground as she shot forward, becoming a streak of blinding white light. Damn it! Evan cursed, raising his sword in a desperate attempt to block, but she was too fast. Too late. Her radiant blade struck, engulfing Evan completely, threatening to cleave through his chest. But just before the blade could pierce his skin, a strange light wrapped around his body, then he vanished. At the same moment, Scarrate was enveloped in the same glow before the colossal ice spear ed into the ground, burying her beneath its sheer force. For a moment, neither Cerys nor Klana understood what had happened, but then a mechanical voice echoed across the battlefield. Fatal strike. Fatal strike. Garrett's Sunlight A5 and Evan's Sunlight A6 have been eliminated. High above, atop a mountain watchtower, two figures materialized behind Iman Starlight, the test overseer. He chuckled at the sight of them. Well, that was unlucky for you. Evan and Scar frowned in unison. Amidst the battlefield's destruction, Saris and Klana regrouped. Well done back there, thanks to you, I managed to finish him off, Klana remarked with a smirk. Saris gave a silent nod as she checked her watch. Distance 500 meters. Her expression tightened as her wings unfurled once more. We need to move. Got it. The two girls surged forward, racing against time. Our situation isn't bad. We've taken out two of their strongest fighters. It's too soon to celebrate. We have no idea what could happen next. Klana scowled at Saris's pessimism. Can't you be a little positive for once? Saris didn't bother answering. Then once again the mechanical voice rang out. Fatal strike. Fatal strike. Sansa Valerian B2 and Adriana Hygiforn B6 have been eliminated. The announcement struck like a thunderclap. Even Saris was taken aback. What the hell are they doing? Klana muttered. Saris's expression darkened. Adriana was one thing, but for Sansa to be eliminated this quickly. We need to move faster. Just when Class B had gained the upper hand, Class A had flipped the tables. Aegon Valerian stood amidst a massive crater. Everything around him lay in ruins. Deep gashes covered his body, yet strangely, his wounds were healing before the eye. That was rough. Still grinning, Aegon waved toward the tree line. A short girl with green hair and a childlike face hesitantly emerged. Her voice trembled. Did we win? Yeah, you did great, Emilia. She nodded and approached him. As she did, his wounds began healing at an accelerated rate, bathed in a soothing green glow. Within moments, Aegon was back to peak condition. As expected of the church's saint candidate, your is no joke. Emilia Atarax A8, the only healer in the elite class. Even Aegon had struggled against the princess and her companion, but with Emilia's support, victory was his. Yet as he flexed his hand, a faint shiver ran down his arm. What was that feeling? Earlier he had overpowered Adriana and launched a relentless assault on Sansa. As their duel dragged on, he finally noticed the true nature of her attacks, blades of pure shadow. In the end, he deflected them and closed in, his sword an inch from her throat. But at the last moment, her eyes turned pitch black. Aegon's instincts screamed danger. For an instant, he was certain she would turn the fight around, but then nothing happened. He pushed the thought aside and gestured to Emilia. Let's move. Elsewhere, Ferreth's faction had eliminated Aaron Smith A10 and Thomas Newt A9. One was a swordsman, the other a wave controller. Yet Ferreth's trio crushed them effortlessly. That was incredible, boss. You're getting stronger. Yeah, you took them down solo. Jan and Kyle were ecstatic, but Ferreth wasn't. Shut up. His sharp tone made them flinch. Ferreth checked his watch. Distance 4,800 meters. Time remaining 57:50. 57 minutes left. His jaw tightened. Who the hell took out Sansa? Lately, Ferreth had been acting strange. He was usually composed, but at the mere mention of Sansa, his mood would shift entirely. Jan and Kyle exchanged glances. Neither of them understood love. At the front lines, Danzo and Ragna sprinted forward. They had been running for an hour. Even their monstrous stamina was wearing thin. Ragna checked his watch. Distance 6,400 meters. Time remaining 50 minutes. Damn it, how much longer? Danzo growled. We're close, Ragna muttered. We're nearing the mountain's edge. Let's hope so. Too focused on moving forward, they failed to notice the danger lurking beneath them. Suddenly, their shadows darkened. A head emerged from the blackness, its abyssal eyes locking onto them. Danzo and Ragna, seasoned warriors, immediately sensed something was wrong. They spun around, ready to fight. But what happened next was beyond comprehension. Dozens of black threads shot out from their own shadows, binding them in place. A single moment. More than enough for a trained assassin. With twin daggers wreathed in black flames, Ghost Umbra lunged at Ragna's throat. One strike, instant kill. Ragna vanished. Danzo's eyes widened. His body erupted in light as he hurled a punch with the force of a missile. You bastard. The explosive attack obliterated everything in its path, but Ghost was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, shadows slithered across the ground, moving at terrifying speed. Danzo eyed the earth in a desperate attempt to catch him. But from the debris, a swarm of tendrils lashed out, swallowing Danzo in darkness. His senses vanished in an instant. On the other side, Ghost's daggers formed an X as he edged toward Danzo's neck. One strike, instant kill. Danzo disappeared. Fatal strike. Fatal strike. Ragna Cloud B3 and Danzo B4 have been eliminated. A lone figure with pitch-black hair and eerie eyes sighed. What a pain, when will this damn test end? His gaze swept the battlefield. Seems like I'm far enough ahead. Then, merging into the shadows, the ghost vanished once more. From the very start, he had been hiding in Ragna's shadow, waiting for the perfect moment. A true assassin. With the human tanks eliminated, Class B was now in serious trouble. Wake up, my son. How long do you plan to keep sleeping? Just 5 more minutes, please, just 5 more minutes. My mother's voice was gentle yet persistent, but my bed had an irresistible pull. I couldn't bring myself to leave its warmth. Are you sure you want to keep sleeping? You might regret it later, she said, her voice tinged with something I couldn't quite place. My father's voice followed. Your mother is right, after all. 5 minutes is far longer than what we were given. Shake. I felt small hands tugging at my waist, urging me to wake up. Wake up, brother. Slowly, I opened my eyes. My family stood around me. I studied their faces, memorizing every detail. I did this every day, terrified that one day I might forget them. My son, why are you crying? Huh? Finally, my mind ped back into focus. My body jolted upright, panic surging through me as I reached out toward them. And then in an instant, my world flipped upside down. I was no longer in my bed. Instead, I was slumped over a bus seat, my hand still reaching upward for something that no longer existed. Touching my damp cheeks, I muttered, "A dream, huh?" I took a deep breath, adjusting my posture. Remember, always remember what you have to do. Sighing, I gazed out the window. How long was I asleep? I glanced at my watch. Distance 0 meters. Time remaining until the end of the exam, 23 minutes. We're almost done then. I scanned my surroundings. Sophia was nowhere in sight. In that case, I pulled out my laptop and checked the mission list. Bingo! A new objective had appeared alongside the side quests. Achieve first place in the exam. Reward 500 achievement points. Perfect. That idiotic system always threw in missions like this, and I was more than happy to exploit them. This might just be the easiest 500 points I'll ever earn. As I navigated through my system's limited functions, my eyes landed on something that had been bothering me for a while. Host name, Frey Starlight Dual Soul. Still here. That label Dual Soul had haunted me for some time now. At first, I thought it meant that my soul and the original Frey's soul coexisted in this body. I even wondered if he was still alive, somewhere deep inside. But in the end, all that remained of him were instincts and habits, nothing more. I had been suppressing them more effectively lately. Soon enough, not even Saris's presence would faze me. He won't come back to fight me for this body, right? That would be a real pain. I had no idea how I'd handle it. And then there was the SSS rank aura. A vast ocean of lay dormant inside me, waiting to be used, but where had it come from? The system, no, I doubted it. That thing wasn't generous enough to hand me something like this for free. Too many mysteries. Pushing those thoughts aside, I stepped off the bus and took a deep breath of fresh air. I wonder how the exam is going. Distance 5,000 meters. Saris glanced at her watch. She had been flying for a while now. Beside her, Klana leaped effortlessly from tree to tree, her body glowing with an intense, blinding light. We took out 4 of them, and they took out 4 of us. We're even, Klana remarked casually. Saris shook her head. No, we are at a disadvantage. And how's that? It's not about numbers, it's about who was eliminated. Saris paused briefly before continuing. They still have their 4 strongest fighters. Meanwhile, we lost our best. She could still hear the voice from earlier, the announcement that Danzo and Ragna had been eliminated. It had hit them like a thunderclap. Now that you mention it, this is bad, and on top of their strongest 4, that monster Snow is still in play. Honestly, I can't even imagine him losing. And then there's that assassin, Ghost. Every time I see him, my body shivers for some reason. What do we do now? Do we even have a chance of winning? Saris remained silent for a few seconds before responding. We have one chance. No, I can't even call it a chance. Unlike Saris, who glided effortlessly through the air, Klana had to keep moving, ing through obstacles as she leapt, but that didn't stop her from chatting. So what's the plan? We need to regroup with the remaining fighters, or at the very least, find Frey Starlight. Klana raised an eyebrow. Frey, I thought you hated him. Saris's expression didn't change. That has nothing to do with this. Frey is one of the few who can stop snow. Leaving him out would be foolish. I see what you mean. If we form a three-man team and take them down one by one, we might have a shot. But the real question is, how do we find Frey? I have a way, but it's not guaranteed. Klana smirked. As expected of the Ice Queen, you always have a plan. Saris ignored the compliment and continued flying. For now, let's keep moving. At this point, Klana had given up trying to have a normal conversation with Saris. She wasn't offended by the cold response. She simply voiced her thoughts without a care. But seriously, that guy is something else. From the disgrace of the Starlight family to this, who would have thought he'd become so ireful? Her words seemed to strike a nerve as Saris's expression darkened. Yes, he has become strong, but through twisted means. Klana frowned. What do you mean, twisted? Are you saying he relied on some external Saris ignored the question. Let's focus on what we came here to do. She shut down any further discussion. Saris recalled their previous duel. She hadn't challenged him for no reason. Saris was sharp. She had suspicions about Frey and wanted to test his strength firsthand. She had a certain hypothesis, but no proof. Until she did, she would observe from a distance. For now, she closed her eyes and focused. We need to locate him. A soft blue glow enveloped Saris's body before a sonic pulse spread outward. Skill isolated wave. This ability allowed her to scan the area around her, detecting movement within a 2,000-meter radius. Unfortunately, it didn't reveal identities, only presences. After activating the skill, Saris confirmed 4 individuals. 2 of them were particularly close. Which one is Frey? If she chose wrong, it could spell disaster. But neither of them was Frey. After all, she had no way of knowing that he was still over 5,000 meters away, near the bus. At that moment, 2 figures rapidly approached. Klana, get ready, we've got company. She didn't know if they were allies or enemies, so she prepared for the worst. Then, a surge of violent aura tore through the air as a colossal rock wall erupted, blocking their path. Saris hovered in place, frowning, while Klana skidded to a stop. A mountain-sized wall stood in their way. Atop it, a young man with black hair and crimson eyes stared down at them. His flaming sword burned fiercely as he raised it. Sorry, but this is the end of the road. A ferocious firestorm erupted from the attack, surging towards Saris at blistering speed. She reacted instantly. Frost enveloped both of her hands, forming a massive bell-shaped ice dome. The flames ate against the frozen barrier, melting its surface, yet failing to breach it. Klana's sharp gaze flickered toward the young man who had launched the attack, her eyes narrowing in recognition. Don Polaris A4, be careful, he's a dual-element wielder. But before she could say more, Dawn was already upon her. The one who should be careful is you. Klana's sword was in her hand in an instant. Their blades met in a clash of steel and sparks. But a single strike turned into 2, then 4, then 8, 16 in the blink of an eye. Dawn wielded his sword as though it were an extension of his own body, his movements terrifying in their precision. What the hell? Despite her desperate defense, fresh wounds kept appearing on Klana's body. Each time she closed a gap in her guard, Dawn exposed a new one. Is swordsmanship at this level even possible? She gritted her teeth, struggling to keep up, while Dawn merely laughed. It's pointless. Her fate had been sealed the moment she crossed blades with him. After all, in terms of pure swordsmanship, even Snow himself was beneath him. His innate talent, Sword Master, granted him an overwhelming advantage. At that moment, dozens of ice swords materialized in the sky, all aimed at Dawn's back. They shot forward with deadly precision, fast and relentless. Yet Dawn didn't even turn around. Because a surge of stellar aura erupted from him, obliterating the ice swords in an instant. And it didn't stop there. The shockwave continued forward, striking Saris head-on. She reflexively shielded herself with her wings, but the impact was too ireful. The force sent her hurtling backward, Ming into the ground. Shaking off the impact, Saris scowled. She recognized this From the depths of the forest, bathed in an overwhelming blue radiance of stellar aura, he emerged. His golden eyes burned as he raised his sword. Let's end this test. In that moment, Sarah's moonlight stood face to face with snow. At the front line, Ghost came to a stop, boredom etched across his face. He lazily checked his watch. Distance 7,200 meters. Time remaining 16 minutes. The towering mountains stretched before him. It wouldn't take long to reach the border. I'll stop here. Finding a sturdy tree, he reclined against the trunk, arms folded behind his head. His part in this test was done. For now, he simply lay there, savoring a rare moment of peace. Until a deep frown crossed his face. How annoying. Before he could react, his form melted into the shadows. A split second later, the tree he had been resting on was reduced to splinters, torn apart by a devastating barrage of wind blades. Ghost reappeared on the ground, running a hand through his hair. Can a guy nap in peace? Above him, a lone figure hovered in midair. A young man with long, golden hair. Vareth. For some reason, he looked utterly livid. A storm raged around him. Tuzg. A colossal tornado descended upon Ghost. He dodged effortlessly. But the moment he moved, the ground shuddered violently. The terrain fractured, breaking apart and launching skyward, trapping Ghost within it. From a distance, Jan manipulated the earth, causing earthful tremors. As a massive boulder soared through the air, Kyle Walker leaped onto it, his fist swelling with monstrous With a single punch, the entire rock exploded. Ghost, caught within the debris, plummeted, only for Ferrith to unleash a wind blast, reducing the fragments to dust. For a brief moment, the trio assumed victory, until Ghost reappeared below, hands tucked casually into his pockets. Nice teamwork. Now, can we end this? I really don't feel like fighting anymore. Ignoring his words, Jan and Kyle rushed forward, launching a relentless assault. One was fast and unyielding. The other was brutally earthful. Yet Ghost didn't even lift his arms. Dodging effortlessly, he weaved through their attacks. Boredom was evident in his expression. As an assassin, close-quarters combat was a death sentence. But against these two, he couldn't even be bothered. If Danzo or Ragna had fought him head-on, things might have been different. But Jan and Kyle, they weren't a threat. While effortlessly dodging, Ghost sighed. Guys, I'm not even fighting back. Just let me go, will you? Damn it. Jan and Kyle cursed, frustration mounting as they failed to land a single hit. Then, a voice rang out. Step aside, I'll handle this myself. Reluctantly, the duo backed off. Vareth stepped forward. Ghost's curiosity stirred as he studied the man before him. Vareth's aura surged. Vast. Too vast. Ghost's expression darkened. His aura its approaching crank. Without hesitation, Ferrith unleashed a relentless storm of attacks. Ghost sighed and finally pulled his hands from his pockets. Twin black daggers flickered into his grip. Some attacks he parried, others he dodged. Ferrith Erliot, His eyes sharpened as he studied his opponent. Above them, dozens of tornadoes formed, all locked onto him. Were you always this strong? Something was wrong. Ferrith was far stronger than he had been in his battle against Frey Starlight. The difference was staggering. The tornadoes edged down. Ghost clicked his tongue. Looks like I'll have to take this seriously. When the dust cleared, Ghost was nowhere to be seen. Somehow he had appeared behind Ferrith, his shadow-infused daggers aimed toward his neck. Ferrith intercepted the attack with his sword, their faces inches apart. Tell me, are you the one who eliminated Sansa? Ghost's brows furrowed in confusion. Eliminated who? A earthful gust blasted him away, followed by another storm of razor-sharp wind blades. Answer me. Ghost sighed and sank into the ground. I have no interest in eliminating more people. Extra work is a pain, especially against maniacs like this. I'll just stall for time until the test ends. As Ghost flickered between shadows, Ferrith relentlessly bombarded the area. It continued for a while, until Ferrith, on the verge of unleashing a final, devastating attack, abruptly halted. A loud announcement echoed through the battlefield. Fatal strike. Fatal strike. Jan Dover B10 and Kyle Walker B8 have been eliminated. Farad's expression twisted. What the hell is going on? And then, he turned, just in time to see a blazing arrow streaking toward him. He barely managed to conjure wind barriers, deflecting the projectile at the last second. Perched atop a tree, a girl with an elegant blue bow had already knocked another arrow. Lara Croft. Oops, Tilda, your friends were dumb enough to drop their guard. I just couldn't resist. She had sniped them in the head. A punishment for their carelessness. Ghost reappeared nearby, stretching. Great, now you can fight while I go somewhere else. Lara frowned. What? Let's finish him together while we have the chance. Ghost sighed. Why should I? Before she could argue, a deafening shook the air. You bastards, are you mocking me? Spheres of wind manifested, distorting the space around Fareth. Ghost and Lara froze. Wait, those orbs, that's a privilege exclusive to wave controllers. Lara's voice trembled. Wasn't he a swordsman? Ghost narrowed his eyes. Forget the orbs, these waves, upper-tier property, sound. Neither of them understood. What the hell was happening to Fareth? And then, Fareth unleashed hell. Ignoring all strategy, he simply erased everything in sight. The battlefield reaches its climax. Clona Starlight stood her ground, but against Dawn Polaris, she was utterly earless. He commanded both fire and earth, weaving them seamlessly into his attacks. From start to finish, she hadn't managed to land a single strike. Then in a desperate gamble, 3 stars blazed around her heart. Pouring everything into one final assault, her sword burned with radiant light as she launched herself forward at terrifying speed. Stardust Northern Star. A devastating strike. But Dawn merely laughed. Sorry girl, but this is where it ends. Dozens of stone walls erupted in her path. She shattered most of them, but the moment she broke through, Dawn was gone. Suddenly the ground beneath her softened, trapping her in place as the earth itself lifted her skyward. Above her, Dawn spun at blistering speed, his sword engulfed in ink flames. All Clona saw was a whirling inferno barreling toward her, while she remained helplessly bound to the earth. Then, the flames ebbed down. And just like that, fatal strike. Clona Starlight B5 has been eliminated. Dawn landed effortlessly, not a single scratch on him. His gaze shifted to the distant battlefield. Looks like they're about to finish up over there. Elsewhere, amidst the ruined battlefield, Saris edged for breath. The unbreakable ice she once prided herself on was shattered. From the very start, Snow Lionheart had bombarded her with an onslaught of elemental fury, fire, lightning, wind, sound, light, and above all, the of the star. He wasn't just a warrior. He was an entire army in a single body. Saris let out a breathless chuckle as her body began to glow. Do monsters like this really exist? The ground beneath her froze solid. Snow narrowed his eyes. What are you doing? Saris didn't answer. The ice spread further, 100 meters, then more, turning everything around them into a frozen wasteland. Her voice was quiet but resolute. A farewell gift, ice formation, frost explosion. The very ground erupted, sending a colossal wave of ice surging into the sky. Everything was swallowed whole. And snow was at its center. At first glance, it looked like total victory. But then, from deep within the frozen monolith, a blazing blue light ignited. And in an instant, the entire attack was split in two. Snow tore through Saris's final strike as if it were nothing. He appeared before her, unharmed. I told you it's useless. His sword was already descending toward her throat. But in that moment, Saris whispered under her breath. Skill blink. She vanished. All that remained was a lifelike ice sculpture in her place. Snow scowled. Behind him, Dawn clicked his tongue. Damn it, mans, you let her get away. Far away, Saris reappeared in the distance and collapsed. Her breath was ragged. Blink had drained every last ounce of her aura, teleporting her as far as her remaining energy allowed. She leaned against a tree, exhaustion crushing her. We lost. Only 3 members of Class B remained. Class A still had 6. It was a total defeat. Snow and Dawn scoured the battlefield, but Saris was gone. They turned to the clock. The numbers flashed before their eyes. Distance 5,900 meters. Time remaining 10 minutes. Just then 2 figures emerged. Egon Valerian, with Emilia Atarax following close behind. Snow frowned. What are you two doing here? They were headed in the opposite direction of their objective. Egon let out a dry chuckle. We've been deceived. Snow and Dawn spoke in unison. Deceived. Egon exhaled, his voice steady yet grim. I reached the test boundary earlier. There was nothing there, no objective. From the very start, we weren't moving toward our goal, we were moving away from it. Snow's eyes widened. You mean the target? Egon nodded. Yes, it was in front of us all along. Snow cursed under his breath. Dawn scowled, checking the time. 9 minutes left. His voice was grim. It's useless, we won't make it in time. But at that moment, Snow's aura detonated. A violent storm of erupted from his body, stunning everyone. It's not over yet. And then, he vanished. Void step. Deafening shockwave shattered the ground as Snow reappeared far ahead, tearing through the battlefield like a meteor. And then, he did it again. Void step. Each step cut across vast distances, a blur of overwhelming speed. His destination. The place where everything began. Frey's Starlight Pov. I leaned against the bus, drowning in boredom. Glancing at my watch, I saw there was only 1 minute left. I let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. I had been watching the test for a while now. Class A had completely dominated Class B. But they wouldn't win. After all, they had no idea what this test was truly about, and by the time they figured it out, it would already be too late. Victory was mine. I was just about to step onto the bus when a sudden presence caught my attention. Frowning, I activated Hawk's Eye. And what I saw was impossible. Through my enhanced vision, I spotted him, a figure drenched in a multicolored aura, streaking toward me like a shooting star. You've got to be kidding me. He was coming. Snow. I glanced at the timer. 40 seconds left. 40 seconds is more than enough for him to reach here with Void Step. He must have been spamming it nonstop to cover this much distance. In that case, I drew my sword, muttering a curse. Nothing ever comes easy, huh? No matter. I was getting bored anyway. Taking a deep breath, dark aura exploded from my muscles. Then I leapt, plunging straight into the darkness toward Snow. At that moment, he saw me. Frey. He must have been completely drained from using Void Step so many times, which meant I only had one job to do. Sorry, hero, but this is where you turn back. Time remaining 30 seconds. This time I could handle it. Before, my body couldn't unleash it properly, but now. 10,000 steps of shadow, infinite darkness. Snow's expression twisted in shock as a massive wave of darkness surged toward him. A violent burst of starlight aura erupted from his body as he swung his sword in a desperate attempt to block it. Time remaining 20 seconds. Darkness and starlight collided. A deafening explosion shook the battlefield. But this time, the darkness devoured the stars completely. My attack wasn't enough to eliminate him, but it was enough to send him flying, tearing through everything in his path. Trees, land, even the monsters themselves, nothing survived the shockwave. Time remaining 10 seconds. I landed back beside the bus, exhaling as a loud voice echoed across the battlefield. The target test is over. Please remain in place for transportation. A smirk tugged at my lips. Like I said, victory is mine. A bright light engulfed everyone as they were transported one by one. Egon and Dawn were making their way toward us, Emilia trailing behind them. Sarah, still leaning against a tree, vanished as she was transported. It's finally over, she murmured weakly. Not far away, Ghost let out a tired sigh. He was carrying Lara Croft, who had been completely overwhelmed by Ferreth's madness, leaving him no choice but to carry her. That was a pain in the ass. Despite his complaints, his gaze remained fixed on a lone figure floating unconscious in the sky. Ferreth Earlet. The sheer he had displayed left behind more questions. Whether they had been eliminated or had survived until the end. Everyone returned to the starting point. And with that, reaching the goal test came to an end. We stood near the bus as the instructors gathered in the center. Sophia stepped forward. The test was a success. Class A eliminated 7 students from Class B, while Class B only managed to eliminate 4 from Class A. So far, the results favor Class A now, onto the individual rankings. She manipulated the smart tablet in her hands before announcing. In first place with a perfect score, Frey Starlight B9. A stunned silence fell over the group. Everyone except Snow, who already knew I was here, turned to stare at me. Seeing their dumbfounded faces, I burst into laughter. Then with a dramatic flip, I leapt into the air and struck a flashy pose. And this suyei for you all. Even Sophia frowned at that. As for the students, they were looking at me like I was certifiably insane. I sighed, shaking my head. They just don't appreciate the goat anymore. Akla's Mountains, Eastern Empire. Dozens of shadows streaked through the mountains with astonishing speed. A closer look would reveal their shared features, distinctive traits that marked them as members of a particular family. Sir Duncan, what do we do now? A young man near the back shouted, his voice laced with panic. He could no longer suppress his fear. They were on the verge of leaving the safe zone and stepping into the true nightmare lands. At the front of the group, the old man, Duncan, frowned. His thick beard and long white hair stood in stark contrast to his muscular physique. With a deep sigh, he spoke. We have no choice but to enter the nightmare. It's either that or death. His grim words only confirmed the worst fears of those behind him. Duncan cast a slow, assessing glance at his companions before shaking his head. What a waste! If only we had been more careful, we wouldn't have been discovered. Regret gnawed at him as his mind drifted back to the events that led them here. After the last summit, the great families launched a large-scale purge, eliminating any suspected traitors. As a senior figure of the Starlight family and an S-rank awakened, Duncan had never expected to be exposed, but he had underestimated the Starlight family, underestimated what they were truly capable of. Backed into a corner, he chose to flee with his followers before the situation spiraled out of control. That decision had brought them here. The Eastern Nightmare Lands were among the most dangerous territories in existence, second only to the south. Duncan knew the truth. Out of everyone present, he was the only one with even the slightest chance of survival. His goal was to cross the Nightmare Lands, circle the Demon Sea, and reach the Ultra's territory. But fate wouldn't even give him the chance to try. Just as that thought crossed his mind, an immense, crushing pressure descended upon him. His expression stiffened in horror. He recognized this aura. No, impossible, she's already here. Teeth clenched, Duncan barked a warning. Everyone prepare yourselves, they've caught up. Before his words had even fully settled, the sky blazed with light as the clouds were torn apart. And then hundreds of radiant fists plummeted from above, descending like the wrath of the heavens. Each massive strike, as large as an entire house, edged down in an unrelenting barrage. A devastating assault swallowed the landscape in an explosion so deafening it seemed to shake the world itself. Duncan alone had managed to shield himself. His followers, however, had been wiped from existence so thoroughly that not even their remains were left behind. Panting heavily, Duncan struggled to steady himself. And then, like a white meteor, a figure descended from the sky, into the ground before him. From the glowing impact emerged a woman, white hair, pitch-black eyes, an overwhelming aura of raw, oppressive Carmen. At that moment, she did nothing to hide the fury in her expression. Look at you, Duncan. Her voice was calm yet razor-sharp. Tell me, why are you still alive? She took slow, deliberate steps forward, and with each one, the weight of her presence intensified. The ground itself began to crack under the sheer force of it. You were there, Duncan. You witnessed the war of light. Her fist clenched, 7 blazing stars ignited around her heart, burning with searing intensity. And yet here you are, turning your back on everything. Carmen lunged. Her punch was intercepted, a thin, gleaming blade blocking its path. In response, 6 stars erupted from Duncan's body as he prepared to fight. You wouldn't understand, Carmen, you didn't see what I saw. Her expression darkened, teeth grinding together. Save your excuses. 1 punch, 2 punches, then a relentless storm of blows. Each strike crackled with light. Though she fought with bare hands, Duncan's sword, sharp as it was, failed to leave even a scratch. At best, he barely managed to deflect her attacks, his mastery of the blade the only thing keeping him alive. Behind him, massive craters, shaped like fists, marred the mountain, a testament to the sheer force he had endured. But Carmen was in no mood to hold back. With every strike, her surged, and then she had. You knew they were responsible for Abraham's death. Like a violent storm, she bulldozed through Duncan, tearing apart everything in her path. Tell me, Duncan, who do you think he died for? Duncan countered, unleashing a flurry of dazzling, crescent-shaped ease. I told you before, you don't understand. We cannot fight them. His blade finally found its mark, piercing Carmen's defenses. A flurry of devastating strikes followed. There is no hope for us. You have no idea what kind of entity you're challenging. This is no longer a war between men. With one final push, Duncan forced Carmen back, gathering every ounce of strength he had for a decisive blow. It's either this or death, and I refuse to be the one who loses. The Auckland Mountains were bathed in a brilliant radiance as Duncan swung his sword with all his might, aiming for Carmen's throat, seeking to end everything in a single stroke. An S-rank awakens full-powered attack. His blade sliced through the air, only to stop cold. Duncan's eyes widened in disbelief. A bare hand had caught his sword. Carmen's fingers curled around the blade like an unbreakable vice. A strange, electric blue energy pulsed around her arm, proof that she was finally taking this seriously. Go to hell. With a single punch, Duncan and the mountain behind him were obliterated. For a moment, all was silent. Then in the blink of an eye, the Auckland Mountains were swallowed by a blinding, radiant light. From the light, Carmen emerged, dragging an old man by his hair. Duncan's right arm had been completely erased, along with his shoulder and part of his chest. A fountain of blood erupted from the gaping wound, painting everything in crimson. Drenched in his blood, Carmen's hands ignited once more, blazing with the of a star. She seared his wounds shut as she muttered under her breath. No, you won't die, you won't, I won't let you. Duncan remained conscious, desperately trying to scream, but each time he opened his mouth, only blood poured out. Carmen paid no heed to his suffering. She simply continued his torment. I'm not done with you yet. She had left him alive on purpose. Despite the overwhelming urge to kill him, she forced herself to hold back. After all, the dying old man before her might still hold valuable information. In his current state, Duncan was weaker than a 5-year-old child. Yet despite his pitiful condition, Carmen's instincts, sharper than those of any wild beast, screamed a warning. Her brows furrowed in confusion as Duncan's body convulsed violently, his frame writhing in an attempt to break free. At first he coughed up thick crimson blood, but now what spewed from his mouth was black, a putrid, nauseating bile. His eyes darted frantically, as if trying to escape their very sockets. Then, as a strange, eerie force surged through his body, his trembling hand managed to shove Carmen away. Her eyes widened. Before her, Duncan's body twisted and contorted grotesquely. Dozens of worm-like tendrils slithered beneath his skin, forming black, arcane symbols across his flesh. From the shoulder that had once been obliterated, a new arm sprouted, jet black, with elongated, claw-like fingers. A deafening scream tore through the mountains as Duncan lunged at Carmen. I told you you wouldn't understand. No one does. Now look at what you've done. Carmen crossed her arms in an X, bracing for impact. But the monstrous new limb struck with unimaginable force, sending her flying straight into a distant mountainside. The moment she had, a shockwave rippled through the air. She lay there momentarily stunned, not just by the impact, but by the sheer radiating from Duncan. His energy had surged past S+. The light around him flickered and died. Darkness took its place. Carmen muttered in disbelief. This is impossible. Light and darkness, two opposing forces. A body shouldn't be able to contain both. Yet the man before her had shattered that rule. As Duncan's relentless attacks continued, the 7 stars around Carmen spun wildly. And so, deep within the Auckland Mountains, a brutal battle erupted. Frey's Starlight Pav. Sophia continued reading out the results, doing her best to ignore the suyai I had let out earlier. She explained the point allocation system. First place earns 1,000 individual points. Second place gets 500, third 250. The remaining survivors receive 100 each. Additionally, for every successful elimination, you gain 50 points. If you're eliminated, you get 0, unless you manage to take someone down before going out, in which case you still keep the 50 points. She lifted her gaze and looked at the group. Now you might be wondering, what's the use of individual points? The answer is simple. These points hold immense value within the temple. You can exchange them for weapons, skills, money, anything. As long as you're inside the temple, these points are worth more than anything else. Her words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. And honestly, who could them? She had just told them they could buy anything with these points. No wonder they were giving me strange looks, the guy who had just secured a whopping 1,000. Ignoring their stares, Sophia continued tapping on her panel, projecting a larger screen that displayed the full rankings. First, Frey Starlight, 1,000 points. Second, Snow Lionheart, 500 points. Third, Egon Valerian, 350 points. Fourth, Ghost Umbra, 200 points. Fifth, Fareth Earlet, 200 points. Sixth, Lara Croft, 200 points. 20th, Aaron Smith, 0 points. Everyone checked their scores. Only 4 people from Class B had managed to secure points. Me, Fareth, Saris who earned 150, and Klana who got 50. Sophia gave us a moment to process the rankings before announcing the class scores and official standings. The class score is the sum of your points divided by 10. Keep in mind, each elimination costs your class 5 points. The final totals are as follows. Class A, 130 points. Among everyone here, this score mattered most to the prince and princess. It was a crucial factor in the race for the throne. Even Mikar himself would be reviewing these results. Since the end of the test, Sansa hadn't lifted her head once. I wondered what was going through her mind right now. But from what I heard, she had lost directly to Egon. Perhaps everything had gone just as he planned. Ghost was the one who eliminated Danzo and Ragna. Knowing him, he wouldn't have done so without a reason. Egon must have struck some kind of deal with him. He was also the one who sent Snow and Dawn to Saris, eliminated Sansa, and was the first to uncover the real objective. Yet even he hadn't accounted for 2 variables. Maeva and Fareth, who somehow survived until the very end. That brought us to the present situation. Sophia continued. Class B, 105 points. She turned to us. You avoided disaster thanks to Frey Starlight's quick thinking, but I expect better from you, Class B. With that, she left us with her final remark before stepping onto the bus. We followed suit. Quick thinking. No, neither quick thinking nor strategy had anything to do with it. Like I said before, I'm just a cheater. But she wasn't wrong. Class B only survived because of me. After all, my 1,000 points alone contributed 100 out of our total 105. Imagine if we had ended up with 135. It would have been a catastrophe. I took my seat, ignoring the different reactions around me. I had a feeling Egon would be knocking on my door soon after everything that happened today. A new source of trouble. The ride back was uneventful. Surprisingly, Danzo and Ragna were quiet. I smirked. They must have been sulking. They weren't weaker than Ghost. If they had faced him head-on, he wouldn't have beaten them so easily. But because of their arrogance and impatience, they suffered a decisive defeat. A valuable lesson for them. Wait, why do I even care if they learn from it? I smacked myself. I need to get a grip. I spared one last glance at Sansa. She always helped Frey. Consider these 100 points a small repayment. Not that it mattered. I was going to win them regardless. I wanted to check my tasks now, but pulling out my device and tapping away like a madman would attract attention I didn't need. With a sigh, I leaned back into my seat. The return trip was quiet. After a few hours, we finally reached the temple grounds. The crimson sun hung low in the sky, casting its final glow over the land. Winter's chill had begun to creep in. I could see my breath in the cold air as I stepped off the bus. One by one, we disembarked. Sophia was about to deliver a closing speech when a sudden commotion erupted nearby. The sound was unmistakable: voices, footsteps, an undeniable sense of urgency. A crowd of temple students had gathered in the distance, all converging on the same spot. Something was happening. Sophia frowned and pushed forward to investigate. The rest of us followed. At first, I wasn't concerned. But as we drew closer, a familiar scene played out in my mind. No, it's too soon for this to happen. Yet reality proved me wrong. My eyes widened as we stepped into the temple's main plaza. A massive crowd had formed, all staring in the same direction. At the heart of the square, against the pristine white marble of a towering structure, ran a single red line. A streak of blood. Blood that dripped from a body suspended high above. A human corpse. A wave of reactions swept through the students, some ed in disbelief, others stumbled back in horror. Some thought it was a joke. Others knew better. As for me, I simply cursed under my breath. Sophia, however, reacted instantly. What the hell are you all doing? Get back. Her voice cut through the murmurs as she sprang into the air, landing effortlessly beside the hanging corpse. At the same time, temple staff and instructors rushed in, trying to scatter the crowd. I let out a dry chuckle and turned away. Pointless, Sophia. I knew exactly what she was trying to do. She wanted to suppress this. An incident like this would shake the temple's reputation to its core. But unfortunately for her, if events were unfolding the way I had written them, this wouldn't be the only body. Soon more would appear, scattered throughout the temple grounds, one after another, until the temple could no longer hide the truth, until the scandal became too great to contain. I cast a final glance at the corpse as they began lowering it. It has begun. Deep in the Okla's mountains, a woman stood motionless before a corpse, dark fumes rising from its remains. Carmen exhaled, a slow breath escaping into the cold air. Her expression was unreadable. She lifted her hands, inspecting them carefully. Both were encased in ominous black gloves, tainted, unnatural, as if woven from something far beyond human understanding. A metallic ring echoed through the air as she clenched her fists. Duncan was dead, beaten beyond recognition. His body was no longer human, it had become something else entirely. Black sigils carved into his flesh pulsed with a sickening glow, radiating waves of malevolent energy. Carmen sighed. Just what the hell is happening here? A full week had passed since the assassination incident. I lay on my bed, eyes fixed on the holographic screen hovering in front of me, something akin to a futuristic television. It had taken me an entire month to figure out how to operate it properly. Right now, the news was playing. It hadn't stopped for even a moment all week. No matter how many channels I switched to, they were all covering the same story. As a side note, the Holy Church, led by Bishop Joseph Platier, had launched a large-scale purge, executing countless individuals labeled as traitors. Joseph Platier, that was a name I remembered. After all, SS-ranked awakened were exceedingly rare, yet the church had 3 of them, and he was one of them. Fortunately, I had no intention of staying in this world long enough for them to become my problem. But setting the church aside, the main headline across every news outlet remained unchanged. Temple scandal, dozens of students assassinated within the temple grounds. A tragedy that raises serious doubts about the place, once considered the safest sanctuary. Is it truly safe to send our children there? Why did we pour so much money into supporting the temple? And to make matters worse, the assassins were students themselves. No intruders, no external enemies. Everything had happened from within. The temple wasted no time. Every last culprit had been apprehended. But it wasn't much of a mystery. These students had committed their killings in broad daylight, almost as if they wanted the world to know. Through Ada, who contacted me daily, I managed to gather more details. First, all the captured students displayed identical symptoms. Mysterious runes appeared across their bodies, temporarily granting them a massive surge in before triggering severe side effects. Vomiting, coughing up blood, panic attacks, and more. The temple was at a complete loss, unable to understand what they were dealing with. Meanwhile, Carmen had managed to secure the biggest lead. Unfortunately, he hadn't survived. For now, they had no clue what was going on. But of course I did. The source of their sudden strength. Demon blood. A specific type of demon blood had been injected into their bodies, and the runes served as catalysts to activate that This was what they called the second-generation contract. The first-generation contract had only allowed demons to grant a fraction of their aura to a human. But now they had advanced to the next stage. The level of they gained depended entirely on the demon's rank. The higher the rank, the greater the strength. It wouldn't take long for human scientists to uncover this, especially now that they had live specimens. At that moment, I pushed aside all unnecessary distractions, focusing only on what truly mattered. I opened my laptop with a sigh. The infiltration event had officially begun. This was just the start. I navigated to my quest log. Side quest, rank first in the target test. Reward 500 achievement points completed. Defeat Snow Lionheart. Reward 1,000 achievement points completed. The second quest caught me off guard. My previous clash with Snow had been recognized as a victory, granting me a hefty amount of points. Current achievement points, 8,800. So close, I'm so close. Ignoring my total for now, I scrolled down to what I had truly been waiting for. Main quest, survive until the end of the infiltration event. Reward 1,000 achievement points. Failure penalty, deaths. Main quest, stop the ultras. Reward 3,000 achievement points. Failure penalty, death plus the death of all main characters. Not just one but 2 main quests. And why the hell did both penalties result in my death? I let out an exasperated sigh as I recalled which event this was. Now that I think about it, this is where the original Frey Starlight dies in the story. We had already reached this point. After assassinating the princess, Frey Starlight had become an Ultra's agent within the temple. Eventually, the infiltration event would erupt, igniting a massive battle between both factions. And in the end, Frey would be killed by Snow. At that moment, he would have been seconds away from violating Ceres Moonlight, who had been unable to defeat him after his unprecedented boost. Snow would save her, and from there, their bond would deepen. That was the original setup. A setup that was now completely meaningless. Because I was here. What? All right, let's do this. I opened a blank document and started mapping out my next moves. First, why am I here? To win the Victoriad. That would be my ultimate goal. Everything else was secondary. To win the Victoriad, what must I do? Defeat Snow Lionheart. To achieve that, I needed to prepare myself. My current plan was to obtain at least 4 skills to stand a fighting chance. Phantom Step in Hawk's Eye to counter his Void Step and match his overwhelming speed. But that alone wouldn't be enough. Which brought me to the third skill I had been targeting for a while now. One of the biggest reasons I had pursued anti-magic resistance. After all, the owner of this skill was none other than Kailok, the Grand Mage of the Temple and the mastermind behind everything that was about to unfold. An S-rank skill. Ascension. I had to obtain it no matter what. A grin tugged at my lips. All I needed to do was deal with Kailok, and after that, I wouldn't even need to participate in this event. I would simply wait for the end. Originally, Frey Starlight was the leader of the student assassins. Now that things had changed, that role would either fall to another elite student or someone from Class Abyss. Either way, the internal conflict between students would drag on for at least another week. I just needed to lay low and focus on preparing for the final battle. Yes, that was the best course of action. This time, Frey Starlight wouldn't die. Step 1. Acquire 1,200 more achievement points. Satisfied, I finalized my plans and went to sleep, excitement thrumming through my veins. Unfortunately, plans don't always go as expected. The next morning, I woke up early as usual and made my way to the new dueling arena. Despite the chaos consuming the temple, the elite class had remained largely unaffected. All other classes had been temporarily suspended for investigation. After all, it was almost certain that more contractors were hidden among the students. But since the elite class wasn't under suspicion, I used the opportunity to stick to my routine. Upon entering the new training hall, I found Snow and Dawn already there. Do these two ever sleep? After a brief greeting, I grabbed a training dummy and began warming up. Barely a few minutes had passed when someone approached me. It was Dawn. Hey Frey, how about a spar? Of course. Since I started training here, we had dueled dozens of times. Gripping my sword firmly, I raised it toward Dawn. Let's make this a duel of swordsmanship only. Dawn frowned. You want to rely solely on swordsmanship? I nodded. Dawn had never truly understood my reasoning. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he surpassed even Snow, though that wouldn't last for long. Under these conditions, my defeat was inevitable. But that didn't matter. The duel began and Dawn lunged toward me. I remained still, watching him intently. Then I activated Hawk's Eye. Time slowed. My vision expanded, granting me a full view of the entire arena. Snow stood at the sidelines, observing. Dawn approached from the front. I focused on his sword, murmuring, "A strike from the right." As expected, the attack came from the right. I blocked it with my blade. A feint from the left, then a downward. Again, it played out exactly as I had foreseen. I was predicting his movements before they even happened. After countless battles against him, I had begun to understand his fighting style. Bit by bit, I was progressing. Shadow Adaptation 07. Slowly but steadily, I was working my way toward completing the first stage of Shadow Adaptation. But it was still too soon. Though I could anticipate his strikes at first, Dawn's speed gradually increased. His attacks came from trickier angles. I managed to hold my ground for a while, but eventually, I abandoned the idea of reading his style altogether, and simply fought my own way. After 10 minutes of relentless exchanges, my sword was finally knocked from my grip. Dawn's blade rested against my throat. I let out a breath, raising my hands in surrender. I lost. Dawn smiled. Thanks for the duel. Just then Snow approached. Why did you choose to fight using only swordsmanship? You knew Dawn had the advantage in that aspect. Retrieving my sword from where it had landed, I responded casually. I know, but every time I face him, I feel myself improving because he's already above me. Snow smirked at my answer. In that case, how about a sword duel against me? I lifted my sword, turning to face him. No, since it's you, fight me with everything you've got. I figured you'd say that. We charged at each other. As our swords clashed, sending shockwaves through the air, we both grinned. We should hold back. I don't want to destroy this place again. Our blades collided at an incredible speed, yet we continued our conversation with ease. Why worry? They can rebuild it if that happens. Snow took several steps back, a troubled look crossing his face. What are you saying? I barely got away with it last time because of the student council president. If I destroy the place again, they'll make me pay for it. He stomped the ground and lunged at me. And as you can see, I don't have any money. I chuckled at his complaint. Don't worry, I'm the spoiled son of the Starlight family, though my status within it isn't exactly great. We fought freely, neither of us managing to overpower the other while restraining ourselves. Still, I didn't mind. As long as I improved my swordsmanship and advanced in shadow adaptation, I was satisfied. After the duel, taking a short break, we stood side by side. Dawn spoke first. It seems like the temple is going through difficult times. Snow nodded. Yeah, many students have died. A moment of silence followed before Snow turned to me. Frey, you're from one of the major families, so you might know more than us. Tell me. He hesitated for a second. But in that brief moment, a suffocating killing intent radiated from him, making me tense up. I heard traces of demonic energy were found in the bodies of the culprits. Is that true? Hearing his question, I grew serious. I knew how much Snow hated demons and those who made contracts with them. After all, demons were responsible for his parents' deaths and the destruction of the orphanage he once called home. Snow was the hero I had created, an extension of myself. That's why I didn't want to lie to him. I nodded. It's true, somehow they acquired contracts with demons. After confirming his suspicions, Snow nodded coldly. I see, thanks for being honest with me. Without another word, he returned to training, his aura fluctuating violently. Dawn and I continued our own training separately. But the atmosphere had grown cold. Not just because of Snow's reaction, but because of her. Sarah's moonlight. She hadn't abandoned sword training, it seemed. I spotted her practicing alone. Fortunately, I could now suppress the old Frey's instincts with ease, so I wasn't concerned about her approaching me. Even so, I still preferred to keep my distance. She was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman my foolish mind could imagine. Yet I couldn't feel at ease around her, especially knowing her past. 6 a.m. time for class. I stopped training, heading off to shower and prepare for the day. So did the others, except Snow. After returning my practice sword, I made my way out. And that's when Saris blocked my path. Here we go. Standing before her, I kept my expression neutral. Do you need something? She shook her head. No, I just wanted to thank you for saving our class during the last test. I frowned. She's thanking me, that's not like her. Deciding to play along, I replied indifferently. No need to thank me, I did it for my own benefit. I don't deserve your gratitude. I see. She nodded, her expression unreadable as always. Silence followed. Assuming the conversation was over, I stepped past her. But just as I walked by, she spoke again. Frey, are you okay? Her words made me pause. What? I turned to face her. Have you been experiencing insomnia, losing your temper, feeling like you're not in control of your emotions? Oh, so that's what this was about. Without a care, I continued walking, dismissing her concerns. I'm fine, stop asking strange questions, it doesn't suit you. Once I was out of earshot, I cursed. She's suspicious of me. Classes went on as usual, except for the gloom hanging in the air. It was especially noticeable with Sophia. Hours passed, lesson after lesson. As always, I sat alone in Professor Fleming's class. But I frowned when I noticed someone else staring at me. Now what? It was Sansa. She wasn't the only one, Even some professors shot me occasional glances. Amid this suffocating atmosphere, I wanted to leave as soon as possible. And sure enough, as soon as class ended, Sansa approached me. Before she could speak, I beat her to it. "What's the matter?" Caught off guard by my irritated reaction, she hesitated for a moment before asking the question she had in mind. "Nothing, I just wanted to check if you've been doing okay lately." I clicked my tongue just as I expected. "You too, huh?" She raised an eyebrow. "Me too." Shaking my head, I turned away. "I'm fine, don't waste your time worrying about me." As I walked out, a bitter laugh escaped me. How naive. This was the moment where Frey Starlight was supposed to die. There was no way I'd escape my fate that easily. Realizing the absurdity of my situation, I scoffed at myself. Now that I think about it, Cerys was the one who exposed Frey in the first iteration. If I pieced everything together, I fit the exact profile of a demonic contract holder. A complete shift in personality. A sudden surge in a missing year with no clear records of my whereabouts. And to top it all off, the element of darkness. If people kept suspecting me, certain factions would seize the opportunity to either eliminate me or force me out of the elite class. I clenched my fists at the thought. If that happened, I'd lose my chance to participate in the Victoriad. Everything would go up in smoke. Taking a deep breath, I muttered to myself. Looks like I have no choice but to step in early. I needed to crush these suspicions before they spiraled out of control. And to do that, I had to find the real contract holders. What a hassle. With my plans for the day utterly ruined, I made my way back to my room. The grand hall was filled with tension as representatives from the Empire's most irful factions convened, summoned in response to the recent upheavals shaking the Empire's foundations. Betrayal that had ignited the wrath of the noble houses and great guilds had been swiftly met with retribution. Yet, despite the Empire's decisive response, the Ultras had managed to strike at one of the most secure locations in existence, the temple itself. In this escalating Cold War, the Empire had retaliated, dispatching dozens of assassins from the feared Shadow Tribunal. Now before the imperial dais where Emperor Mikar sat, flanked by the heads of the great houses and the leaders of the guilds, stood Mistumbra, the Empire's deadliest assassin. The news he delivered sent a ripple of shock through the chamber. 71 assassins, all ranked B-class and higher, had been sent to the Ultras continent. Not a single one had returned. In fact, contact had been lost the moment they crossed the Demon Sea. Emperor Mikar exhaled slowly. Lately, he had heard nothing but bad news. And it only continued. As Miss stepped back, two new figures stepped forward, Leonidas Starlight and Iris Sunlight. Their expressions were grim, and the reports they carried were identical. In both the eastern and southern Nightmare lands, something was changing. Nightmare beasts were behaving erratically, launching relentless and unprecedented assaults along the Empire's borders. The frequency and intensity of these attacks had increased dramatically, posing a grave threat to the front lines. What unnerved the border sentinels most, however, was the impossible unity among the creatures. Nightmare beasts that were naturally hostile to one another had begun attacking side by side, as if driven by a single will. This unnatural coordination made them exponentially harder to repel. Leonida's face darkened. We've managed to hold the line so far, since no mightier creatures have appeared, but with each attack, they grow stronger, and if the fog or one of the Nightmare Lords emerges. His expression grew even heavier. Then I can't guarantee the borders will hold. His words weighed on the room like lead, yet it was Iris who, as always, had the boldness to say what others merely thought. The embers in his beard crackled softly, but his usual playful smirk was nowhere to be seen. Instead, his gaze was sharp, his tone direct. Let's stop pretending, Leonidas. The beast rampages, the endless raids, the temple incident, and the infiltration of the imperial palace itself. Are we truly supposed to believe this is all just a coincidence? A dry chuckle escaped him. Even a child wouldn't fall for that. Mikar's brows furrowed. Are you suggesting the Ultras have somehow gained control over nightmare beasts? That's impossible. A deep voice interrupted him. No, it's not. The chamber fell silent. All eyes turned toward the speaker, an aged yet imposing man, his long silver hair draping over broad shoulders, his eyes milky white, devoid of pupils. Bloodmater. The director of the temple stepped forward, accompanied by a short, white-aproned figure. The latter wasted no time. I wouldn't go so far as to say they control them, he said, but they've certainly found a way to manipulate them, inciting their rage, triggering these attacks. Bloodmater gave a firm nod. He's right, I can confirm it. The short man wasn't just anyone. He was Ashal Eduardo, one of the greatest scientific minds of the era. His words carried weight, and Bloodmater's confirmation only deepened the gravity of the situation. Raising a device in his hand, Ashal activated a holographic display. A massive nightmarish creature appeared, a grotesque fusion of serpent and lizard. A Class A nightmare beast, one of the deadliest entities to roam the nightmare lands. Ashal stroked his beard, rotating the image to display the beast's corpse from different angles. Thanks to Bloodmater, who infiltrated the eastern nightmare lands alone, we managed to recover this specimen. Now, take a good look. Do you notice anything unusual? As the attendees examined the image, realization dawned. Mikar's gaze darkened. Those symbols, they're the same ones. Precisely. The image zoomed in, highlighting a sigil inscribed onto the creature's flesh, its design intricate and utterly alien. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the catastrophe hanging over our heads. Despite the ominous weight of his words, Ashal's fascination was evident. It's an evolved form of demonic contracts, a second-generation variant, if you will. His voice grew more animated. This tiny sigil is unlike anything I've ever seen. It can manipulate aura, alter physical structure, even influence emotions. Can you imagine the implications? So enthralled was he by his discovery that he failed to notice Bloodmater's massive hand reaching for him until it smacked him back to reality. Enough with your rambling, get to the point. Rubbing his aching back, Ashal grumbled. You brute, my words should be recorded for future generations. Seeing the murmurs spreading through the chamber, he relented. Raising his hands in surrender, he delivered the core truth. These sigils weren't made by humans. They're the work of demons, high-ranking ones. That explains the sudden surge in we've seen in certain individuals. Of course, that comes at a price. A silence stretched across the chamber. And if demons can empower humans? His voice dropped slightly. Then there's no reason they couldn't do the same to nightmare beasts. That would explain their berserk behavior. After all, demons and nightmare creatures came from the same place, the gates. Bloodmater's voice rumbled through the hall. You all understand what this means, don't you? A grim hush fell over the chamber. Expressions varied, some stunned, others deeply troubled, but Mikar simply lowered his head in thought. Elsewhere within the Starlight family's reserved seating, two women sat side by side. We're in serious trouble, aren't we? Ada's innocent question drew a heavy sigh from Carmen. You don't get it, Ada, this isn't just bad. This is the absolute worst-case scenario. Ada glanced at her, puzzled. Carmen rarely sounded this agitated. In truth, her frustration wasn't just about the dire situation, but because smoking was prohibited inside the royal hall. Needing a distraction, she spoke more than usual. This meeting is a nightmare for Mikar. Let me give you a simple geography lesson. Without waiting for a response, she continued. The Empire sits dead center in the world. Surrounded by the nightmare lands, the Demon Sea, and the Ultras continent. If the Ultras were our only enemy, we could focus on a single front, but no. Ada wasn't oblivious, she understood, but Carmen wasn't done. If they've truly gained influence over the nightmare beasts, then this is the end. Attacks will come from all sides, north, south, east, west. Nightmare creatures, millions of them. Some had no known way of being dealt with. Can you even comprehend the scale of this catastrophe? And that's without mentioning the Ultras, not to mention the Four Lords, now led by a high-ranking demon. As the harsh truth sank in, Ada's expression darkened further and further, until finally she let out a small, uneasy smile. So we're screwed, aren't we? Screwed, Carmen scoffed. This isn't even the real disaster. She exhaled sharply. Forget the siege we're under. Even inside the Empire, safety is an illusion. It's not just black and white, Ada, there's gray too. I'm talking about the traitors. Her lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smile. Simply put, inside and out. Her tone turned sharp, almost mocking. We've been screwed from every direction. Ada remained silent as Carmen continued, voice laced with amusement. We're like a whore who suddenly found herself surrounded by dozens of ravenous goblins, all eager to violate her. Ada pretended not to hear that last remark. Instead, she asked in an even tone. Then what's the solution? At that, Carmen paused. She leaned back, draping an arm over the chair, eyes drifting toward the ceiling in thought. Then, after a moment, she lifted a hand and pointed toward Emperor Mikar. Ada blinked. The Emperor. That's right. Carmen's fingers clenched into a tight fist. There's only one solution to this mess. Her voice was steady. Total war, we strike first. We hit them with everything we have before they even have the chance to retaliate. She leaned forward, eyes gleaming. It's our only choice. She spoke as if it were a simple thing, but Ada knew better. Total war. It was easy to say, but war was the worst possible decision. War wasn't just armies clashing on battlefields. War consumed everything. Money, food, resources, lives, both civilian and military. And worst of all, they didn't even know if they could win. For the first time, Ada felt the crushing weight of the responsibility on Emperor Mikar's shoulders. Some, like Iris and Bloodmater, demanded war. Others vehemently opposed it. "And what about you, Miss Carmen?" Ada finally asked. Carmen snorted. "Me, I'm all for war." Ada frowned. "Why?" "Because the timing is perfect." Carmen crossed her arms, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "The Ultras Four Lords may still be alive, but their leader, he's already dead." Ada immediately understood who she meant. The human demon, Dragoth. Carmen nodded. Her father, Abraham Starlight, killed him years ago. He lost his life in the process, but taking Dragoth down was a devastating blow to them. Her eyes narrowed. "Even if a high-ranking demon has taken his place, I doubt he's worse than Dragoth." She sighed. In the end, though, the decision rests in one man's hands. Seated upon his throne, Emperor Mikar was lost in thought. He was the fourth emperor, the direct descendant of the hero who had sealed the gates centuries ago. And yet, despite his lineage, he was on the verge of becoming the worst ruler in history. He had already lost his wife, and nearly lost his daughter. How could he protect an empire when he couldn't even protect his own family? Declaring war was easy, but the consequences. If he followed through, he would be dragging his generation and the next into a conflict with no guarantee of victory. Even with the empire teetering on the edge of disaster, he couldn't bring himself to make the final decision. Then, the air tensed. A surge of Urfel auras approached from the distance. And in that moment, a calm, chilling voice echoed through the chamber. "Everything has slipped from your grasp, Mikar." A large group entered, led by 3 elderly figures, each with vastly different builds. One in the center wore a pristine white robe, his beard and hair as pale as fresh snow. His aged features exuded a false serenity, completely at odds with his true nature. Behind them followed a procession of men and women, all clad in white. Carmen let out a low whistle. "Oh, looks like they've come out in full force." A chuckle slipped from her lips. For centuries, the empire had been ruled by 2 major the imperial family and the 4 great houses. But the second the church. Mikar's expression darkened. For the first time in decades, all 3 high bishops had arrived together. At the forefront, Joseph Blatter, an SS class awakened, known as the Apostle of the Gods. To his right, a towering old man with a scarred, muscular frame. His right eye was missing, replaced by a deep, jagged wound. Ramil Kalists, High Bishop of the Church, envoy of the Lords of Chaos. SS class. And to the left, a figure cloaked in solid black, hood drawn low over his face. Michael Platini, High Bishop of the Church, leader of the Execution Division. SS class. The Church rarely involved itself in political affairs. But today, things were different. Mikar's voice was cold. "Blatter, what is the meaning of this?" But against his glare, Blatter remained utterly composed. "That should be my question, Mikar." His voice carried a strange, soothing cadence, one that made people instinctively lower their guard. "Look at the Empire's state. We let you rule as you pleased because you were the descendant of the hero, the one chosen by the gods themselves." His tone softened. "But tell me, Mikar, where has that led us?" A pause. Then, "It has led us to our ruin." Mikar's expression twisted. Lightning crackled around him as he shattered his throne, appearing before Blatter in a flash. "So that's why you came here, old man." Blatter only chuckled. Then, lifting his hands, "Look around you, Mikar." His voice was almost gentle. "Tell me, what do you see?" At that moment, the very earth trembled as a massive crowd advanced toward the palace. Their voices, which had been eerily silent just moments before, suddenly erupted in unison, as if they had been forcibly muted and then unleashed all at once. No one understood how they had arrived so suddenly, but now the grand imperial palace was surrounded by tens of thousands of people. And they all chanted with a single voice, "Enact the will of the Lord." Reality was relentless in its cruelty toward Emperor Mikar as misfortunes continued to rain upon him. Ignoring Mikar entirely, Bladders strode forward, cutting a path straight to the center of the royal hall. Some of the royal guards, led by their commander, Oliver Khan, prepared to intervene. Khan himself was poised to strike, but the combined oppressive force of both Ramil Kalistes and Michael Platini halted him in his tracks. "Stand down, Khan, do not make a move now." Khan heard Mikar's voice echo inside his mind. As an SS rank awakened, Oliver Khan was in no way inferior to his adversaries, but Mikar understood all too well, any action taken now would be disastrous. "My lord, this is a blatant violation of your sovereignty." "Khan, do not make me repeat myself." Reluctantly, Khan withdrew, though his expression remained rigid with suppressed fury. "As you command." From the moment he entered, Bladder had not so much as glanced at the unfolding events around him. He merely stood there, bathed in a holy light. "A good performance is about to begin," Carmen murmured under her breaths. And as if in response to her anticipation, Bladier extended his arms wide. "O faithful servants of the Lord of Light, behold what we have become." His words resonated throughout the grand hall and beyond, carrying even to those outside the palace walls. "You have arrived at this dire moment because the people strayed from the will of the Lord. They drowned in their own desires, forsaking the sacred commandments and the legacy of our ancestors. 300 years ago, the great hero, Kazis Valerian, took up his sacred sword and led all of humanity to glorious victory." Watching from above, Carmen couldn't help but smirk. He certainly loves theatrics. The radiance surrounding Bladder intensified. "After we claimed our triumph, when our champions sealed the gates and we should have drawn closer than ever to the Lord of Light, instead, heretics arose. They abandoned their faith and turned away." "Death to the heretics." Voices of tens of thousands ed as one, shaking the very foundations of the city. "Death to the heretics. Death to the heretics." Their chant was a singular, deafening wave of devotion, yet they fell into complete silence at a mere gesture from Bladder. His control over the masses was absolute. Mikar felt a storm raging within him. "Bladder, where exactly are you going with this? What is it that you want?" "What do I want?" Bladder responded with a question of his own. "My will is the will of the Lord of Light." Then he raised his hand and proclaimed with unwavering conviction, "And the Lord wills war. War! War!" The sky itself seemed to tremble as the people erupted into frenzied cries. "Would you look at that?" Carmen chuckled. As the chants echoed, the church choir began to sing, and soon radiant halos materialized behind them. Then, emerging from the light, came celestial beings with 8 wings spread wide. "An angel!" someone shouted, and the fervor of the crowd intensified. "The Lord of Light answers our call." Mid the madness, Mikar's expression darkened further. At that moment, Bladder raised his hand and pointed directly at him. "We shall revive the legend of the One Sword. The Lord declares that war is the answer. From this day forth, we will begin preparations for battle. And to do so, we need the new One Sword, the hero who will lead the coming war. That is why I demand this of you, Mikar Valerian. Hand over the sacred sword, Vermithor, and devote your heart to serving the Lord of Light." Mikar could no longer contain his fury. A deafening thunderclap shook the heavens as a destructive bolt of lightning tore through the palace, shattering its very foundations. The raw of an SS Plus awakened erupted forth. "Bladder, the sacred sword Vermithor is the symbol of House Valerian, and now, you demand I simply surrender it to you." The pressure in the air grew heavier with every word, but Bladder remained unfazed. "A symbol of your house, don't make me laugh." Holy radiance engulfed the hall as Mikar found himself completely surrounded by both the forces of the church and the countless zealots gathered outside. The sacred sword Vermithor is a divine gift from the Lord of Light, a beacon meant to be wielded by the chosen hero, the one who will deliver this world from darkness. It was never yours to claim. Mikar felt himself sinking. Any move he made now would turn the tide against him. "From this moment forward, no matter how long it takes, we shall prepare for total war against the demon worshippers. Whether it takes a day, a month, or a year, this war will not cease, for the Lord stands with us. We will cleanse this land. Until the chosen hero arises, we shall continue our preparations. We shall not waver, we shall not falter. We shall fight until every last heretic is purged. This is the will of the Lord of Light. The will of the Lord. The will of the Lord. The will of the Lord." Amidst the frenzy, from the ruins of the imperial palace, the beginning of a war was declared, a war that would rage for years to come. A war that would engulf entire generations. A war whose consequences no one could yet fathom. What? Far from the madness, within a secluded temple, a young man spent his days indifferent to the chaos unfolding beyond. His only concern was finding a way back to his world and clearing the suspicions surrounding him. We are on the brink of great change. Shaul Eduardo stood amidst the massive crowds, watching as blind faith consumed them. He cast a glance at the man beside him, a figure so still, so detached, that even his eyes seemed void of light. For better or worse. Bloodmater's response made a Shaul pause. Isn't this what you wanted, Raphael? The war you've longed for is finally upon us. Bloodmater shook his head. I never desired war, Ashal, but sometimes it is the only way. With that, he turned to leave. Ashal's voice followed him. Where are you going? The director stopped for a brief moment. To finish what I started, I will lead the charge. I'm returning to the border. Are you certain about this? Ashal clasped his hands behind his back, speaking with an air of indifference. The temple is in a precarious state. Leave now, and you may come to regret it. Bloodmater simply smiled before vanishing, his voice lingering in the air. Do not underestimate the temple, Ashal. Frey Starlight's Pav. I sat at my desk, tapping my fingers against its surface, lost in thought. A few minutes ago, I had received a call from my sister, Ada. I hadn't expected it to be anything important. Once again, I was wrong. Disaster. This was a catastrophe. I had always known that even the smallest change could disrupt the course of events, but I never imagined it would escalate this much. The church had moved far earlier than expected. And with that, the war I had dreaded was arriving ahead of schedule. At this rate, I might end up caught in it myself. A whirlwind of thoughts threatened to consume me, but I pegged myself out of it with a sharp slap to the face. Calm down, it's not like the war will start immediately. They would need at least a year to prepare, to locate the hero. After all, that so-called hero was currently here, within the temple. That gave me just enough time to escape this world. With my mind made up, I left my room. Hunger gnawed at me. I had considered visiting Shahan, but indulging in too much spicy food would ignite an entirely different kind of war inside my stomach. So I opted for something else. As I wandered through the temple streets, now eerily quiet in the wake of recent events, I found myself enjoying the crisp air and silence. Let the strong handle the Empire's protection. I need to focus on what must be done. Too many eyes were on me. If their suspicions continued to grow, it would only be a matter of time before I was eliminated. And I needed to find the true contractor on my own. Luckily, a name surfaced in my mind. Whether it was the right one or not, the days ahead would reveal the truth. But for now, time to fill my stomach. Reaching the restaurant district, I seized the opportunity to enter one of the city's most renowned French establishments. Normally, a place like this would have an endless queue, but today, the path was clear. The moment I stepped inside, a rich, tantalizing aroma filled my senses. The grand dining hall stretched before me, tables draped in pristine white linens, the golden glow of chandeliers casting a warm, elegant light. The place was completely empty. I moved forward at my own pace, but as I did, I noticed a girl sitting at the first table. With her youthful features and striking green hair, she was devouring a perfectly cooked steak with enthusiasm. At the sound of approaching footsteps, she froze, lifting her head. For a brief second, our eyes met. She still had the piece of meat in her mouth, until it slipped from her lips. FFFF phrase Starlight. Her face drained of color as she scrambled backward, nearly toppling over. I frowned. Who is this? With trembling hands, she fumbled through her pockets before pulling out a book. Stay back. I immediately recognized it. The Holy Scripture of the Church. And this girl, Emilia Atarax, a student from Class A. I sighed at her exaggerated reaction. Why are you shoving that ridiculous book in my face? I took a step forward. She instinctively took one back. Stay away. So much for a peaceful meal. Spare me the nonsense. I'm just here to eat. She didn't seem convinced. The faint glow forming around her arms made that clear. Please don't kill me. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes, making her look even more like a frightened child. I ran a hand over my face. Did I really create such a foolish character? Kill you? Do you seriously think I'm an assassin? She believed every rumor she heard. She had probably listened to the countless whispers about me. Even so, she refused to lower her guard. I needed to end this quickly before we both got thrown out. You don't believe me, then let's do this. I stepped forward. The light around her body flared, shining with even greater intensity. No, stop. I didn't. Standing just a step away, she finally unleashed a wave of divine energy from her hands. A golden aura engulfed me, its presence undeniable, cleansing, purifying. Yet nothing happened. The reaction Amelia had been expecting never came. So this was the Lord of Light's the force those fanatics followed so blindly. I exhaled deeply, motioning toward myself. See, nothing. She was a saint candidate for the church. The Lord of Lights directly opposed demonic aura. If I had been a true contractor, the signs would have been undeniable. Yet here I stood, untouched. Amelia's expression twisted in shock as she murmured, "Nothing happened. Foolish girl." After that absurd encounter, I found a seat far away from Amelia. I indulged in a variety of dishes, savoring every bite. This place could easily earn 3 Michelin stars if it existed in my world. But nothing compared to Shayan's cooking. I was midway through my meal when I caught Amelia sneaking glances at me from across the room. When our eyes met again, she spoke without thinking. "Are you really not one of them?" I took a sip of my soup before replying, indifferent. "Come closer if you want to talk." She was seated at the farthest corner. Honestly, if not for my enhanced senses, I wouldn't have even heard her soft voice. I resumed eating, sensing her hesitation. After a few moments of internal struggle, she finally relented, making her way toward my table and sitting across from me. I gestured to the feast before us. "Eat whatever you like." She seemed taken aback. But even a fool could tell she had been staring at the food, not me. A smirk tugged at my lips as she hesitated. "Looks like the church doesn't pay you well." "Shut up, we don't take more than our share. Excess is a sin." It was obvious she wasn't entirely convinced by her own words, so I decided to push her a little more. "Excess, huh, but I don't think I'll be able to finish all this food. Wouldn't it be wasteful to throw it away?" Giving her a reason to eat, she hesitated for a moment before picking up her fork and reaching out for the food. "If you put it that way, I guess there's no choice. Yes, wastefulness is a sin too." Seeing the blush on her face and her childlike expression, I felt an urge to tease her even more. The girl in front of me was the closest thing to a child, making her all the more endearing. We sat together for a while, eating in relative silence. At first, she ate hesitantly, but it didn't take long for her to drop the pretense and reveal her true self, savoring the delicious food without restraint. I wasn't worried about the cost. Given my status in the Starlight family, she could eat as much as she wanted. Perhaps she grew uncomfortable under my gaze because she suddenly decided to change the subject. "Tell me, do you believe in the Lord of Light?" Hearing her question, I leaned on my left hand. "And why do you ask?" She looked away, unable to maintain eye contact for too long. "Well, you didn't react to the holy I unleashed on you earlier, so I thought maybe you were a secret believer." What? Her words gave me pause, stirring old memories I had written down long ago. Leaning back in my chair, I finally answered. "The Lord of Light exists without a doubt, but I don't follow the church." I was about to continue, but she suddenly cut me off. "Then you are a good person after all." "Hey, don't interrupt me." She pouted at my reaction but ignored me completely, her previous wariness now gone. Did she really trust anyone affiliated with the church so blindly? If so, her future looked bleak. I glanced out the window, murmuring to myself, "The Lord of Light, huh?" He was real, that much was certain. The Holy Sword Vermithor was undeniable proof of that. But to worship him as a supreme being, that was the biggest nonsense I'd ever heard. In the first place, neither humans nor demons were the only creatures inhabiting this vast universe. Somewhere beyond our lands, other entities, just like us, struggled to survive, and they were the ones holding back the high-seat demons. That was the only reason our world still stood. The so-called Lord of Light was merely one of those entities. Nothing more, nothing less. And yet, the people of this empire remained oblivious. I was lost in thought, barely aware of the girl sitting across from me, until a few unexpected words dragged me back to reality. "At least you're better than Ferrith." "Huh?" I immediately turned to face her. "What did you just say?" Amelia hesitated, taken aback by my reaction, but repeated herself nonetheless. "I said you're better than Ferrith." Her words surprised me. Why mention Ferrith now, of all times? Why him specifically? Amelia was naive, too naive. She kept talking, unaware of whether she should be saying any of this. "Well, you and Ferrith are the only ones mentioned in the rumors." I frowned at her response. I had suspected Ferrith more than anyone else, but I hadn't expected others to do the same. Pausing to gather my thoughts, I asked, "Did you ever test your holy on him?" She nodded. "Yes, Miss Sophia personally asked me to do it after the last target test, but nothing happened." She placed a finger on her lips, deep in thought. "But am I even allowed to tell you this?" I left her to her own musings as I processed the information. So I wasn't the only one suspicious of Ferrith. Even the professors had their doubts. But the fact that he resisted Emilia's holy left only two possibilities. Either he was truly innocent, or his contract was so strong that a Lodier Saint candidate like Emilia couldn't detect it. At that moment I smiled. It had to be the latter. Ferrith was most likely the leader of the contracted students within the temple, the same role Frey held in the original events. But I couldn't be certain just yet. Rising from my seat, I turned to leave. Emilia was still mumbling to herself when she noticed. "Where are you going?" "I'm heading out. Eat as much as you want. The bill's on me." I waved at her before making my way outside. After settling the payment, I stepped out into the night. It was already late, so I quickly returned to my room. Time was running out, so I pulled up my quest list, hoping to find new missions to help me reach the 10,000 achievement points I needed. But when I checked the list, I was utterly dumbfounded. Side quest. Kiss one of the elite class girls. The reward increases depending on the girl in question. Was this system seriously giving me a quest like this? A kiss, what was this? Some kind of high school romance story? I sighed, mulling it over. Honestly, the difficulty of this quest depended entirely on who I chose. If I went with someone like Adriana, I could probably get away with it, though the reward wouldn't be much. But if I attempted it with Saris or Sansa, I didn't even want to think about the consequences. For now, I'd keep this mission as a last resort and focus on defeating Ghost instead. He was the only one left, and he had already given me 750 points after all. I couldn't sleep that night, so I found myself heading to the dueling grounds. To my surprise, I wasn't alone. Clona Starlight was there, along with a few students from Class A and Ferrith himself. It suddenly made sense why the training grounds were always empty when I came. I had only ever visited them in the mornings. Training in a crowded space was annoying, but perhaps this was a good opportunity to observe Ferrith up close. Grabbing a training sword, I walked toward one of the dummies and started practicing. I focused on my movements, ignoring the people around me. But for some reason, a strange chill crept down my spine that night. The sky slowly darkened as the sun disappeared beyond the horizon. Inside one of the temple's cafes, a well-dressed man sat, sipping his coffee while admiring the view. At some point, he glanced at his watch. It was just past 7. Taking a final sip, he stood up, leaving a few silver coins on the table, much to the delight of the staff. He strolled leisurely through the temple's vast grounds, which resembled a small city. Turn after turn, he found himself alone, having ventured deep into the dimly lit alleys. Eventually, he stopped. In the pitch-black darkness, his figure vanished entirely, leaving only his crimson eyes gleaming through the void. He pulled out a strange device, a crystal with a deep violet hue. With a single tap, an eerie silhouette materialized, a man clad in a black suit, his face completely obscured. Though he appeared ordinary, the red-eyed man's reaction suggested otherwise. The moment the figure emerged, he knelt on one knee. "Greetings, my lord." The suited man remained unfazed, skipping pleasantries altogether. "Is everything ready?" "Yes, the preparations are complete. I await your command." The faceless man gave a slight nod. Clearly, he had no interest in idle chatter, seeking to end the conversation as swiftly as possible. Before vanishing, he left behind a final warning. "Don't mess this up, Kailuk. This is your only chance to ascend." Kailuk remained kneeling until the projection faded. Slowly, he rose to his feet. His expression was calm, but the cracks forming along the nearby buildings betrayed his true emotions. His fists clenched tightly, his crimson eyes burning with an ominous glow. At that moment, no one knew what kind of storm was about to descend upon the temple. Frey's Starlight Pav. Sweat dripped down my skin after hours of intense training. Over the past few hours, I had tested a variety of techniques, from solo drills to sparring with others. Surprisingly, the experience had been more rewarding than expected. I even found new sparring partners. The lingering heat in my muscles fueled my desire for one final match before calling it a day. I was about to ask Snow when I noticed a tall young man with long blonde hair approaching me. With a friendly smile, he raised his sword. How about a duel? Seeing Ferreth's polite demeanor, I couldn't help but chuckle. You want a rematch? Hearing the teasing tone in my voice, Ferreth frowned slightly, but what he did next genuinely caught me off guard. He bowed his head slightly. I apologize for my past behavior. I now realize how childish and unfair I was toward you. Frey, I don't expect you to forgive me, but I hope this can at least make up for it a little. His words made me freeze for a moment, and even the others nearby halted their training upon hearing them. I was stunned. Was this really Ferreth, the typical third-rate villain, saying something like that? He was the one I had always believed was meant to replace the old Frey in this version of the story. Everything pointed to him being the likely suspect, but recent events had started to challenge that assumption. Still, since he approached me on his own, I wasn't about to waste the opportunity to dig deeper. I patted his shoulder with a grin. It's fine, I overreacted back then too, no hard feelings. I'm glad to hear that. After exchanging polite smiles, I made my way to one of the nearby arenas. Shall we begin? At my question, he nodded. Come at me whenever you're ready. Raising my sword, I immediately shifted into combat mode. My previous friendly demeanor vanished, replaced by cold focus. Ferreth Erlit, this might be my chance to bring you into the light and end this once and for all. Skipping unnecessary warm-ups, I lunged forward, with a surge of dark aura. Ferreth reacted swiftly, deflecting my strike with a sharp parry. Our swords clashed, locking together in a fierce struggle. He thought he had blocked my attack, until 10 identical copies of myself emerged, striking simultaneously at multiple points on his body. Sensing danger, he conjured several wind barriers, blocking my attacks in an instant. Yet somehow he immediately pinpointed my real position, launching a counterattack that forced us into a close-quarters clash. Outside the arena, several spectators watched intently. Standing side by side, Snow and Dawn observed the duel. After the first exchange, Dawn muttered in surprise. Frey is more aggressive than usual. Snow remained silent, simply watching. Meanwhile, I continued pressing Ferreth. He was much stronger than the last time we fought. But I had anticipated that. I quickly scanned the training ground, noting the presence of many people, most notably Snow. My goal was to push Ferreth into revealing his true nature. If he lost control, Snow and I would be able to restrain him. The real question was, how? No matter how much I pressured him, he wouldn't crack. If anything, he was handling my attacks too well. If I unleashed my full this wouldn't be considered a simple spar anymore. I sank into deep thought. Think, how do I force him to use his demonic Recalling what I knew about demon contracts, an idea struck me. Demons were fueled by emotions, anger, hatred, and love. A smirk crossed my lips as I took a few steps back. Let's test this. You know, you've improved a lot, Ferreth. At my words, he adjusted his stance. Glad to hear it, but I still have a long way to go. No, you're really strong. I bet plenty of girls would fall for you like this. I lunged forward again, our swords clashing violently. Taking advantage of my close proximity, I threw out my next words. Girls like Sansa, for example. For a fraction of a second, he froze. I carefully studied his reaction. I needed a response. But instead of what I expected, he simply chuckled, pushing me back. I'd be happy if that happened. A normal response. Impossible. I pressed further, determined to dig deeper. Oh, so you're admitting you like her. Despite our relentless swordplay, my voice carried through clearly. He feigned calmness, answering nonchalantly. I can't answer that. Seeing him pretend to be flustered, I intensified my attack. So I was right, but are you sure about that, Ferreth? What do you mean? Sparks flew as our swords clashed with increasing intensity, a stark contrast to the nature of our conversation. What do I mean? I paused briefly before continuing. Honestly, your chances are close to zero, Ferreth. I'd suggest giving up. Dark aura surged as I unleashed a series of rapid E's. She's a princess, after all. I doubt she'd ever fall for someone like you. She's out of your league, Ferreth. Ferreth had been silent for a while now, doing nothing but defending. I watched him growing restless. Come on, do it. I just made you hear the words you hate the most. Fight back. I waited for an angry outburst. But instead, Ferreth simply smiled as the wind surged fiercely around him. Thanks for the advice, Frey, but I won't give up that easily. This time he attacked, but it wasn't the reaction I was expecting. We clashed for a while longer, but in the end, neither of us could overpower the other, so we stopped. Good match. He thanked me before walking away. I watched his retreating figure, my expression unreadable. What was that? If someone had mentioned Saris to the old Frey, he would have ped immediately. Yet Ferrith Erlet barely reacted. That was almost impossible. Demonic contracts were supposed to amplify emotions. Could it be that Ferrith wasn't the contractor after all? I found myself unsettled. For some reason, the chill I had felt earlier refused to fade, not even after leaving the training hall. That night I returned to my room late, took a shower to wash off the sweat, and collapsed onto my bed. I was exhausted and fell asleep instantly. The next morning, as usual, I headed to class early. Most of the lessons were dull, except for Sophia's. I sat through Fleming's lecture on elemental affinities for what felt like the 100th time. Struggling to keep my eyes open, I fought off the overwhelming urge to sleep. When class finally ended, I stood up and made my way toward two girls who were about to leave. As I stepped in front of them, blocking their path, both Sansa and Adriana halted. The latter instinctively hid behind Sansa. By now, I was used to this reaction, so I wasn't surprised. Instead, I focused on the princess. "Can I have a moment?" Sansa frowned slightly, her brows knitting together. "Do you need something?" "I just want to talk." "Then speak here." I raised an eyebrow at her response. "Was she mad at me?" "In private, if you don't mind." Seeing my insistence, she stared at me for a moment before sighing in resignation. "Go ahead first, Adriana. I'll catch up later." At that moment, Adriana leaned in, covering her mouth as she whispered in Sansa's ear, clearly trying to keep me from hearing. "Are you sure about this? You know the rumors about him. What if he—" "It's fine, I'll be okay." "But—" "Adriana, I'll be fine, just go." I stared at them blankly. What's the point of whispering when I can hear even the quietest sounds? After a brief exchange, Adriana reluctantly left. Meanwhile, Sansa and I stepped out of the classroom together. We had an hour before the next lecture. The moment I left the room, my body relaxed. For some reason, the strange sense of danger I had felt earlier that morning returned the moment I entered the classroom, leaving me puzzled. I decided to think about it later and focused on the girl in front of me instead. She walked ahead, her face unreadable. Since I knew she wouldn't speak first, I took the initiative. "Is something wrong?" She was clearly upset with me. "I don't know, you tell me," she said. "Is there?" I wouldn't be asking if I knew the answer. Silence followed. Soon we reached a vending machine stocked with various drinks. I grabbed a soda for myself before turning to ask what she wanted. She simply pointed. "Iced tea, then." After getting our drinks, we sat down at one of the benches nearby. "So what do you want?" I took a sip before answering. "First, can you drop the hostility?" "What hostility?" This aura of yours." "I have no idea what you're talking about." I sighed. I'd never understand this girl. Out of all the characters in this world, she was the only one I hadn't written, and that often made her a source of endless frustration. "At least tell me why. I'm in a tough spot here." She glanced at me before shaking her head. "You've got some nerve, Frey. After pushing me away, you now act as if nothing happened." Pushing her away, was she talking about that time? Frowning, I responded. "My reaction was natural. You were the one who doubted me. I only asked if you were okay, and of course I doubted you. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Maybe you were deceived, or maybe you're after and benefits. When people hear the name Frey Starlight, anything is possible." Hearing her words, I lowered my gaze. Ignoring her unwavering stare, I silently continued drinking. She's not wrong, at least, if she was talking about the old Frey. But that person was long gone. I refocused on her when she pointed out something important. "If you doubt me, then why did you follow me here alone?" At my question, she tilted her head slightly and looked to the side indifferently. I simply realized that demons wouldn't waste their time dealing with an idiot. At that moment, I nearly choked on my drink. That was a dumb question. Everyone had seen us leave together earlier, and some might even be watching me now. I had forgotten she was a princess. Choosing to ignore it, I got straight to the point. "Let's just forget it, Sansa. Call it even. Just say what you need to say." I took a moment before asking, "All right, this might sound strange, but have you ever felt like you were being targeted?" She tilted her head. "Targeted?" Yeah, like, do you ever feel like someone is watching you, or maybe someone has been getting close to you a lot recently? Seeing how serious I was, she laughed. The only person who's been getting close to me lately is you, and the one staring the most is also you. Huh? My expression betrayed me. Only then did I finally realize what she meant. I smacked my forehead. I had been observing her frequently after learning about her story, had she noticed every single time. Somehow the coldness from earlier disappeared as the princess chuckled. I'm just messing with you. Why are you reacting like this now? What? Seeing my silence, she finally answered my question seriously. Let's see, I don't feel like anyone's watching me. I get a few stares here and there, but nothing unusual. As for people getting close to me, well, a lot of them do because of my status. Other than that, nothing else. I lowered my head deep in thought before looking at her again. What about a confession, a love confession? My question made her pause. After staring for a moment, she sighed before answering. Because of my position as a princess, no one can approach me that way. You already know that. I knew most of my questions sounded ridiculous, but I had to ask them to confirm my suspicions about Ferrith. She studied me for a while before speaking again. Why are you asking these questions now? Are you worried about me? I nodded in response. Yeah, I suppose so. She hadn't expected that answer, which explained the surprise on her face. I didn't want to admit that I had done it for my own reasons. Since I had already resolved things with her, there was no point in stirring things up again. That's not like you, Frey. Are you actually worried about someone other than yourself? I do from time to time. Seeing that I didn't deny it, she idly played with her fingers. Well, there's no need to worry. I'm a princess after all. It won't be that easy to lay a hand on me. I nodded she was right. If her situation was anything like Prince Egon's, then there were surely unseen eyes watching us even now. There was no way someone of her status would be left unguarded. A quiet pause followed as we both finished our drinks. Then, almost absent-mindedly, I asked, You once told me you can read emotions just by looking at someone's face, right? She nodded. Then tell me, what do you usually see when you look at mine? She remained silent for a moment before answering. If I had to put it into words, sadness. For some reason, that's the emotion I see the most. I see. That was oddly reassuring. At the very least, my emotions and desires were still present. They hadn't completely faded away. She seemed like she wanted to ask more, but in the end, she held back, maybe because we weren't that close. To be honest, you've become harder to read lately. Everything about you feels different, like you're a completely different person. I leaned back in my chair, answering her in a relaxed tone. That's only natural. Our eyes met. After all, I'm not Frey. Silence followed. This is only natural, after all. I am not Frey. A heavy silence settled over the place as Sansa's face twisted in confusion. Not Frey. I nodded. Then what should I call you? Her question caught me off guard. Should I tell her my real name? I quickly dismissed the idea. On second thought, I am Frey. Are you messing with me? Not at all. She exhaled a long sigh, stepping back slightly as she muttered under her breath. You know what's funny? As ridiculous as your words sound, I don't feel like you're lying. That's because I'm not. At that moment, we both stood up, making our way back to class. You know, Frey, I've never once questioned this ability of mine. It's been with me since birth, but for the first time, you made me doubt it. What? I remained silent. Even I wasn't sure why I told her the truth. Was I supposed to say, hey, I created this world, and you along with it? Or should I just tell her I reincarnated from another world? Neither option made sense. The moment those words left my mouth, I realized how foolish it was, so I contradicted myself immediately. She probably thinks I'm insane now. I settled into my usual seat at the back of the classroom, waiting for the lesson to begin. From across the room, I spotted Adriana fussing over Sansa, worry etched on her face. I was certain I had officially become Adriana's personal nightmare. Before long, the rest of the students returned, and class resumed. An hour of Sophia's lesson flew by, unlike the other lectures that always seemed to drag on. Nothing particularly noteworthy happened, except for one thing, the strange shift in the relationship between Ferrith and his entourage. It felt different. Or rather, Ferrith seemed to be treating them more kindly. I'd be lying if I said that didn't bother me. For the first time, I started questioning my own conclusions, my so-called knowledge of this world. That was why my laptop now rested on my desk, hidden from sight. I was seriously considering using the author's advice feature to confirm the true contractor's identity. But when I saw the updated pricing, I nearly lost my mind. Random advice, 100 achievement points. Direct advice, 500 achievement points. The moment I saw those numbers, my face twisted in irritation. Last time I used this ability, it only cost double-digit points. How the hell did it suddenly skyrocket to this? I ruffled my hair in frustration, exhaling in defeat. I couldn't afford to waste more points now. The anti-magic was crucial to countering the upcoming attack. I wouldn't be this cautious if the events had played out as they did in the original story, where the protagonist and the professors managed to repel the invasion. But now everything had changed with just 3 words. Difficulty level raised. I had no idea which path we were heading down anymore. That was why I needed to prepare for every possibility. Not to mention the skill, I needed to steal from the man leading the invasion. With a heavy sigh, I closed my laptop. I had no choice but to rely on myself. That or kiss every girl in class. Just as I was about to make my move, a familiar chill crawled down my spine. It happened the moment Sophia left the room. I scanned the classroom carefully. Not many people remained, Ferrith and his group. Saris, whom I had been deliberately avoiding. And the prince, Egon. No matter how much I focused, I couldn't pinpoint the source of this unease. It was starting to get under my skin. I decided to leave before drawing unwanted attention. As I stepped into the hallway, I spotted a familiar figure. My cousin Clona Starlight was talking to a young man with white hair and black eyes. He wore the white uniform of the Abyss class, its emblem displayed on his chest. The moment our eyes met, a wide grin stretched across my face. Well, if it isn't dear cousin Amund. Damn, I completely forgot about him. Amund's expression twisted in disgust the instant he saw me, as if he had just swallowed something rotten. Frey, it's been a while, how's the Abyss class treating you? This guy was the first person to pick a fight with me in this world, so naturally, I enjoyed provoking him whenever I had the chance. Of course, bringing up the Abyss class only reminded him of his failure to enter the elite class. The veins on his forehead bulged in response. You bastard. To my surprise, he immediately closed the distance between us. Looks like his temper hasn't improved at all. I barely had time to react before his clenched fist came flying toward my face. But before he could land a hit, Clona swiftly stepped between us, blocking him. That's enough. If you two want to fight, at least do it somewhere I don't have to see it. At her words, I raised my hands in surrender. I have no interest in fighting. I'd never dream of crossing swords with an Abyss student Tilda. Clona shot me a warning glare for continuing to provoke her brother. Meanwhile, Iman's face was turning red with rage. Don't get cocky, Frey. The class divisions mean nothing here. I can still crush you anytime I want. Bold words, just what I'd expect from an Abyss student Tilda. We've been putting off our duel for too long. How about we settle things now? Bring it on, you bastard. Before he could charge at me, a slender hand grabbed his wrist, yanking him back. That's enough, Frey. You do realize what a duel with him would mean right now, don't you? Her words ped me back to my senses. I had let my excitement get the better of me. I nodded in understanding, and she took that as her cue to drag Amund away. He continued shouting at her, but she didn't let go. She was right. The Abyss class and the Elite class had a deeply rooted rivalry. That was why it was rare to see an Abyss student wandering around here, Amund being an exception. If I had fought him now and crushed him, it would have provoked a backlash from the Abyss class, something I had no interest in dealing with. The real hostility burned strongest among the second years and beyond. Since we were still in our first year, we had yet to experience it in full. The Elite class nurtured those with exceptional talent, while the Abyss class focused on hard work and perseverance, often taking in students with lower potential. Their conflict wasn't ending anytime soon. That day I returned to my room, unable to shake the gnawing doubts in my mind. Days passed one after another. I grew more and more bewildered by Ferrith's behavior. He had practically transformed into a saint. He was even forging friendships with students from Class A, which only worsened my headache. His actions completely contradicted those of the contractor. And if Ferrith wasn't the one, then who was? I was especially concerned because the invasion event was only 3 days away. And that lingering sense of unease, it still hadn't disappeared. It would creep up at times, then vanish again, leaving me even more uncertain. The only good news was the update to the side quest list. Most of the new side quests were ridiculous, things like skipping class or causing minor disruptions, but they were easy to complete, bringing me closer to my goal. Unfortunately, the only remaining tasks were the kissing mission and defeating Ghost, who I could never seem to find. I was lost in thought when suddenly, a muscular hand clamped down on my shoulder. What's with that dumb stare? I turned to find Danzo standing beside me. Nothing, just spaced out for a bit. Quit wasting time on pointless thoughts. Let's get out of here before I suffocate. Sure, but I don't see Ragna anywhere. Danzo shoved his hands into his pockets and started walking toward the exit. No idea, he said he had something to take care of. I see. After walking beside him for a while, curiosity got the better of me. Tell me, Danzo, what do you think of the current situation? What situation? The assassinations, the contractors hiding among us. Who do you think they are? He was silent for a moment before answering. I don't know, and thinking about it won't change anything. His indifference made me throw out a possibility. What if the rumors about me being one of them were true? Then I'd just have to fight and kill you, simple as that. His bluntness made me chuckle. That easy, huh? He nodded. There's no point in overthinking it. Smarter and more capable people have already tried. The spies, the contractors, whoever they are, they'll reveal themselves eventually. When they do, we take them down. I couldn't help but smile. Straightforward and simple. I wished I could see things that way. Eventually, we stepped out of the elite class building. We found ourselves outside, standing around aimlessly. You wanna do something? Hearing my question, he answered immediately. I'm hungry. At that, I took the lead, gesturing for him to follow. Come on, I'll have you try something spicy today. He frowned slightly. Something spicy. I led him to a particular tent, serving traditional food he wasn't used to. The entire experience from start to finish was hilarious. From the odd way of sitting to the surprise on old man Shahin's face when he saw an extra customer. Not to mention Danzo's reaction when he took his first bite of the spicy food. He spat it out at me, yelling, "Are you trying to kill me?" I caught the flying plate effortlessly and set it back on the table. Don't be a baby, that was just one spoonful. Something about my reaction must have sparked his competitive side because he noticed I was already finishing my own plate. Give it here, I'll show you who's the baby. Like an enraged dragon, he kept exhaling fiery breaths after every bite but stubbornly finished his meal. That hour passed in a way I hadn't experienced in a long time. Somehow it reminded me of the days I spent with my real friends in places like this. I glanced at Danzo, sitting across from me, his eyes bloodshot as he chugged milk like his life depended on it. Come to think of it, the main characters in this world were all inspired by my real friends. Danzo was one of them. I muttered under my breaths. So this was bound to happen, huh? Huh, speak up, man. I paid back to attention. I said, how about another round? For once, his expression betrayed him. His face turned pale. In the end, we didn't stay long and left the tent. That was a good meal. Danzo, however, didn't seem to agree. Good meal, my ass, that was torture. After chatting for a bit, we finally noticed something odd. For some reason, the atmosphere was more chaotic than usual. Students were moving frantically, as if something big had happened. I frowned. More assassinations. I quickly dismissed the thought. No way they wouldn't act before the major assault. We blended into the crowd, trying to understand what was going on. Then Danzo spotted some familiar faces. Oh, you three idiots, wait up. Following his gaze, I saw Ferrith and his group nearby. So you guys are here too. Ignoring Ferrith's unusually friendly tone, I got straight to the point. What's going on? Ferrith hesitated for a second before answering. They've already found all the contractors. Huh? I barely processed his words. As we made our way to the dorms, Ferrith explained properly. Apparently the church has taken control. They sent envoys into the temple, triggering a large-scale purge. Since holy energy directly opposes demonic energy, the contractors were exposed immediately. Danzo scoffed. And here I thought they'd be a real threat. I intentionally kept out of the conversation. A purge like this never happened in the original story. Once again, the changes were forcing themselves in. But Ferrith's next words caught my attention. It's not over yet, we're next. Apparently, they've sent a high-ranking saint candidate to the elite dorms. The church is more serious than ever. I was confused. What unsettled me wasn't the church's actions or the premature elimination of the contractors. It was Ferrith's calm demeanor. If a high-ranking saint candidate had really been sent, Ferrith wouldn't be able to hide if he were the leader of the contractors inside the temple. Which meant, was he not actually the one? Then why? Why had I felt that same sense of danger since the first time we met? This had gone on for so long that I was getting sick of it. That suffocating feeling, like a blade pressed against my throat. It was time to find out the truth. Hawk's Eye. I activated my skill, expanding my vision to 360 degrees. Focusing my aura around my eyes, I pushed the ability to its limits, hoping to uncover something. As I scanned my surroundings, time seemed to slow down. Then my eyes widened. After all this time, I finally saw it. That strange energy lurking in Ferrith's shadow. Inside it was someone I already knew. Was that Ghost? At last, I understood why I had always felt that sense of danger. Because of how similar our abilities were, I was the only one who could sense him. Ghost Umbra. I let out a quiet laugh. It seemed I wasn't the only one who suspected you, Ferrith. I entered the elite dormitory alongside Danzo, Ferrith, and his entourage, only to find a crowd of unfamiliar faces waiting for us. It wasn't just the first years, upperclassmen were here as well. My gaze instinctively swept over them, searching for any notable figures. Sure enough, I recognized a few. Individuals who would one day lead the coming war. I remembered every moment I had written about them, and now, seeing so many of my own characters standing before me, left me feeling utterly bewildered as an author. At the center of the hall stood Ellen White, president of the Elite Student Council. She commanded the room effortlessly, organizing the crowd with nothing but her voice. Beside her was a table, and in front of it sat a girl, flanked by two masked men radiating an overwhelming pressure. But my attention was drawn entirely to her. I had been wondering who the high-level saint candidate was that everyone had been talking about. Turns out it was her. A young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s with long blonde hair, part of it braided. Her deep blue eyes and mature, striking features exuded beauty, complemented by her well-proportioned figure. She had finally appeared, one of the main heroines, alongside Ceres. Uriel Platini, the most prominent saint candidate. She sat calmly at her table, completely indifferent to the people around her, leaving everything to Ellen. Then Ellen's voice echoed throughout the hall, cutting straight to the point. First years, step forward in order according to your number for the examination. At her words, a boy with white hair and golden eyes stepped forward, Snow Lionheart, taking the initiative. He sat before Uriel, who gave him a soft smile before speaking in a gentle voice. Please give me your hand. Snow complied without hesitation. In response, Uriel gently took hold of his arm. She closed her eyes and immediately, a golden aura surged around them, enveloping them both. The entire hall fell into silent awe, captivated by the sheer purity of the radiating from her. Compared to this, the so-called sacred of Emilia Atarax barely deserved the title. Even from a distance, I could feel the weight of her strength. As expected of the girl destined to become the saint. The examination didn't last long. As anticipated, Snow passed without issue. One by one, students from Class A stepped forward, only for the same result to repeat over and over. A tense atmosphere settled over the room. Everyone here knew exactly what would happen if a contractor was discovered. After all, those masked figures weren't just for show. But I wasn't concerned about that. My attention was fixed solely on the young man standing beside me. What will you do now, Ferrith? By now, Uriel had finished with Class A and had moved on to Class B. A particularly captivating sight unfolded as Ceres sat across from Uriel, two of the main heroines, face to face. Time seemed to slow as Ferrith's turn approached. And then the moment finally arrived. I watched, my gaze glued to him, as the long-haired blonde made his way forward. I scrutinized every single step he took. There was no escaping this. Even the old Frey wouldn't have been able to hide himself from Uriel's eyes. It was simply impossible. Right before me, Ferrith took his seat, extending his hand with a calm expression. With her slender hands, Uriel grasped his. As before, the golden light slowly engulfed them. I held my breath, waiting for the moment when the dark within him would awaken, but to my utter disbelief. Uriel smiled before gently releasing his hand. Thank you for your patience. You may proceed. Ferrith nodded and walked away unfazed. Meanwhile, I stood there, frozen, unable to comprehend what I had just witnessed. He was innocent. My thoughts raced, desperately searching for an explanation, only to come up empty. There were only two possibilities. Either he was truly innocent, or my name was called. Letting out a slow breath, I steadied myself and stepped forward, taking a seat across from Uriel. The girl before me was mature and breathtaking, beautiful enough to rival Sarah's moonlight. But at this moment, I had no room in my mind to appreciate her charm. "Please give me your hand." I obeyed, offering my left hand. As before, she gently took hold of it. The process repeated. A pure aura flowed into me. It was calm, gentle, so much so that it touched my heart. At that moment, Uriel, who had kept her eyes closed, suddenly frowned. Her reaction did not go unnoticed. One of the masked men immediately asked, "Is something wrong?" A chill ran down my spine. What now? The thought of antagonizing the church at this stage sent a shiver through me, but her next words doused me in cold water. She let go of my hand and smiled faintly. "No, it's nothing, he's clear. You may go, Frey Starlight." I nodded and stood up, leaving as fast as I could. Only when I was far enough did a sharp sting pulse through my left hand, making me realize what had just happened. "Valerian, you motherfucker, you nearly got us killed." Meanwhile, Uriel continued examining students, but she couldn't shake off the memory of that boy. Frey Starlight. Unlike the others, she had felt something blocking her from penetrating his body. It had never happened before, which was why, for a brief moment, she had panicked. Fortunately, the resistance didn't last long and quickly faded away. She smirked playfully as she resumed her examinations. This year's first years aren't simple. After that bizarre examination, I immediately returned to my room. I frantically aired on my computer, unable to bear the uncertainty any longer. A quick glance at my points. Achievement points, 9550. I was so close. So damn close. But at this point, I had no choice. I was at a dead end. My doubts were scattered, and I couldn't afford any more uncertainties. I needed proof, and this damn system was my only lead. Ignoring the author's advice, I decided to use an ability I had never touched before. Image. A glimpse into the future. By spending achievement points, the author could receive a single image of an event that would happen in one of the paths affecting them. The farther the event, the higher the cost. This was my lifeline. 2 days remained before the raid. So I set the date precisely 2 days into the future. A notification popped up. Shot of the future. Date 17/01/2428. Cost 300 achievement points. Damn it. Even though the event was so close, the price was still steep. But despite everything, I agreed. I no longer had the freedom to refuse. The moment I made my decision, a sharp wave of pain struck my mind, forcing me to my knees as I clutched my head in agony. What's happening now? My reality turned upside down as the desk, the walls, and everything around me melted away. Colors blended together, forming a new image before me, slowly but steadily. I fought with all my might to focus, unwilling to miss a single detail. And within seconds, my eyes ped open. The scene before me, I was looking down from the sky. From this vantage point, I could see the entire temple, or rather, what was left of it. What I was witnessing was horrifying. Over half of the temple's grounds had been destroyed, and bodies, torn limbs, and shattered remains were scattered everywhere. Some of those bodies belonged to the main characters, making my heart race in a frenzy. Before I could process the devastation and bloodshed, I was yanked back into reality. I edged for air, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. The temple had fallen, the main characters were dead. Events that were never supposed to happen in the original story had unfolded. I shot to my feet, frantically typing on my computer. This wasn't what I wanted. This time I adjusted the time and reset the clock, praying I was right, praying I would get the outcome I sought. Achievement points required, 300. It felt as if those points were carved directly from my flesh, but I accepted the cost, bracing myself for the shock. Please just give me what I want. Unlike before, reality itself dissolved once again, reshaping into a new vision before my eyes. This time, I saw the temple's students engaged in battle against a group of strangers, most of them clad in black. The image displayed every member of the elite class, fighting with all their might. I found myself focusing so intensely on the details that my eyes felt like they might pop out of their sockets. At first, my heart sank. I couldn't see anything unusual. But upon a second, closer look, I realized something crucial that I had missed. And just like that, the vision faded, pulling me back to the present. I sat there staring blankly into space before a strained smile stretched across my face. So it was you. Time passed quickly. The temple had finally gotten a chance to breathe. Thanks to the combined efforts of the church and the temple's forces, all the contractors had been suppressed. This entire event was something worth celebrating. Thus, the students gathered in the temple's vast courtyard, their gazes fixed on the platform before them. Seated in her chair, Sophia Tan let out a sigh of relief as a few words slipped from her lips. Finally, this madness is over. Noticing her relaxed posture, a woman seated beside her playfully tapped her shoulder. Why the frown, little Sophia, if you keep that up, you'll get wrinkles like me. Sophia smiled at the lady next to her. I wouldn't say that. You've still managed to keep your beauty, Lady Cynthia. Ho-ho, flattery won't get you anywhere, dear. I know time has long left me behind. Beside Sophia sat that kind old woman with white hair and gentle blue eyes, her former teacher, the person she would always be indebted to, Cynthia Adams. Perhaps now we can finally catch our breath. I doubt it, my dear. Cynthia lowered her gaze slightly, a small smile forming on her lips. War looms on the horizon, and an enemy we know little about lurks in the shadows. We won't be resting anytime soon. Reality could be bitter sometimes, but Sophia tried to accept it with an open heart. At the very least, let's keep it away from the next generation for as long as possible. Hearing her former student's words, the elderly woman smiled warmly. Well said, at the very least, we can protect these young sprouts for a while. The two women continued their conversation, but before long, their attention shifted to the man who stepped onto the platform. With Headmaster Bloodmater absent, it was only natural that his deputy would take charge. The man was in his mid-40s, with black hair, sharp features, and a pair of glasses that suited his face effortlessly. He wore a sleek black suit over his perfectly built physique. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked with the composure of a king, standing tall before the gathered students and faculty. He was none other than the deputy headmaster and one of the temple's 5 strongest figures, Beak Ryan. A being ranked S+. His piercing gaze swept across the crowd before he spoke in a deep voice. To the students of the temple and my fellow colleagues, first and foremost, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies. As they watched the deputy bow his head before them, the students were stunned. For someone as awful as him to lower his head to them, it left them speechless. But he didn't dwell on it for long. He straightened up and continued his speech. Our duty has always been to support the next generation, to provide them with an environment where they can grow and be protected, and we failed in that duty when our students perished before our very eyes. But just as we fell together, we shall rise together. Though this will never atone for the lives lost, we have successfully suppressed the traitors and reclaimed the temple's honor. Beak Ryan bowed slightly once more, his expression firm. Future now lies before you. The torch will be passed to you, our precious gems. Here you will be honed to face whatever the days ahead may bring. But at the very least, from me to every staff member of this temple, know that we will support you with everything we have. Let us decide our destiny together. As his speech concluded, a wave of applause erupted from the audience. His warm demeanor was a stark contrast to the ruthless Bloodmater, which only made the students even more grateful. Among them, Cynthia and Sophia ped along. The elderly woman gave a small nod. I couldn't have done better myself. Beside her, Sophia smiled. He's still as skilled with words as ever. Amidst the applause, few paid attention to the man making his way toward Beak Ryan. What? Hearing the sound behind him, the deputy headmaster slowly turned. There approaching him was a refined man with neatly styled brown hair and piercing red eyes, dressed in a sophisticated suit. Well said, Beak, I'm touched. Beak Ryan's brows furrowed as he recognized the familiar face. Kai-Luke, what are you doing? Kai-Luke ignored the question, standing before him as an equal, in full view of everyone. Let's face the future together. Such beautiful, inspiring words. With a strange smile, Kai-Luke placed a hand on the puzzled deputy's shoulder. I wish you the best of luck in all your battles and wars to come. Suddenly, his smile vanished, and even Beak Ryan felt that something was terribly wrong. The other instructors were just as bewildered by Kai-Luke's sudden approach. It wasn't planned. But his next words sent a earful shockwave through them all as an eerie light engulfed the deputy's body. That war begins now. Before the eyes of hundreds, no, thousands, watching from below, Beak Ryan vanished without a trace. In that moment, most of the instructors had already begun to act, realizing something was amiss. Yet Kai-Luke stood there, unbothered. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he spread his arms wide. A strange circle formed beneath his feet, expanding outward, releasing an unseen force that pushed the approaching instructors back. Sophia's expression darkened as she sensed the sheer within that formation. When did he manage to prepare something like this? At last, the circle stopped, covering the entire temple courtyard. A blinding red light erupted from it, and Kailuk's smile only grew wider. Standing there with his arms spread wide, his voice echoed through the air, reaching every ear. Let the show begin. At that moment, from within the glowing circle, figures emerged, dozens, no, hundreds, materializing from nothingness. All were clad in black, and some radiated an overwhelming pressure that sent waves of terror rippling through the crowd. Then, without warning, blades flashed, spears were raised, projectiles streaked through the air. It was an overwhelming display of and in the blink of an eye, a student's head rolled across the ground. That was all it took for panic to explode. Cynthia's voice rang out in sheer desperation, her urgent cry cutting through the chaos. Protect the students. But it was futile. One fell, then another, then a third. In mere moments, dozens of lifeless bodies littered the once peaceful courtyard, painting it a deep, horrific red. Instructors moved swiftly, but they were met with fierce resistance, each one intercepted by an enemy of equal strength. A deafening battle erupted, one that shook the very foundations of the temple. And high above, watching from his elevated vantage point, one man smiled in satisfaction. Finally, it has begun. Far from the temple, beyond the borders of the empire itself, a figure appeared out of thin air. Beak Ryan, the deputy headmaster, staggered slightly as he tried to process what had just happened. Moments ago, he had stood within the temple. Now he was here. But there was no time to think. Shadows moved. Dozens of figures lunged at him from all directions. His eyes flickered with cold fury. A deafening crack tore through the air as a bolt of lightning erupted from his body, turning his attackers to dust in an instant. Bathed in a radiant blue aura, serpents of electricity coiled around Beak Ryan as his expression darkened. Kailuk, the temple's grand sorcerer, that traitor. He cast a sharp glance around, assessing his surroundings. Vast plains stretched in every direction, and in the distance, an ominous black fortress loomed on the horizon. Where the hell am I? Just as he was about to move. Traitor, what a complicated word you use. Beak Ryan whirled around, alarm flashing through his gaze. He hadn't sensed the approach at all. The figure continued walking toward him, utterly unhurried, his voice carrying the weight of inevitability. Tell me, you who call yourselves true humans and brand the rest as traitors, I wonder, what kind of expression will you show? Beak Ryan's heart pounded. The electric serpents around him crackled violently as he finally recognized the man before him. Dressed in a sharp military-style suit, a long black coat billowing behind him in the wind. Sleek black hair swept to the side, a face devoid of emotion, and most chilling of all, those merciless, unfathomable eyes. He knew exactly who this was. And when he saw the sword strapped to the man's waist, his hands clenched into fists. Unbothered by his opponent's tension, the man continued his slow approach, fingers closing around his weapon's hilt. A strange sound, like the rattling of distant chains, echoed through the air as he drew his blade. A translucent, ethereal glow coiled around the weapon, pulsating with an eerie presence. Human diamond traitor. In the end, you all wear the same face. Beak Ryan moved. A devastating surge of lightning tore through the sky, aimed toward his foe with the full, unchecked of an S+ awakened. The entire landscape was bathed in blinding light. But the man merely raised his sword. With a single, effortless swing, the lightning strike vanished. The force behind it erased. Calmly, as if nothing had happened, he sheathed his sword once more. And then, as if Beak Ryan no longer existed in his world, he turned and walked away. In the end, you all show the same expression when I cut you down. Behind him, the brilliant lightning strike. The air itself. Beak Ryan, one of the strongest beings in the world. Everything had been severed in two. His story ended in silence. The sword at the man's waist pulsed as if hungering for more, but its wielder paid it no mind. Without looking back, he continued toward the looming fortress in the distance. The Lord's castle. Gavid Lindman, the Duke of Hell, bearer of the blade known as Etha. And with his return, the nightmare began. The stench of blood thickened the air, saturating the temple grounds as severed limbs fell one after another. Ah, isn't this magnificent? Atop an elevated platform, his own private theater of carnage, stood Kai Luke, Grand Mage of the Temple. He paid no mind to the massacre unfolding below. Instead, he idly toyed with his watch, completely detached from the horror beneath him. The north is secured. The south as well. The east is ready. The west is complete. One report after another reached his ears, each one widening his grin. Well done, my dear students. Now, let the world marvel at your magic tilde. As if in response to his words, dozens of crimson magic circles flared to life across the temple grounds. Black-cloaked figures emerged from their glowing cores, flooding the battlefield in droves. Among them, nightmare creatures slithered forth, twisted abominations that had no place in the waking world. Nowhere within the temple was safe. Destruction was absolute. Below, the professors fought with unyielding resolve. The elderly Cynthia Adams manipulated her aura, a ring of water forming around her. Water dragon. A massive torrent surged forward, taking the shape of a raging eastern dragon that obliterated everything in its path. From the very start, Cynthia had carved through the enemy lines, her eyes locked onto the man above, the one orchestrating this nightmare. Then a sudden ambush from behind. Before it could strike, fierce blue flames erupted, intercepting the attack in an instant. Alexander Fleming had arrived, standing beside the remaining temple professors. Their combined strength, Heidier Awakeners, surpassing A-class, crushed the invading forces with overwhelming force. Go, we'll handle this. The professors threw themselves into battle, clearing a path for Cynthia. She did not hesitate. With a surge of blue aura, she vanished, reappearing in an instant above Kai Luke. He lazily lifted his gaze, meeting her furious glare as she raised both hands toward him. Dozens of celestial spheres, forged from water, materialized around her before launching a barrage of high-speed projectiles straight at him. Kai Luke smirked. With all of his fingers, the projectiles froze midair, then vanished, as if they had never existed. So it's you, Cynthia, do you wish to join the festivities as well? Her fists clenched, and the celestial spheres expanded, growing into massive planetary bodies orbiting her like a furious constellation. Tell me, Kai, how long have you been planning this, and why? There's no need for this pointless exchange. We'll never see eye to eye. He extended a hand toward her. Instead, why don't you join me in this dance, Tilda? Her celestial spheres blazed, unleashing a relentless storm of attacks. Just die already. Explosions shattered the platform, reducing it to rubble. But Kai Luke was nowhere to be seen. Do you really think you can do anything against me now, Cynthia Tilda? His voice slithered from behind her. She reacted instantly, hurling her celestial spheres at him. But they never touched him. Kai Luke flickered in and out of existence, vanishing and reappearing, his voice drifting from all directions. Let me teach you a lesson or two about mages. Unlike you who fight blindly, we mages strategize every move. His tone remained calm, almost instructional, as if he were lecturing his students, utterly unbothered by her attacks. As you see, Cynthia, a mage's battlefield is everything. Without preparation, we've always been at a disadvantage. He paused, his golden eyes gleaming. So tell me, how many days do you think I spent preparing this place? How many months, how many years? My entire life has been for this day alone, so bear witness to my struggle, Cynthia. Her expression darkened. Then suddenly, countless magic circles erupted across the temple grounds, spreading outward like ripples breaking the surface of a still lake. Pre-prepared spells, hundreds of them, now covered the temple, an overwhelming monument to his The entire temple is my domain. His words resonated, and in response, blazing fireballs emerged from the void, raining down toward Cynthia. She barely had time to react, forming a water barrier to shield herself. But that was only the beginning. Lightning, wind, fire, stone projectiles, celestial orbs, serpents of water. A relentless barrage of destruction closed in on her. You are within my domain, and in this domain, I can do anything. And right now, I want to see your blood. For a fleeting moment, despair flickered in Cynthia's eyes as the onslaught closed in. But just before impact, a violent cyclone erupted, scattering the attacks and shielding her. Beside her, a young woman stood firm, defiant. Come to your senses, Lady Cynthia. Sophia Tan had arrived. Hundreds of wind-forged blades floated around her before launching straight at Kai Luke. You were the one who taught me never to give up, no matter what. What am I supposed to do if I see you like this? Cynthia. Kai Luke effortlessly nullified her attacks, but she did not stop. Cynthia exhaled, then stepped beside her former student. Who said I gave up? I haven't even started yet. Kailuk chuckled, amusement flickering in his gaze. To be faced with Sophia Tan, the temple's miracle, and behind her, one of its oldest professors, Cynthia Adams, it only made him more entertained. Now this is getting fun. As the main battlefield raged on, attacks erupted across various parts of the temple. More and more invaders emerged, spreading chaos like wildfire and turning the conflict into an all-out war. Amidst the carnage, a lone figure stood calmly, watching in silence. Behind him loomed a colossal man, at least 3 times his height, a walking mountain of flesh and steel. The first figure wore a white mask, smeared with blood. His clouded eyes scanned the battlefield with an eerily detached gaze. Then a voice cold and void of emotion slipped from beneath the mask. Go! At that single command, a wicked grin spread across the giant's face. With a swift motion, he cast aside his cloak, unveiling a massive, hulking physique. His face was framed by a thick, wild beard that cascaded down his chin. His body was a fusion of muscle and fat, his head completely shaved, with 2 monstrous battle axes strapped to his back. Then he uttered. A thunderous war cry tore through the air as he charged forward like an unstoppable juggernaut. The students barely had time to react before he tore through them, his axes carving a bloody path. One moment they were running, the next, a rampaging behemoth had cleaved through their ranks, an axe in each hand. His gigantic blades reaped through bodies, grinding flesh into pulp, drenching him in a crimson deluge. The horror was too much to bear. Some students collapsed, others wet themselves, their young minds shattered by the gruesome spectacle before them. It was only natural. They were too young, none of them had ever witnessed true slaughter. And then more appeared. Across the battlefield, other axe-wielding monstrosities emerged, turning the temple into a living nightmare. Students fled like insects, scrambling toward the temple gates in a desperate bid for escape. Salvation was so close. Yet the moment their feet nearly touched safety, they met into an invisible wall. Screams ripped through the air as students piled against the unseen barrier, clawing at it in sheer panic. What's happening? Why can't we get out? Some lashed out, unleashing barrage after barrage of attacks against the invisible prison. Magic projectiles collided with its surface, but not a single scratch formed. None of them could think clearly. None of them had the luxury of rational thought in their desperation. But unlike them, one of the temple guards stood frozen, his wide, terror-stricken eyes locked onto the sky. A realization far more horrifying than the massacre had dawned upon him. He murmured through his dry lips. The Celestial Dome. The barrier that had always been the temple's pride, the one strong enough to withstand attacks from S-rank awakened. Impossible. Despair crept in as the truth dawned upon them. The very shield meant to protect them from external threats had somehow become their prison. How, when? No one knew. Like fish trapped in a glass tank, the students found themselves caged, waiting to be slaughtered. Behind them, the axe-wielding giant let out a laugh. Ah, you poor, miserable souls. Veins bulged over his colossal frame as a red glow pulsed across his weapons. Let me end your suffering. The ground shattered beneath him as he swung, erasing dozens in a single blow. In an instant, the temple, once hailed as the safest place of all, had become something far worse than hell. Inside the elite quarters, Lara Croft raced through the corridors, clutching her sleek blue bow, her nerves taut as a bowstring. She reached the training grounds, her gaze locking onto the one person she sought. Snow. Drenched in sweat, he turned toward her, golden eyes ablaze. What's going on? The one who had remained isolated until now listened as she rushed through the details. His expression darkened with every word. As they made their way outside, they ran into Saris Moonlight, who happened to be nearby. The 3 moved together. All the while, Snow remained silent, while Saris contemplated their next move. We need to regroup with the others first. Lara quickly nodded at Saris' words. But before they could take another step, a wave of black-masked figures materialized, weapons drawn. Both girls tensed, preparing for battle. Yet their eyes involuntarily drifted to the one standing beside them. The erupting aura from his body was overwhelming. Snow lifted his head, golden energy crackling like lightning in his gaze. So you've finally shown yourselves. With a flicker of movement, his sword left its sheath. A devastating shockwave erupted, rippling through the air. In an instant, Snow appeared behind the dozens who had lunged at him. His blade bathed in a swirling storm of colors. Behind him, the masked figures dissolved into crimson mist, their bodies erased so thoroughly that not even corpses remained. Even his allies were shaken by the sheer ferocity of his killing intent. He did not hesitate. He did not care for strategy. With a single step, his foot shattered the ground, and he ripped through the enemy ranks like a force of nature, leaving only carnage in his wake. "Snow!" Laura shouted, attempting to chase after him. But Saris caught her wrist. "Wait, but..." Saris shook her head. "We should follow from a distance. It's too dangerous to get close to him right now." Lara bit her lip but couldn't argue. She had never seen him like this before. Never felt such an overwhelming bloodlust. Away from Snow, who had torn through everything in his path. The temple finally seemed to breathe again as students from both the elite and abyss classes stormed onto the battlefield. The elites, led by Ellen White and several key figures from major families, were formidable, some even strong enough to rival the temple's instructors. Especially Ellen, who had slain dozens with nothing more than a few words. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the invaders as a figure moved like a shadow through their ranks, too fast for the eye to track. By the time they realized what had happened, their throats had already been slit. Atlas Umbra, the eldest son of Mist. His presence alone helped tip the scales, if only slightly. But that was true everywhere, except in the temple's grand courtyard. There, a group of instructors had rallied to take on Kai Luke. The result, a massacre. Sophia's vision blurred as blood trickled down her face, staining her once-pristine features. She looked almost ethereal now, like a fallen angel, broken and wounded. The others were in no better condition. Some had lost limbs, while others had already succumbed to death. Cynthia clenched her teeth, her gaze locking onto the man floating above them. Just how long did it take him to prepare all of this? Whether it was her or the other instructors. They were all paralyzed by the sheer scale of the spells amassed against them. Thousands, perhaps even more. Right now, Kai Luke stood on the verge of SS rank, despite being only an S-rank mage. And yet he merely chuckled, meeting their horrified stares with amusement. "Why are you looking at me like that, shocked?" With a single, hundreds of fiery spears materialized around him. Bond between student and teacher, your precious camaraderie. Did you fools actually believe you could defeat me with that nonsense, the of friendship? Flames rained down like judgment, consuming everything in their path. He was so at ease that he obliterated the students in the courtyard, as if they were nothing more than collateral damage. Even his own allies weren't spared. Amidst this carnage, he remained in complete control. Watching the instructors struggle, he unleashed an endless barrage of attacks, never giving them a moment to recover. "Look at you, I haven't even activated my contract yet, and you're already at your limit." At last, boredom flickered across his face. It was time to end this. He raised a finger, his next target clear, Sophia. A precharged lightning spell crackled before him, before launching forward like a blinding lance of destruction. Sophia! She had been so focused on fending off the relentless bombardment that her wind barriers failed to block the cunning strike that followed. For a fleeting moment, Sophia thought it was over. But to her shock, that old woman appeared before her. "How?" escaped Sophia's lips as warm blood turned across her face, blood that wasn't hers. Cynthia smiled weakly as she collapsed onto her former student, a gaping hole the size of a fist carved into her chest. "Lady Cynthia, no." Sophia clung to her old mentor desperately, but Cynthia only let out a faint chuckle. "You know, Sophia, back when I said we had to protect the next generation. Don't speak, we need to stop the bleeding." Cynthia could no longer hear her. She was barely holding on, mustering what little strength remained to say her final words. "In the end, you're still my student, which means it's my duty to protect you." The light faded from Cynthia's eyes, leaving Sophia frozen in place, unable to process what had just happened. Above them, Kai Luke watched with a smirk. "How touching." What? Elsewhere, the axe-bearer had finished his brutal work, trampling over the corpses that littered the ground. He scowled as he crushed a student's skull beneath his boot. "How dull." His gaze swept over his subordinates before he suddenly barked. "Hey you, how's the setup for the second teleportation circle?" The black-cloaked figures flinched at his voice, scrambling to respond. "Everything is proceeding smoothly, sir, but there's been a slight delay." "A delay?" His voice carried a dangerous edge, sending a shiver through the others as they rushed to explain. "Why, yes, sir," a white-haired young man appeared. "He's already cut down a lot of our forces." For a moment, silence. Then a grin stretched across the axe-bearer's face, wide, almost manic. His entire body trembled with excitement. "Where is he?" "Snow Lionheart Pav." I slowly ran my tongue over my parched lips, swallowing hard in a futile attempt to suppress the strange thirst creeping over me. The heat of fresh blood seared against my bare skin, sharpening my senses, forcing me to experience every moment with vivid clarity. Of course, the blood wasn't mine. I was surrounded, dozens of enemies closing in from all sides, yet I didn't even bother to look at their faces. At this point, none of it mattered. I no longer cared. I simply cut, killed, and shattered anything that entered my range, moving purely on battle instincts honed to their limit. A part of me desperately wanted this madness to end. But my thirst for blood and vengeance burned far hotter. So I pressed forward, carving my path through a sea of corpses. It was a relentless cycle. Many tried to stop me, throwing everything they had in my way, but it was meaningless. I thought it would go on like this until the very end, until something finally forced me to halt. I never saw it coming. Something was hurled at me from a distance, obliterating the ground where I had stood just moments ago. As the dust settled, my gaze locked onto a massive battle axe embedded deep in the earth. It had traveled an unnatural distance, only to land perfectly in the hand of a hulking figure. "So you're the anomaly they've been talking about." The axe wielder grinned, flashing a row of golden teeth, then raised his weapon toward me, his voice ing with pride. "The name's Shine, face me," and perhaps he had been about to declare a challenge. But he never got the chance. The edge of my blade flashed before his face, forcing him to raise his axe in defense. Metal clashed against metal, sending a burst of fiery sparks into the air. "Get out of my way." He blocked the first strike. So I followed up with a second, then a third. Then dozens more, each targeting his massive frame. Unfortunately, he deflected everyone, countering with his own devastating swings. "Haha, why the rush? Stay a while, let's enjoy this." Veins bulged along Shane's arms as he swung his axe with terrifying speed, the sheer force behind each strike shaking the battlefield. But in the midst of his onslaught, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He had failed to land a single hit. Worse, his defenses had been completely breached. Now I stood before him, sword crackling with serpentine bolts of lightning. The aura surged violently through my body, condensing the electricity around my blade until it darkened into an ominous black. I threw my full weight into my next strike, feeling my sword pierce through flesh, sending a spray of blood into the air. Landing behind him, I barely dodged his desperate counterattack, then glanced at my blade, now coated in his blood. Lifting my gaze, I met his. A deep wound stretched across his abdomen, but he was still standing. His sheer bulk had worked in his favor. Even though I had cut deep, I had barely inflicted any real damage. "Your fat saved you." Sensing danger, he edged as an enormous surge of energy flooded into his axes. "Don't push your luck, kid." His arms swelled to twice their size as he lunged. "You're nothing but meat to test the sharpness of my axe." Watching the oversized boar charge at me, I med my foot into the ground, bracing for impact. King of War form. A faint glow flickered across my body, barely noticeable at first, before intricate violet runes surfaced along my skin. I swung my blade, unleashing wave after wave of black lightning. He was stronger than me, but I was the superior fighter. Seconds later, his arm was severed. As his severed limb flew through the air, he let out a furious, launching a final desperate strike. His axe came down, shattering the earth into dozens of jagged shards. But his last stand amounted to nothing. His attack never reached me. Instead, all he saw was a wave of azure flames engulfing his axe, reducing it to cinders. Then my blade tore through him, carving a gash from shoulder to stomach, nearly splitting him in two. "This time your fat didn't save you." He said nothing, only collapsed into a pool of his own blood as the very debris he had sent flying moments ago rained down, burying him beneath the rubble. The runes on my body faded. I no longer needed King of War form. My gaze swept across the battlefield, searching for my next opponent. I needed more. This wasn't enough to quench the fire raging inside me. I turned to leave. Then I froze. Slowly, I turned back toward the place where Shane had been buried. My grip tightened around my sword as a chilling sense of foreboding crept over me. I didn't know why. I didn't know how. But there, standing amidst the wreckage, was a man. A stranger. A blood-stained white mask concealed his face, his gaze fixed on the pile of rubble. "You defeated Shane." His cold voice echoed from behind the mask as he placed a hand on the wreckage. And with eyes, too. I couldn't tell if he was speaking to me, himself, or mourning his fallen comrade. I didn't know. His mask made it impossible to read him. But none of that mattered. His last words meant only one thing. He was my enemy. The masked man turned his head slowly, the flickering blue flames of my attack dancing in his crimson eyes, glowing ominously behind his mask. The fire devoured his fallen comrade's grave, reducing it to ashes. Yet he was nowhere to be seen. This level of in your first year here. His voice shifted, now coming from my side. He lifted the edge of his black cloak, revealing a sword strapped to his waist. Then, drawing it ever so slowly, he muttered darkly, "You must die." I didn't give him the chance to gain the upper hand. I struck first, but before my blade could reach him, he simply continued what he was doing, completely unfazed. "Reveal yourself, Moonlight Sword." It took less than a second. That was all he needed to parry my attack completely. And for the first time, I felt it. The sheer, suffocating presence of his blade. The sword bathed in an eerie gray glow, radiating a sinister aura that sent a chill down my spine. Just what kind of weapon was this? The masked man answered me, not with words but through action. In an instant, the ominous light from his sword consumed my flames entirely, swallowing them whole. And in the next moment, a crack split across my blade. This is bad, amidst the temple's battlefield. It was the most violent battleground, hosting the strongest individuals within the temple. Compared to what was happening there, the other locations felt like mere child's play. Mid the raging flames and relentless bombardment, Sophia sat cradling the body of her former mentor, Cynthia. She desperately tried to make her swallow a healing potion, hoping to bring her back. With vacant eyes, she continued to feel the coldness seeping from Cynthia's body as they both lay submerged in a pool of blood. Out of it, Sophia. While she was preoccupied with trying to heal her mentor, the other instructors were still engaged in battle against Kailuk. Though calling it a battle was a stretch, Kailuk was simply bombarding them with pre-prepared magical spells. "She's gone, leave her and focus on what's in front of us." Alexander Fleming struggled through the blazing blue flames, attempting to break through Kailuk's relentless attacks, but he barely managed to move a few meters forward. "Damn it," he cursed, drenched in blood and sweat, frustrated by the situation. If only Director Bloodmater or Lady Melina were here, this wouldn't be happening. Indeed, the temple was missing its strongest weapons, but time waited for no one. "Tell me, what do you hope to achieve with this pathetic resistance?" Completely unscathed, the sorcerer loomed over them, surrounded by countless magical circles. "Perhaps you're stalling for time, hoping reinforcements will arrive soon." Most of the instructors grimaced, realizing their plan had been exposed. Seeing their reaction, Kailuk burst into hysterical laughter. "You really think you stand a chance? As long as we're here, anything is possible." "Oh, is that so?" Kailuk brought his hands together, forming a circle, much larger than the ones before. The amount of aura he gathered was anything but insignificant. "Allow me to shatter your foolish illusions." Slowly, a massive meteor formed behind him. Raising a single finger, he continued. Previously, the first teleportation circle scattered my comrades across different areas of the temple, an initial wave, so to speak. The fiery meteor behind him continued growing at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, the instructors remained pinned down, unable to act under his continuous bombardment. Even amidst the chaos, his voice rang clear as he raised a second finger. "Although I've spent years preparing for this, I must admit, a circle of this scale does take some time to activate." As realization dawned upon them, despair and disbelief finally took hold of the instructors' faces. "Kailuk, you. That's right, there's a second teleportation circle." With a smug grin, he spread his arms wide. "One that will engulf the entire temple. Once activated, the real forces of the Ultras will descend, thousands of bloodthirsty warriors." Everyone's faces darkened at his declaration. It meant only one thing. "Haha, yes, your attempt to stall for time was the most foolish decision you could have made. All you've done is delay your inevitable deaths. An entire army will appear here." Finally, the last of their resistance crumbled as the weight of the impending disaster settled in. If Kailuk's words were true, then they stood no chance. If just a few hundred invaders could cause this much destruction, what would happen when thousands arrived? The Grand Sorcerer relished in their despair. He nodded in satisfaction before ping his hands. "Let's put an end to these pitiful souls." By now, the fiery meteor had grown large enough to blanket the entire battlefield. Faced with its overwhelming might, the instructors stood frozen, earless against their impending doom. It loomed closer and closer, swallowing everything in its path. The entire temple shook as the colossal meteor edged into the ground, its impact sending tremors far and wide, leaving onlookers in shock. Alexander Fleming shut his eyes tightly, as did the other instructors, resigning themselves to their fate. But the end never came. Slowly he opened his eyes, only to be blinded by a brilliant golden light encircling him and the rest of the instructors. Kailuk frowned, confused by what had just happened. Then he got his answer. Before him stood a dark-skinned man, one hand resting behind his back, while the other firmly gripped an ancient staff he had wielded countless times before. His eyes now fully closed, locked onto the sorcerer as he spoke with unwavering resolve. It's far too soon to surrender. If you do, how can you expect the students to keep fighting? Raising his staff, he declared, "Here and now, let's end this." For the first time, the smirk vanished from Kailuk's face. "Chupo Moing, what are you doing here? What happened at the arena?" Of course, the dark-skinned man was none other than Chupo Moing. He was second only to the vice-director in terms of who needed to be eliminated immediately. Of all places, the arena had been where the enemy's strongest forces were sent, 4 S-class awakened warriors. All for the sake of taking down a single man. Yet somehow that very man now stood before him. As if answering his unspoken question, Chupo Moing calmly stated, "Naturally they fell." In an instant he appeared before Kailuk like a phantom. "And so will you." His fist was about to connect with Kailuk's face, but the sorcerer vanished just in time. He reappeared a distance away, sending volleys of fire and lightning toward Chupo, but they were effortlessly deflected by his staff. Once again, Chupo closed the distance. Kailuk had no idea what was happening. The battlefield had been laced with his spells. In terms of raw he was far above his opponent in S+ rank. Yet no matter what he threw at him, Chupo blocked everything with the golden aura surrounding his body. Kailuk attempted to teleport again, but before he could, stone hands emerged from the ground, grabbing onto his legs. He shattered them with ease, but that brief delay proved costly. Chupo was now right in front of him. As a sorcerer, Kailuk was hopeless in close combat, whereas his opponent was a master of martial arts. One punch was all it took. Kailuk's head twisted at an unnatural angle as his body was sent flying. But Chupo didn't stop there. With a few gestures, massive stone hands formed, ming into the sorcerer's body and burying him deep within the earth. The battlefield fell silent as everyone stared at Chupo Moing, their mouths hanging open in utter disbelief. In just a few minutes, Chupo had accomplished what no one else could. He had taken down the sorcerer, who had been fighting within his own domain. But the battle was far from over. Everyone realized this the moment they saw the black aura line slowly rising from the spot where the sorcerer had been buried. From amidst the ruins, Kailuk emerged once more, standing on his feet. His head was tilted backward at an unnatural angle, but with an eerie, it realigned itself. Dark markings spread across his entire body, accompanied by strange, scattered symbols. His expression was now far more complicated. An unexpected variable had disrupted his carefully laid plans. He still didn't fully grasp how Chupo had managed to block his attacks so effectively, nor did he understand the strange light that had continuously repelled his spells. But their last clash had revealed everything to him. "I see now, Chupo. The one I should have dealt with first wasn't Beak Ryan, it was you." The pressure around the sorcerer surged drastically, pushing him closer to the realm of an SS class. From the very beginning, it should have been impossible for an S+ rank like Chupo Moing to suppress him like this. But the secret didn't lie in Chupo himself, it lay in what he wielded. Kailuk pointed at the golden staff in Chupo's grasp, a smirk forming on his lips. "That staff, so it was in your possession all along." The Dawn Guard. A subtle shift crossed Chupo's otherwise calm expression at the mention of his weapon. But ultimately, it changed nothing. Kailuk had become deadly serious now, fully aware that eliminating his opponent was a necessity. He had no choice but to unleash the he had obtained from the demons. On the other hand, Chupo knew exactly what had to be done. Golden light from the Dawn Guard enveloped him as he prepared for battle. As the two warriors stood on the brink of unleashing everything they had. Far from the battlefield, the traitor was about to make his move. As the temple invasion unfolded and Kailuk made his move, a fateful encounter was taking place elsewhere within the temple. In a secluded chamber, far from prying eyes, a girl with golden hair lay motionless on a hospitalic bed. Thin, thread-like wires clung to her body, pulsing faintly as they absorbed wisps of dark vapor rising intermittently from her skin. The only thing covering her was a light white gown, barely shielding her from the cold air. Minutes passed and finally the process reached its end. Sansa Valerian's eyes fluttered open. By now she had grown accustomed to the sterile scent of medical instruments and the suffocating atmosphere that surrounded her. "You did well, Lady Sansa." A voice broke the silence. Beside her bed stood a peculiar woman. Her gray hair, gaunt frame, and dark circles under her eyes gave her a ghostly appearance. "Thank you, Estrelda. I always trouble you with this." Estrelda, as the woman was apparently called, shook her head lazily before beginning to detach the wires and strange instruments from Sansa's body. "Today's extraction was larger than usual. Could it be that your memories are finally returning?" Sansa raised a hand to her head, fingers tracing the curve of her skull as if searching for an answer. "I don't know." Estrelda paused briefly before resuming her work. "I expected either a yes or a no." What? Sansa clenched her fists slightly, hesitating before she spoke. "Lately I've been having nightmares." "Nightmares?" She nodded. "Nightmares of when I was kidnapped, that cold, damp cell, watching people lose their humanity one after another. I remember it all so clearly, but sometimes fragments of something else slip through, like fleeting images." Estrelda listened intently, never interrupting, absorbing every word. For some reason, Sansa seemed to struggle with what she wanted to say next. "I remember a blinding light every time I opened my eyes, shadows of masked figures in black surrounding me while I lay on a table." She tried to recall more, but a sharp pain stabbed through her skull, forcing her to clutch her head with both hands. Estrelda placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "That's enough for today. Don't force it. The memories will come back when they're ready." Sansa exhaled, nodding slowly. Estrelda offered a rare smile, though on her cadaverous face it looked more unsettling than comforting. "That concludes today's session. You're free to leave." Finally, Sansa rose from the bed. After a quick bath and a change of clothes, she made her way toward the exit. "I'll see you next week, Tilda." Estrelda barely acknowledged the farewell, waving a hand dismissively as she was already deep in thought, analyzing today's results. Understanding this, Sansa left quietly. The moment she stepped outside, two figures materialized from the shadows, a young man with blonde hair and a young woman with dark hair, a faint scar beneath her left eye. Both wore the temple's uniform. "Ditto, Eily." The two immediately dropped to one knee, but Sansa motioned for them to stand. "I've told you before, there's no need to follow me everywhere. You can return now." The two were clearly older than her, final-year trainees, to be precise. Yet despite the 5-year age gap, they treated her with unwavering respect. "Apologies, Lady Sansa, but we cannot comply. It is our duty to protect you at all times within the temple." They spoke in perfect synchronization, making it clear that arguing would be pointless. Sansa sighed, resigning herself to their persistence. "Fine, do as you please. I'm going back to my room." "As you command." In an instant, the two vanished, but anyone with half a brain would know they were still nearby, watching her every move. Sansa walked absent-mindedly, lost in thought. Her weekly sessions had remained a secret, known only to her father, Estrelda, and the temple's director. This had been her reality since she was rescued nearly a year ago. For all this time, she had been searching for answers. What truly happened to her? Why did she lose her memories? What was the nature of the she awakened afterward? None of these mysteries had an answer yet. Engrossed in her thoughts, she hadn't even realized she was already standing in front of her room. "Oh." Letting out a quiet sigh, she reached for the door. But just as she was about to step inside, her eyes caught something unusual. An envelope. A single white envelope lay on the ground before her door. She hesitated for a moment before picking it up. A letter. Beneath it rested a strange black rose, its scent thick and unfamiliar, carrying an intoxicating fragrance. Curiosity stirred within her. She was about to open the envelope. But a voice from behind stopped her. "Don't, Princess. It could be dangerous." As expected, her bodyguards were still watching. Ignoring them, Sansa unfolded the letter without hesitation. "I'm a wave controller, remember at the very least. I know how to judge these things." The moment she opened it, a peculiar fragrance wafted into the air. Inside, she found a single black sheet of paper, its words scrawled in crimson ink. "Dear Sansa, you cannot imagine how long I have waited for this day. I can say with absolute certainty that I have lived for this moment alone. I have always believed that our paths would cross someday, and now, at last, the time has come. Sansa read the words with a blank expression. So far, it seemed like nothing more than an anonymous love letter. But then the next lines sent a chill down her spine. I am the only one meant for you. You complete me and I complete you. I hold the answers you seek, so take this as proof of my sincerity. Memories you desperately chase, the answers you long for, and the you possess. I wish I could tell you everything now, but such conversations should never be written on paper. Go alone to the western side of the temple. Beneath the river lies an old training facility, long abandoned. Meet me there and you will have your answers. I love you. The letter ended. Sansa remained still, silent. She read it once, then twice, then 3 more times. Her fingers curled into a slow, deliberate fist. Lady Sansa, don't tell me you're... One of her guards spoke up, but the look in her eyes had already given away her intentions. You can't go, princess. This is dangerous. Sansa shook her head slowly. It's obviously a trap, I know that. The person who wrote this might not know anything. They could just be trying to lure me out. But this might be my only chance to learn the truth. Her guards exchanged uneasy glances before turning back to her. There's no need to worry, while I won't ignore this letter, who said I'd be going alone. Sansa's plan was simple. The male shadow guard would accompany her, while the female one reported the letter to the temple authorities. Her logic was straightforward. They were still within temple grounds. She believed that whatever awaited her, she could handle it. But she had no idea what was about to unfold in the temple courtyard. Sansa took her time, reaching the location mentioned in the letter after nearly half an hour. She hadn't even known such a place existed. The underground facility was vast, dimly lit, with towering stands encircling multiple battle arenas. It looked like a battlefield from a forgotten era. Scanning the area, she searched for any sign of movement, any presence. Nothing. She was alone. She walked slowly past the massive arenas, each appearing as if it were waiting to witness a fight to the death. The air was thick with an eerie pressure. Yet no one was there. Sansa stood still for a moment, unease creeping into her chest when her smartwatch suddenly shut off. No signal, huh? Letting out a quiet breath, she climbed the empty stands, sitting down to observe the entire arena as she waited for the sender of the letter to appear. Though the place was dark, her vision remained sharp. For a moment, the arena before her was empty. Then, in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared at its center. Sansa bolted upright, eyes widening as she took in the sight of the young man standing before her. He bowed elegantly, a strange look in his eyes. My apologies for keeping you waiting, my dear Sansa. Her brows furrowed. Varys, what are you doing here? Without hesitation, Sansa leapt from the stands onto the arena, her expression darkening. What am I doing here? As if the answer was obvious, Varys chuckled. Why wouldn't I be here? I'm the one who invited you, after all. You wrote that letter. She had never expected the sender to be one of her own classmates. If this is some kind of joke, it's not funny. She remained tense. The young man before her knew things he had no reason to know. Yet Varys looked utterly delighted, stepping closer with a bright smile. This is no joke, Sansa. I'm completely serious. The next moment, his figure vanished, only to reappear right beside her. Sansa instinctively stepped back, her body reacting before her mind could register his movement. You must be wondering, how did I find out about you, am I right? As he toyed with her, Sansa's mind raced to make sense of what was happening. Varys had always been a prime suspect. Yet every time he managed to escape suspicion. Aura swirled around her body as she braced herself. Seeing this, Varys sighed. Why so hostile, my dear Sansa? She raised her hand, black fumes rising from her fingertips. You're the contractor, aren't you? Varys laughed softly. What a lovely title you've given me, but yes, I am. She didn't give him a chance to say more. A black, faster-than-sound, shot toward him. Yet inexplicably the attack, one that was impossible to track with the naked eye, was dodged with ease. Aggressive and fierce, but that's one of the reasons I love you. Ditto, we're taking him down together and getting answers out of him. Sansa continued her rapid strikes, her attacks sharper and faster. She called for her personal guard. But Ditto never appeared. Varys, as if realizing something, suddenly stopped dodging and sighed in amusement. Ditto. Oh, you mean the guy who came with you. A cold wave of dread ed into Sansa when she saw what he was holding. A mangled corpse. Ferrith kept laughing, his expression disturbingly joyous. This is our special moment, my dear Sansa. It would be terribly rude for someone to interrupt it. The body in his hands was disfigured beyond recognition. But the blood-stained temple robes left no doubt. Impossible. Shock paralyzed her. Ditto Norman Abrank awakened, a final-year trainee at the temple. Had Ferrith really defeated him in such a short time, without a single injury? Dark blades materialized around Sansa as she grasped the gravity of the situation. She hurled them at him. But this time Ferrith didn't even bother dodging. He blocked them with his bare hands. I don't understand. How did you escape the church's detection? The black fumes around Sansa intensified, her attacks growing fiercer. Uriel herself was responsible for identifying contractors. It's impossible to fake the screening. Ferrith looked as though he was growing bored. He deflected her attacks effortlessly, then appeared in front of her in an instant, grabbing her wrist. Oh, my dear Sansa, you know nothing. With a single push, he met her onto the ground, pinning her down. Sansa ed, but before she could react, an unseen force crushed her resistance. The church couldn't detect me. Uriel couldn't see through me, simply because the demon I contracted with is far beyond what those fools can perceive. Ferrith's grip tightened around her, his touch sending shivers through her entire body. Everyone obsesses over schemes. They all believe in some grand conspiracy, no matter what happens. Everyone suspected me. It was obvious I was the contractor, but they failed to convict me. Ferrith is safe. Ferrith passed the church's screening. All of it led them to think there was some greater force pulling the strings. He whispered beside her ear, savoring every moment. They convinced themselves, it can't be Ferrith. There must be some hidden mastermind lurking in the shadows, someone unseen. Haha, I should thank them for their stupidity. Sansa's heart pounded as she felt his hand slowly tear through her clothing. They wasted their time chasing ghosts, blind to the true danger. Ferrith smirked. Kai Luke was among them all along. He chuckled as if amused. And of course I have to thank dear Frey. He drew just as much suspicion as I did. Ferrith chuckled softly before pulling Sansa into another embrace. Forget about everything else. Whatever happens outside, let it. Right now, the only thing that matters is us. You've suffered so much, my dear Sansa, and everything I've done, all of it, was for one person alone, you. You were my only light, the sole reason I endured the agony of this cursed contract. Slowly he slipped off his shirt, his fingers trailing down Sansa's thigh before gliding upward, reaching for places he had no right to touch. But before he could, her eyes darkened. A strange, ominous black spread through them, and in the next instant, a violent surge of erupted from her body, hurling Ferrith backward. Hug. Sansa rose unsteadily, struggling to contain herself. The energy coursing through her now was on an entirely different level, far stronger than anything she had ever wielded before. She bit her lip, trying to suppress it. She had been warned never to unleash this when she still didn't fully understand. But right now, she had no choice. The arena darkened unnaturally as her shadows spilled outward, engulfing the ground in a perfect 5-meter-wide circle. Ferrith watched with intrigue as her voice rang out, cold and steady. Ferrith Arlet, as a student of Class B, I failed to stop you before. But I will take responsibility now and erase you here. For a moment, silence. Then Ferrith let out a laugh, mocking, amused. Then come at me, Tilda. From within Sansa's shadow, countless black spikes materialized, hovering in eerie stillness before launching forward at blinding speed. But she wasn't finished. More dark blades formed behind her, raining down in a relentless storm that shattered the arena to pieces. Yet, none of it touched him. Each devastating strike rebounded off a strange, invisible barrier surrounding Ferrith. Incredible, so this is the they were talking about. What are you talking about? Ferrith grinned, his amusement deepening as he stepped forward. Nothing, you don't even know what you are. To you that's normal. I don't fully understand it myself. Lifting a single finger, he conjured a tiny black sphere. The sphere twisted and stretched, morphing into a thin, needle-like form. Then, without warning, it shot forward at impossible speed, piercing Sansa's hand. Once, twice, dozens of times. Her arm was riddled with punctures before she even realized what had happened. A scream pressed against her throat, but she swallowed it back, gripping her bleeding hand. Fareth stepped closer, his gaze unreadable. You don't know how much it hurts me to see you like this, Sansa. His voice was almost gentle. But I have to do this, so please forgive me. He reached for her. But then, a sharp buzz broke the tension. Fareth frowned, pulling a violet crystal from his pocket. Excuse me for a moment, my dear Sansa. Business comes first. He pressed the crystal, and a projection flickered to life, revealing Kyluk. What the hell are you doing, Fareth? I'm on my way to finish the job. I won't tolerate delays. I need you at the core now. We're setting this place ablaze. You know what happens if you fail. I know I'll take care of it. You'd better. Kyluk's image vanished. Annoying. Fareth exhaled sharply before turning back to Sansa. Now where were we? With a single flick of his hand, Sansa's top was torn away, and in a heartbeat, he was upon her once more. She wrapped her arms around herself, but it was pointless. He loomed over her completely. I don't have time to waste, my dear Sansa, so please just give me my reward. As his hand reached for her, Sansa clenched her fists, her golden eyes darkening, swallowed by an abyssal black. She was on the brink of something unknown. If she let go now, if she released this fully, who knew what would happen? But she knew one thing: anything was better than letting herself be violated by him. Her breath hitched and she squeezed her eyes shut, surrendering to the darkness. But before she could, Fareth vanished. He reappeared several meters away, narrowly evading a sword aimed at his throat. Sansa's eyes ped open. A third figure had entered the arena. A familiar silhouette, long black hair, fresh wounds across his body, evidence that he had just emerged from battle. He stood there completely unfazed, his gaze locked onto Fareth. Looks like I arrived just in time before the show started. Frey. Sansa's voice was barely a whisper. He turned to her, expression unreadable, before tossing his coat in her direction. You look like a mess, princess. Fareth clicked his tongue, irritation flashing in his eyes. Why do you all keep interrupting? Do I need to kill everyone just to get a moment alone with Sansa? The air grew heavier, a storm ready to break loose. Sorry, Frey said flatly. I just have a habit of ruining pathetic relationships whenever I see them, so you'll have to forgive my interference. The suffocating pressure surrounding Fareth didn't faze him. Instead, he just kept provoking him. Sansa's chest tightened with fear. Run, Frey, you can't beat him. She didn't even think about herself, she only wanted him to escape. But he didn't even glance her way. Can't beat him, Frey tilted his head. Bit too early to say that, don't you think? At those words, Fareth ped. His exploded outward, distorting the air, shaking the entire arena. You should have listened to her, Fareth sneered. A nobody like you is no longer a challenge to me. Frey narrowed his eyes. Peak B-class and still rising. At last, he understood what the system meant when it classified this world's difficulty as nightmare. Fareth was far stronger than the old Frey, the one who was supposed to be the contractor. Perhaps he had made a deal with the upper demon No 19, Astaroth himself. Frey found himself wondering, can I even win against him, this monster in front of me? He exhaled, then tossed his sword aside. Lifting his left hand, he made a simple gesture. Both Sansa and Fareth assumed he had surrendered. Too late, Fareth sneered. Frey Starlight, I'm going to kill you and... Shut up for a second, Frey cut him off. A smirk played at his lips as the tattoo on his left arm began to glow. We're just about to get to the good part. The snake tattoo flared violently as he muttered a name. Come forth, Balerion. A strange fusion occurred, melding with his very arm. A black sword with no hilt trembled violently, craving blood. Frey's grip tightened. Now then shall we begin. Frey Starlight Pav. Calm down, Balerion. My sword trembled violently, thirsting for the blood of the man standing before me. I knew my chances of victory weren't great, but I wasn't worried. Balerion gave me the confidence I needed, and more than that, I had to stop him here. Fareth's mission was the same as Frey's in the original story, to destroy the core. The core was the energy source sustaining the celestial dome, the barrier surrounding the temple. It was like a nuclear reactor. If tampered with or destroyed incorrectly, it would trigger an explosion large enough to erase the temple from existence. Knowing this, stopping the contractor had always been my top priority. Neither Kyluk nor the black-masked ones were the real danger right now. It was Fareth. I had to admit he'd given me some headaches before, but thanks to the image ability, everything was finally clear. In the second image, everyone in the elite class was struggling, everyone except two people. Princess Sansa and Ferrith. That alone was enough for me to confirm his identity as the contractor. I had already burned through a lot of achievement points to use direct advice and get here, and as always, that damn system threw an obstacle in my path. On my way, a magic circle had suddenly appeared, unleashing dozens of invaders. I had to fight them all before reaching this place. Consider it a warm-up, though they were more troublesome than I expected. Which brings us to now. Winds raged violently around Ferrith. The pressure he exuded was overwhelming. Yet the smirk on his face never wavered, not even at the sight of Balerion. Tusk, look at you, Frey. Do you really think that sword in your hand will change anything? Slowly he raised his hand toward me, black aura swirling around it. I'm going to tear that annoying face of yours apart, and then. Blood gushed as I appeared behind him. You talk too much. As I spoke, a severed hand dropped to the ground. The attack was too fast for him to process. Ferrith spun around violently, his onsimused face now twisted in rage. The moment he turned, Balerion was already slicing through half his neck. Only then did he realize just how serious this was. Black runes ignited across his body. A moment ago, my sword had sliced his flesh with ease, but now it refused to move forward. I frowned and tried to pull it free, but it was stuck. From his severed wrist, a new black hand emerged, one that extended into a massive 2-meter-long blade. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Ferrith let out a furious scream, swinging that monstrous weapon toward my face. Sensing the danger, I channeled a double dose of dark aura into Balerion, managing to yank it free and block the incoming. The sheer force of his strike sent me skidding several meters away, a sharp sting prickling my hand. The clean cut I had delivered was already healing, while his onsipale skin darkened into a deep crimson. A strained smile crept onto my face. This won't be easy. Frey, 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 Frey. Quit yelling my name in that obnoxious voice. You're ruining it. Ferrith's body convulsed as he kicked off the ground, vanishing in an instant. His blade was now reinforced, with razor-sharp wind aura. He struck from above, but thanks to Hawkeye, I saw it coming and raised Balerion to block. My sword was strong, my body not so much. The impact buried my feet into the ground. It's always you, it has to be you. A deceptive kick sent me flying toward the stands before he leaped after me. You always show up to ruin everything. His massive blade came for my face. I deflected it with my sword, sparks bursting from the clash. The force of his weapon carved deep into the ground beside me. But then his free hand twitched unnaturally. A second blade, larger than the first, materialized. Devour. The blade was mere centimeters from me, but I used that split second to pull in an immense amount of air, my eyes glowing violet. A deafening explosion followed as I unleashed a wave of black aura, launching Ferrith into the sky. He glanced at his arm, noticing small cracks forming in his monstrous blade. Then, sensing an ominous energy above, he looked up, only to find me waiting. 10,000 steps of shadow, black meteor. Both his giant blades moved to guard his chest, but Balerion shattered them. The blade tore through his thick flesh as we both ed into the ground. You want a brutal fight. 10,000 steps of shadow, mirage. 20 copies of me surrounded Ferrith, all ing at him at once. Come on, I'll show you what brutality really means. Don't mess with me. A storm of razor-sharp wind erupted, forcing me back. Ferrith had located me in an instant. This time he fought with both hands, dozens of celestial spheres orbiting around him. He unleashed countless tornadoes and punches infused with both dark and wind aura. I struggled to defend myself. He could hit me from both near and far. The punches kept coming, each one strong enough to knock me out of the fight. I barely managed to block them. Balerion left new wounds on his body with every strike, but he regenerated instantly. And worse, those damn celestial spheres kept bombarding me. The injuries were piling up. I let the weaker blows land, sacrificing myself to block the deadlier ones. But I knew I couldn't keep this up forever. I tried to use phantom steps to increase my speed, but Ferrith kept up. I needed a way to lessen the pressure. But the relentless onslaught didn't give me any room to think. This ends now, Frey Starlight. Ferrith ed summoning all his celestial spheres for a final attack. But before he could unleash it, a third force intervened. A series of rapid blasts obliterated his projectiles. Both of us turned in unison. Princess Sansa had risen to her feet, barely holding herself together. Pain was evident in her trembling frame, but she refused to let it hinder her. I'll handle the long-range attacks. Focus on taking him down. A grin stretched across my face before I could even stop it. A swordsman and a wave controller, this completely changed the game. Thanks. The balance had shifted again. With Sansa handling those pesky celestial spheres, I could finally focus on my opponent. Ferrith was livid. Dark aura pulsed violently around him, proof of his seething rage. His punches came faster, his voice reduced to nothing but furious screams. He was leagues above me. He had long since surpassed rank B and was now knocking on the door of rank. Without Balerion, I would have been crushed already. But amid the chaos, I found an opening. His rage had consumed him, stripping away his discipline as a swordsman. Now he fought like a wild beast. If I timed my movements with Balerion's devastating strikes, I could take him down. A sinister smile crept across my lips as I clashed with him, the battlefield shaking under the weight of our blows. This was a battle of endurance. I had an infinite supply of aura, but my body wasn't limitless, and Sansa wouldn't hold out much longer either. Unlike me, Ferrith's wounds healed instantly. His body had grown monstrous, barely resembling his original form. Fall, die. The ground quaked beneath us, a sign that the war outside had reached its climax, and inside this arena, it was no different. From a distance, I no longer looked like I was fighting a human. I was battling a monster. To end this, I needed to unleash the most ireful technique of the 10,000 steps of shadow, one that would deal irreparable damage. And so I did. For the next hour, we tore into each other with everything we had. I lost count of how many times Balerion pierced his flesh, how many times his blood, both red and black, turned across the battlefield. Yet not a single strike was enough to finish him. Meanwhile, I could barely stand, my body riddled with wounds and broken bones. My face was smeared with blood, his and mine. I felt filthy. I drove Balerion into the ground, using it for support as I edged for breath. Ferrith stood tall across from me, his wounds still knitting themselves back together. His regeneration had slowed significantly, but he was still in far better shape than me. You've lost Frey Starlight. Sansa was panting, struggling to recover from the relentless battle. Ferrith, adjusting to his monstrous form, barely managed to string together proper sentences. But then his expression twisted when he looked at me. He grabbed me by the hair, lifting me up with burning rage in his eyes. You tell me what the hell is so funny. Even with my bloodied face, my smile never wavered. Sansa was just as confused. Our loss was obvious, but Ferrith couldn't accept it. He kept shouting, spitting his frustration in my face. Answer me, damn it, look. He pointed at himself, still screaming. All those brilliant attacks of yours already healed. Your strength that's been fading since the start, and yet you still failed to kill me. Unlike you, I grow stronger with every passing second. That sword you take so much pride in it did nothing. Against the blessing granted to me by the High Devil Asteroth, you are nothing. He wasn't wrong. An awakened rank A was beyond me, even with Balerion. I could hold my own in brief skirmishes. But a fight to the death. Impossible. You knew all of this already, so tell me, why the hell are you still laughing? As a man, I already told you. I took a deep breath, summoning the last remnants of my strength. You talk too much. In an instant, I broke free from his grip, shifting into my stance. Balerion swung back, ready to unleash one final all-or-nothing strike. 10,000 steps of shadow, infinite darkness. Ferrith's world was swallowed by shadow as my devastating tore through him, along with the Colosseum behind him. My hands trembled violently. If not for Balerion merging with me, I would have dropped it. That was my last attack. I still had an endless reserve of aura inside me, but my body had reached its limit. In front of me, Ferrith lay amidst the rubble, a massive wound stretching from his neck to his abdomen. If I had been just a little stronger, I could have cleaved him in half. But fate was cruel. I watched as his flesh pulled itself back together, his organs slowly realigning, black runes pulsating across his body. His regeneration had slowed to a crawl, but I could no longer take advantage of it. Haha, look at you, Ferrith. Even with all that you're still lying at my feet, pathetic. Slowly he rose again, his wound still struggling to close. Let's see how long you keep laughing. A massive blood-red blade formed in his grasp. It was so large that he had to drag it behind him as he approached. With his half-severed neck and blood-soaked body, he looked more monstrous than ever. So what now? Phrase Starlight, another hidden technique, a trump card, what's your next move? I simply raised both hands. Now I surrender. Silence. Both Ferrith and Sansa stared at me, dumbfounded. Why so surprised? Isn't this the perfect time? What the? Ferrith started to speak, but I cut him off. Not you, I wasn't talking to you. At that moment, Ferrith's shadow deepened, and from within it, a figure emerged. Dark serpents of shadow writhed around him, and in his hands, two terrifying daggers, completely consumed by the of darkness. With a single of his daggers, Ghost sent Ferrith's head soaring through the air, his body finally succumbing to the damage I had inflicted. Hug. As his severed head spun midair, Ferrith's mind struggled to process what had just happened. Memories flooded his consciousness, his life, the choices that led him here, the moment everything spiraled out of control. He didn't even know where Ghost had come from. Didn't see him move. Didn't understand how his head had separated from his body. Lying on the cold ground, his fading gaze landed on a familiar figure. Sansa. And with that, life drained from his eyes. I collapsed onto the ground, struggling to catch my breath. Damned if that hadn't worked. I have no idea what I would have done. This had been my last resort. From the start, I knew I couldn't defeat Ferrith, not as I was. He was simply stronger. But I wasn't alone. We weren't just a swordsman and a wave controller. We had an assassin. Ghost had been lurking in Ferrith's shadow all along, waiting for the perfect moment, the moment I had created for him. If given the right setup, Ghost was unstoppable. My role was simple, weaken Ferrith enough for him to land the killing blow. And now it was over. Everyone lay on the ground, exhausted, except for Ghost. He stood still, eyes locked on Ferrith's mutilated corpse. Then he turned, his gaze shifting to my left hand. Or rather, to Balerion. At that moment, my sword faded into its tattooed form. I placed a finger over my lips. Let's keep this between us, yeah. Ghost nodded before stepping forward to help me up. Didn't expect you to pick up on my signal. How could I not with the amount of killing intent you were throwing at me? You're sharper than you look, Frey Starlight. I dropped down beside the princess, who was barely clinging to consciousness. Ghost, noticing her condition, pulled out a few healing potions. Both Sansa and I drank eagerly, our bodies mending at a visible rate. Finally, she managed to speak. She turned to me, exhaustion written all over her face. Thank you, Frey, for saving me, for everything. I hated hearing those words. I waved her off quickly. No need to thank me. I wasn't the only one who saved you. We took him down together. But, no buts, oh, and if you're really grateful, forget what you saw here. I mean this. I tapped the tattoo on my hand. Sansa nodded immediately. Good, then we're all set. The distant of explosions continued, shaking the ground above us. The battle outside was still raging. Things aren't looking great up there. Hearing Ghost's remark, I tilted my head back before refocusing on him. What's your plan? I'm heading up, my brother needs me. What about you? I gestured toward Sansa. I've got unfinished business. Can I count on you to watch over the princess? I don't need protection. Sansa scowled, but I simply chuckled and pressed a finger against her side. Drop the act, your wounds may be healed, but your strength hasn't recovered. That's the price of burning through your aura reserves. Both Sansa and Ghost shot me strange looks. Because, of course, the same logic applied to me. Don't give me that look. I can still fight for a while before I'm done. Frey, are you sure you're not a hidden contractor yourself? Ignoring the question, I raised my fist toward Ghost. Forget that, Ghost. How about a round of rock, paper, scissors? What followed was Ghost and Sansa's reaction, their faces twisting in confusion. After hours of relentless battle that had engulfed the entire temple, the outside world was beginning to sense that something was terribly wrong. The blazing inferno, which at first resembled nothing more than fireworks, had long since proven otherwise. By now, many had attempted to enter the temple, but the impenetrable sky dome barrier had denied entry to all. Unless a Hydeer awakened intervened soon, the temple's suffering was destined to continue. Inside the temple grounds, the most brutal battlefield of all, a strange clash was unfolding. The sky was a chaotic masterpiece, adorned with celestial bodies and intricate magic circles, each one raining down relentless devastation upon everything below. Kailuk had tried everything. He bent reality, wove illusions, and even stripped his opponent of his senses. Yet somehow Chupo had endured, matching him blow for blow, despite the undeniable gulf in raw between them. Chupo Moing, the undisputed champion of the arena, was the temple's greatest martial artist. In terms of skill, he surpassed all others, but that alone was not the reason he had lasted this long. No, it was the radiant golden light enveloping his body. The long-lost Dawn Guard staff had become the pivotal force in this battle. Amidst the ceaseless barrage, the instructors stood below, watching in tense silence. A bitter weight settled in their hearts. They exchanged glances, only to realize that the same golden glow shielding Chupo now covered them as well. Even in his dire state, he was still protecting them. That alone was enough to make them forget their wounds, their exhaustion, their utter depletion of aura. Each one of them poured every last drop of strength they had left, desperate to support the man who was fighting in their place. Kai Luke was not pleased. After all his efforts to crush their spirits, to drag them into the depths of despair, they were standing again. It enraged him. All because of you, you damned. Because of that black-clad warrior. More than anyone, Kai Luke understood that prolonging this fight any further would not work in his favor. His advantage had stemmed from years of meticulous preparation, shaping this battlefield to his will, that and the demonic contract he had made. But even those advantages were waning after hours of relentless combat. The thousands of magic circles filling the sky were beginning to vanish, one by one. And yet he did not panic. He only needed to hold out a little longer. A massive distortion circle was still forming in the background, an incantation so ireful that it would consume the entire temple and summon the true Ultra's army. He just had to endure. Just a little more. That thought curled Kai Luke's lips into a slow, wicked grin as he whispered under his breath. Ascension. His crimson eyes gleamed as his smirk faded into an eerie stillness. The celestial bodies halted their bombardment. The magic circles grew quiet. Chupo Moing tightened his grip on his staff, his gaze locked onto the sorcerer before him. Kai Luke was willingly abandoning his advantage in ranged combat. What is he doing? It should have been the perfect moment to end him. And yet years of battle-hardened instincts told Chupo that something was wrong. Are you sure you want to just stand there? What are you talking about? Kai Luke's expression remained void of emotion as he raised a single finger, pointing downward. Below them, his entire remaining arsenal had been redirected, aimed precisely at those who had managed to survive, including the instructors. Devastating onslaught, unleashing everything at once, descended toward the ground. Kai Luke was now completely defenseless. Perhaps from the very start, this had been the best opportunity to take him down. And yet Chupo could not move. So Kai Luke's voice dripped with mockery. Will you save them? Or shall we settle this with our fists? The answer was obvious. Even a man who had spent his life concealing his emotions was not empty after all. In an instant, Chupo appeared before the surviving instructors and students. Above him, thousands of celestial projectiles in magic circles hovered, ready to strike. The sheer amount of gathered aura was staggering, forcing him to tighten his grip around his staff. The wooden frame cracked apart, crumbling to dust, revealing the elegant golden rod hidden within, its surface adorned with intricate silver engravings. From its core, a liquid-like golden aura surged outward, enveloping him and all those behind him. Bloodshot eyes filled with regret turned toward him. The instructors knew, every one of them knew, that he had reached this point because of them. If only they had been stronger. If only they hadn't exhausted themselves before. This would never have happened. Perish. With a single utterance, tens of thousands of streaks, each infused with a different element, erupted forth. It was a breathtaking sight, an apocalyptic downpour of destruction, blotting out the sky. OTIRGH. With that shook the heavens, the Black Warrior unleashed the full of the Dawn Guard staff, forming an unyielding shield around those he swore to protect. And then, across the battlefield, whether they were students, intruders, or even those beyond the barrier. Everyone stopped. For a fleeting moment, the fighting ceased, as all turned toward the heart of the explosion, sensing the sheer magnitude of the aura it had unleashed. One student, fortunate enough to have survived, hesitantly opened his eyes, having been convinced that death was inevitable. He found himself, along with a few other students and instructors, standing atop the only solid ground left, surrounded by the remains of what had once been the temple. We survived. He could hardly believe it. But at what cost? Before them, Chupo Moing was kneeling, his grip still firm on his staff. Blood pooled beneath him, his aura pathways ruptured from being pushed beyond their limit. Descending from the sky, Kai Luke landed gracefully before him, slow applause ringing through the silence. Well done, his voice dripped with amusement. You actually managed to protect them. Chupo, drenched in blood, forced his trembling body to rise once more. His breath was ragged, but he still stood. The remaining instructors, with Alexander Fleming at the forefront, watched the scene unfold with grim expressions. The champion of the arena, Chupo mowing. With a single glance, he understood everything. He had blocked the attack, yes, but in doing so, he had destroyed his aura pathways. In other words, he was out of the fight. He could no longer battle. Kai Luke saw this, and yet somehow he only grew colder. The gleam in his eyes remained unwavering. Come, Chupo. Face me. Kai Luke threw a punch, his fist cloaked in crimson aura. The blow struck Chupo's face, forcing him to cough up blood. What's the matter? The champion of the arena tried to resist, but his body was in shambles. Kai Luke delivered strike after strike, his expression never changing. Minutes passed in relentless assault before the sorcerer finally halted. Then, at his silent command, one of the celestial spheres shifted, firing a beam of energy that tore a massive hole through a nearby student's chest. Fight, Chupo. Another beam struck, an instructor fell lifelessly to the ground. Fight, or everything you fought for will be for nothing. Another student dropped. Then another. And another. Chupo Moing gritted his teeth and lunged at Kai Luke. But it was pointless. A one-sided massacre. The gap between a man who had exhausted himself completely and one who still had plenty to spare was insurmountable. One question echoed in Chupo's mind. When had the tide turned? Kai Luke remained eerily composed. Every move he made was precise, flawless. It was as if he could see the future. With one vile trick, he had completely overturned the battle. Chupo was sharp enough to realize his opponent was using some kind of skills. And with every punch he endured, someone behind him died at the hands of those floating spheres. He had lost utterly and completely. At last, the Black Warrior collapsed before Kai Luke, who calmly raised his palm, violent energy crackling within it. Farewell, Chupo Mowing. The attack was mere moments from being unleashed. Some of the onlookers could already see it, the image of Chupo's chest being blown apart. Among them, a girl sat trembling, clutching the lifeless body of an old woman. She had already lost her mentor. And now she was about to lose the teacher who had taught her how to fight. Sophia Tan had been frozen ever since that old woman had died in her arms. But seeing the man who had been like a father to her on the brink of death, it shattered that paralysis. A raging fire ignited in her chest, an inferno of grief and fury surging within her until she could contain it no longer. Kai Luke was moments away from ending Chupo Mowing when a violent wave of aura exploded across the battlefield. He dodged with ease, turning his gaze toward the purple-haired woman who now stood before him. Take your filthy hands off him. Her furious scream echoed through the arena, but Kai Luke remained indifferent. You're still here. Sophia Tan didn't answer. She lunged forward, unleashing white waves of aura. The sorcerer deflected the repeated attacks, but he quickly noticed something significant. Pure aura. She wasn't using her usual wind-based abilities. She was wielding raw, untainted aura, something far more difficult to control. Sophia. Chupo, lying motionless, could do nothing but watch. Watch as she fought. A fierce battle erupted, waves of aura clashing as Sophia and Kai Luke engaged in close combat. Somehow she was keeping up with him, even though he still had an extra reservoir of aura thanks to his contract. Where is she drawing this from? Even while under attack, Kai Luke had the luxury of analyzing his opponent. Is it her emotions, her rage? She fought like a woman possessed, striking wildly at everything in her path. Kai Luke smirked at the sight. Then let's do this properly. He stepped forward, meeting her head-on. The two exchanged blows without restraint. From the sidelines, Chupo and the others watched in stunned silence. They saw her rise again, somehow stronger than before. Little by little, she gained the upper hand. And finally, after hundreds of clashes, blood turned across the ground as a severed hand flew into the sky. Sophia had cut off Kai Luke's right arm. The sorcerer fell to one knee before her, gripping his shoulder where his limb had once been. Tusk, that stings. She stood over him, her gaze burning with fury. Does it? Another wave of aura surged. His left hand was severed next. How about now? She continued cutting through his body, deliberately avoiding fatal points. You betrayed your people, you betrayed yourself, you slaughtered those you lived alongside in cold blood. Why? She was keeping him alive on purpose. Torturing him. Sophia, finish it, kill him. Chupo Moing, lying behind her, pleaded weakly. But she wasn't listening. Her rage was all-consuming. After severing all his limbs, she formed a blade of pure aura in her hand. Just disappear already. She was moments away from severing his head when she froze. He was laughing. Yes, that's right. Sophia's brows furrowed at the man before her. What the hell are you talking about? Kai Luke only chuckled in response. This really does hurt. Then, searing heat ignited in her chest, followed by an agony beyond words. Her gaze dropped slowly. A bloodied hand protruded from her torso. Kai Luke had vanished. In his place lay a severed arm. Behind her, the sorcerer stood, completely unscathed, despite having lost his right hand. Blood spilled from Sophia's lips as her mind struggled to grasp the reality of what had happened. Kai Luke stepped closer, embracing her gently from behind, his left hand still impaled through her back. What did you think would happen? His voice was soft, almost mocking, that you'd win through sheer rage through emotion alone. A cold chuckle escaped his lips. From the very beginning, you were nothing more than a puppet, so easy to manipulate, you never even noticed the illusion I trapped you in. With agonizing slowness, he withdrew his hand, letting her collapse into a pool of her own blood. Casually, he strolled over to retrieve his severed right hand, the crimson glow in his eyes fading as his usual composed expression returned. Damn, this skill really drains me, but at least it did its job. Chupo Moing had been right. Kai Luke had used a skill, one that had ensured their complete and utter downfall. A skill none of them had fully understood until now. Muttering in irritation, the sorcerer pressed his severed limb against his shoulder, attempting to reattach it. I really should have gotten a contract that grants regeneration. Unlike Ferrith, whose contract focused on bodily restoration, Kai Luke's was centered around aura. And now he was paying the price. Sophia lay in a gaping hole in her chest. Chupo lay motionless in a pool of his own blood. The rest were too weak to act. Seconds later, Kai Luke flexed his fingers as his right hand seamlessly reattached. Pressing his palm to the ground, his expression darkened. It's time to end this farce. A massive formation began spreading beneath his feet, expanding outward like creeping shadows. Despair, he murmured, feel your hope slip away. Laughter rippled through him, rising into a manic crescendo. The distortion gate is complete. The Ultra's army was about to descend. But then, like shattered glass, cracks splintered across the summoning circle. And in mere moments, the grand formation collapsed into ruin. Kai Luke's eyes widened. The circle broke. His mind reeled. What happened? Why did it fail? Was it a mistake, an unforeseen variable? But before he could process it all, footsteps, slow, measured, approaching from behind. Instinctively, he turned. Why do you look so surprised? A young man stood before him, golden hair glinting under the dim light, his expression unreadable. Kai Luke's voice was laced with disbelief. The prince. Egon Varian stepped forward, emerging from the cluster of students who had remained hidden behind the instructors until now. With a sigh, he peeled off his shirt, muttering in annoyance. This armor is suffocating. Beneath his clothes, a sleek black cuirass gleamed, intricate golden engravings lining its surface. Kai Luke's gaze sharpened. What are you doing here? There was an edge to his voice now, caution. This wasn't someone he had accounted for. And the timing. The prince had appeared the exact moment the distortion gate had failed. There were no coincidences in this world. And this was no exception. A slow, eerie smile curled Egon's lips as he spread his arms wide. I believe this is what you were trying to do earlier, wasn't it? Beneath his feet, a new summoning circle began to spread. A formation far grander than the last. One that engulfed the entire temple. Impossible. Shock rippled through Kai Luke's expression, along with every other onlooker. This can't be. Egon's grin widened into something utterly unhinged. Oh, but it is. The circle pulsed with overwhelming brilliance. And then, a deafening explosion erupted as the distortion gate was torn open. From the void, across every inch of the temple, Thousands of imperial soldiers materialized, their banners unfurling as the elite forces of the royal palace emerged. The Empire's troops descended upon the invaders, their weapons gleaming as they charged into the fray. And thus, the massacre began anew. But this time, the tides had turned. Egon Valerian reveled in the chaos, arms outstretched as he raised his voice. "I'll borrow your words, Kai Luke." His golden eyes gleamed with ruthless amusement. "Let the show begin. Let the show begin." With just 2 words, bursts of radiant light erupted around the temple as the Imperial Knights materialized out of thin air. Even the courtyard was no exception. 4 figures appeared around Egon, each clad in heavy black armor, wielding a weapon distinct from the others. The sight of them surrounding the prince was nothing short of breathtaking, both stunning and shocking. Kai Luke broke into a cold sweat the moment he recognized them. The Knights of the Round Table. Lying battered on the ground, Chupo stared in disbelief at the scene before him. With a weak, trembling voice, he muttered. The prince, he actually made the Knights of the Round Table his subordinates. For the first time since the battle began, a chilling realization crept over Kai Luke. He was in more danger than ever before. Spear and sword move forward, shield and staff stay in the back. Understood. Egon Valerian issued his orders without a hint of urgency, and the knights responded as one. These 4 warriors were among the Empire's strongest, each ranked at S+, a force to be reckoned with. To make matters worse, each specialized in a different field, making them an unstoppable unit. In an instant, the swordsman lunged at Kai Luke with ruthless aggression. Kai Luke instinctively tried to retreat, but something was restricting his magic, rendering him barely able to dodge. Then came the spear wielder, striking from behind, leaving no room to breathe as he thrust forward without mercy. At the back, the mage continuously disrupted Kai Luke's spells, while the sword and spear pressed their assault. The shield stood guard before the prince, who orchestrated the battlefield with absolute control. A flawless formation, nearly unbreakable. Kai Luke was trapped. His mind raced, trying to process what had just happened. When had the prince turned the tables, how did he disable the warp circle? Egon read the questions plainly on his face. Is the truth really so difficult to accept? Kai Luke fought desperately, relying solely on his magic, but he was already reaching his limit. Each time he attempted to strike Egon, his attacks were effortlessly intercepted by the shield-bearer. And as expected, it didn't take long. Within minutes, a bloodied, battered figure collapsed at Egon Valerian's feet. Kai Luke's demonic struggled to heal him, but the sheer number of wounds made recovery nearly impossible. Well done. The 4 knights nodded in acknowledgement, now fully encircling Egon and Kai Luke. It was clear they had intentionally spared Kai Luke's life. A silent testament to Egon's specific orders. Kneeling in a pool of his own blood and sweat, Kai Luke looked nothing like the man who had once commanded overwhelming over his enemies. A short distance away, Chupo Mowing, still gravely injured, desperately crawled toward Sophia, whose breaths were growing weaker by the second. Yet Egon did not spare his dying professor a single glance. His focus remained solely on the kneeling man before him. Kai Luke slowly lifted his head, meeting Egon's golden gaze. Oh, a single word, a simple question. Egon had been waiting for this. In fact, he had hoped Kai Luke would ask. He tilted his head slightly, a smirk tugging at his lips. This is entirely your fault, Kai Luke. My fault. From the very beginning, you prioritized the wrong things. You convinced yourself that no first-year student could ever be a threat to you. You thought dealing with the professors was enough, and yet here you are, kneeling before me. I can't help but admire your stupidity. You bastard. Kai Luke attempted to rise, but before he could move, a merciless spear pierced his leg, forcing him back down. Relax, we're just getting started. No need to rush your death, don't you think? Mocked by a boy not even 18, Kai Luke had no choice but to lower his head, his mind scrambling for a way out. He whispered under his breath, "Ascension." But nothing happened. His skill was still on cooldown from earlier. He was completely on his own. His first instinct stalled for time. So he refocused on Egon. You still haven't answered me. Egon saw through his attempt instantly, but decided to indulge him anyway. If you're asking how I turned your own magic against you, the answer is simple. I knew what you were trying to do from the start. He raised a finger to his eye, then to his ear, and finally tapped the center of his forehead, the smirk never leaving his face. I see everything, I hear everything, I know everything that happens within this empire. As a prince, it is my duty to monitor every piece on my board and prepare for anything that may unfold. That is what it means to have absolute control. Kailuk's expression twisted in disbelief. Are you telling me that? Yes. Egon nodded firmly. I told you I know everything that happens within this empire. Naturally, your pathetic little schemes over the years were no exception. All I had to do was make a few adjustments to that perfect magic circle you spent so long preparing. And just like that, your entire plan collapsed. But I must admit, what a twisted scheme you came up with. Egon was enjoying himself. Meanwhile, confusion clouded Kailuk's face. I don't understand. If you knew this was going to happen, why didn't you stop it? Why wait until the last moment to intervene? Egon's smirk widened, as if he had just heard the dumbest question in existence. Are you an idiot? How? Egon burst into laughter, barely containing himself. Stop, you intervene. On the contrary, I should be thanking you. I'm grateful, Kailuk. After all, opportunities like this don't come every day. Kailuk finally began to realize just how insane the man before him truly was. You wiped out so many useless pieces I no longer needed. You did the dirty work for me, and most importantly, you gave me the perfect opportunity to shape my story. Story? That's right, in the end, the only name people will remember is the one who saved the temple, Egon Valerian, while the temple itself takes all the E, granting me even greater authority to interfere in the future. Egon's smirk grew even wider. You were a fantastic piece, a marvelous one that played its role flawlessly. He patted Kailuk's head, as if praising a loyal pet before leaning in close. But your role isn't over yet. We don't get a catch like you every day. Kailuk remained silent. He had just realized the truth. He had been dancing in the palm of Egon's hand all along. And the worst part, he had never even realized it until now. Gritting his teeth, his body flared with crimson light. I won't forget this, Egon Valerian. Sensing his intent, the four knights moved instantly, but it was too late. In less than a second, Kailuk vanished without a trace. The knights were momentarily stunned, but Egon's expression remained unchanged. Shall we pursue him? The knight asked in a hushed tone, but Egon simply shook his head. No need, I already know where he's gone. His words didn't surprise the knights before him. After following him for so long, they had come to unanimous realization. This prince was terrifying. His capabilities were beyond comprehension. The battlefield had grown eerily silent. Only Egon, his knights, and a handful of surviving students and professors remained. Meanwhile, the Imperial army was methodically eliminating the last remnants of the Ultras, signaling the battle's inevitable conclusion. Choupo-Moting, still gravely wounded, struggled to move toward Sophia's unconscious body. For some reason, an ominous feeling had been gnawing at him, refusing to dissipate. Elsewhere, the students sighed in relief, some even cheering for the prince. They were mesmerized by the young man who, despite being younger than all of them, had accomplished what they never could. Of course, they were unaware of the conversation that had just taken place between Egon and Kailuk. The sorcerer had sealed all sound, ensuring that no one overheard the chilling exchange. Had they known, their reactions would have been drastically different. Many among them were injured, especially the professors. Choupo-Moting and Sophia were in the worst condition. Sophia was already teetering on the edge of death. My prince, should we assist them? The sorcerer asked cautiously, having assessed the severity of their injuries. Egon was still smiling as he turned toward the students cheering for him. Oh, them. He paused briefly before issuing his next command. Kill them all, they died in battle. For the first time, even the knights of the round table froze in place. Excuse me. The sorcerer asked, disbelief evident in his voice. Unlike before, he hadn't sealed the sound this time. Egon's words were heard by all, and those with heightened senses stiffened instantly. Don't make me repeat myself. Kill them. I have no use for worthless pieces. A heavy silence settled over the battlefield, the weight of his command sinking in. Understood, my lord. The knights obeyed. Fleming stepped forward, his voice firm. Egon, what do you mean by this? Fleming never got the chance to finish. His head separated cleanly from his body, blood painting the earth in a crimson arc. The spear moved next, impaling multiple people in one swift motion. Screams and agonized cries filled the air as the massacre resumed. The very weapons that had once protected them had now become the instruments of their execution. Why are you doing this? Aren't you on our side? The same desperate questions echoed amidst the chaos. The hands of both the swordsman and spearman trembled slightly as they carried out their orders, but they never hesitated. Egon watched with disinterest. Why, he scoffed, what use do I have for people who couldn't even handle a single man? And he begged for their lives, pleading for mercy, but Egon remained unmoved. To him, they were already worthless, neither humans nor tools, just waste to be discarded. If there was one person he hesitated to kill, it was the man staring at him now. What a shame, Chupo mowing. Egon strode forward, drawing his sword as tendrils of lightning crackled around him. You were an important piece. I had high expectations for you. He shook his head in disappointment. But you ruined everything. You chose to protect those people, and now you're watching them die before your eyes. Our choices define us, Chupo, and yours was the wrong one. Chupo mowing had been a formidable warrior, but he had destroyed his own aura pathways when he blocked that devastating attack earlier. Had he sacrificed the others back then, he could have defeated Kailuk, but instead he chose to save them, and now he was paying the price. Chupo didn't respond to Egon's words. Even in his broken state, he continued crawling toward Sophia's body. Even now, you're trying to protect them. Sophia had been unconscious for a while, oblivious to the carnage unfolding around her. She hovered between life and death, a deep wound carved into her chest. Chupo gritted his teeth, using his staff to push himself up one last time. You're right, our choices shape us. From his pocket, he retrieved a strange artifact and gently placed it on Sophia's body. I've reached a crossroads and I've made my decision. I have no regrets. His crimson-stained eyes lingered on Sophia before he tossed the artifact onto her. At the very least, I won't let him decide your fate. The moment it made contact, the artifact emitted a faint blue glow before vanishing completely, almost as if it had never been there. Egon did nothing. He simply observed Chupo make his final move. Very well. The prince smirked before raising his sword. Watching Egon's blade slowly descend, Chupo murmured to himself, already knowing what was to come. The new generation is truly terrifying. With a single stroke, Chupo mowing was cleaved in two. His upper body edged to the ground in a gruesome display, while his lower half remained standing. Without a shred of emotion, Egon wiped his blade clean and turned away. Farewell, Chupo mowing. At that very moment, the swordsman and spearman finished slaughtering the rest. The sorcerer maintained the sound barrier, ensuring that no outside eyes could witness the horrors that had unfolded here. Retrieve the Dawn Guard staff. It will be useful in the future. Understood. The shield-bearer hurried to collect the staff. Egon had no intention of respecting the final possession of the so-called King of the Ring. Instead, he would claim everything of value for himself. My lord, that man managed to send the woman away, but she hasn't gone far. I can track her now and— No need. Egon interrupted, shaking his head. Sophia is already on the brink of death. A little gamble with fate won't hurt. If she dies, so be it. If she survives, she'll continue playing her role as always. After all, she didn't see anything. But my lord, if she lives and discovers what happened here, she could become a threat in the future. Egon chuckled. Then I'll have one more entertaining enemy to deal with. The prince laughed while the knights of the Round Table remained silent. Their faith in him was absolute. This was neither the first nor the second massacre he had orchestrated. No matter how ruthless his actions were, they had always paved the way for a greater future, something they had witnessed with their own eyes. That was why they had chosen to follow him, no matter what. Burdened by the weight of their sins, the knights said nothing as Egon's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Which new pieces would replace those he had discarded today? One thing was certain. His name had already been immortalized as the savior of the temple. His influence had grown, and he had taken yet another decisive step toward the throne. At long last, the battle of the temple was nearing its end. The temple. Deep within the temple's corridors, a young woman with round glasses struggled to survive. Adriana gripped her spear tightly, her wary gaze sweeping across her surroundings. Time and again, masked figures in black had ambushed her, yet she had managed to stay alive so far. Everywhere she turned, corpses littered the floor. Some belonged to enemies, others to her fellow students. What the hell is going on? A shiver ran down her spine, but before she could collect her thoughts, a new group emerged ahead. Leading them was a tall, muscular man with gray hair, clad in black. His lips curled into a knowing smirk the moment their eyes met. Bring her. And just like that, the hunt began. Adriana bolted, pushing her legs to their limit as ragged breaths burned her throat. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Fighting wasn't an option. Even without clashing, she could tell. The pressure radiating from their leader alone was overwhelming. The gap between them was insurmountable. Right now, all she could do was run. Where are you going, sweetheart? Come play with us for a bit. Two of the masked figures lunged from behind, their attacks swift and relentless. Adriana managed to parry a few with her spear, but she wasn't lucky enough to escape unscathed. Blood trickled down her arm. Enough, kill her. The gray-haired man watched from the back, his expression one of utter boredom. Her pursuers moved in for the kill. But before they could land the finishing blow, Adriana threw herself through the doors of a nearby hall, minging them shut behind her. The assassins chuckled. Did she just trap herself? Amused, they reached for the door. And then, their bodies convulsed, riddled with countless high-speed bullets before they could even react. They collapsed lifeless. What the? Sensing danger, their leader's aura flared, gray energy surging around him. But before he could make a move, a devastating blast of water-based aura tore through the wall beside him, engulfing his body in an instant. In mere seconds, he was reduced to a mangled heap of flesh. Adriana could hardly believe her eyes. Just moments ago, she had been on the verge of death. She had fled into this room purely on instinct, desperate to buy herself even a few more seconds. But this was beyond anything she had expected. Slowly, she turned her head. There, seated calmly with a cup of instant noodles in his hands, was an old man in a black suit. Professor Luca. At the sound of his name, Luca Bonatiro spared her a brief glance before returning to his meal. Tears welled up in Adriana's eyes. After all the horror, all the despair, she had finally found a sliver of hope. Professor Tilda. She tried to approach him, but an invisible force kept her at bay. Stay back, girl, can't you see I'm eating? His tone was one of mild annoyance, but Adriana paid it no mind. Professor Luca, the temple has been infiltrated. They killed so many of us, we have to. Can you be quiet for a moment? You're talking too fast. Besides, I already know what's happening outside. His words silenced her. Adriana glanced around. The hall was empty save for the professor and his prized collection of artifacts he had always spoken about with great pride. Summoning her courage, she asked the question weighing on her mind. Professor, if you know what's happening, why are you still here? And why would I leave? A swift, immediate response. She faltered, caught off guard by the counter-question. Aren't professors supposed to protect their students? Luca let out a sigh as he finished his food, then turned toward her. Everything I care about in this godforsaken world is inside this hall. He gestured around him, toward the artifacts and relics he treasured. Each of these holds far greater value than you useless students. They are my precious children. I didn't help you earlier. I was simply eliminating threats to my collection. Rising to his feet, he strolled leisurely through the grand hall. The situation outside will resolve itself soon enough. Whether you choose to hide here or run off to play the hero, that's entirely up to you. Adriana shuddered, recalling the lifeless bodies scattered across the temple's corridors. She found herself unable to refute his reasoning. Instead, she quietly retreated to a corner of the hall, wrapping her arms around her knees. Luca chuckled at the sight. A wise decision. Time crawled by, each second dragging like an eternity. More students arrived, one by one. Luca made no effort to stop them, allowing them to gather beside Adriana. The black-clad assassins, however, met a different fate. The moment they set foot inside, their bodies were shredded like wet paper. Meanwhile, Luca occasionally fiddled with his left eye. Each time he did, his expression would shift, making the students even more uneasy. After several hours, he finally exhaled, his face blank. So even you lost, Chupo. He had been observing everything within the temple through his unique ability, manipulating all water within his domain as an extension of himself. No one had noticed the tiny, water-formed eyes floating invisibly throughout the battlefield. Perhaps it's time for me to escape with my collection. Just as Luca entertained the thought, he spotted a certain young man advancing toward Kailuk. Is that Prince Egon? The moment the prince entered the battlefield, everything changed. Luca's water-formed eyes were abruptly destroyed by an external force, severing his connection to the outside world. At the same time, Imperial soldiers flooded into the temple. Luca remained frozen for a moment before bursting into laughter. Now things are getting interesting. The students exchanged uneasy glances. To them, the professor's behavior seemed downright insane. Luca continued laughing for some time, until suddenly the entire hall was bathed in a blinding blue light. Water spheres materialized around him as he braced for whatever was about to emerge. Then, a woman edged violently to the floor. Her body was broken, blood gushing from a gaping hole in her chest. Luca observed the scene, his usual calm undisturbed. Oh, what do we have here? His tone remained nonchalant. But Adriana's scream shattered the silence. Professor Sophia. Elsewhere in the temple. As Adriana fled, a thunderous battle raged in another part of the temple. The temple's miracle, the strongest among the first years. Snow Lionheart, a warrior who had never tasted defeat, fought like a beast among beasts, his deep-seated hatred fueling every strike against those who had stolen everything from him. Amidst the chaos, Lara Croft found herself trapped within a massive horde of nightmare beasts. Every now and then, she stole a glance at the distant battlefield, hundreds of meters away. Snow, she murmured, her voice trembling, but the girl beside her quickly ped her back to reality. Focus, Lara. Everything within Ceres Moonlight's domain froze into shards of ice. She led the charge, cutting through the monsters attempting to surround them. There's no point worrying about others when you can't even guarantee your own survival. The beasts were ravenous, their numbers overwhelming. Fortunately, the rest of the first-year elite class had joined the fray. Ragna, Danzo, Dawn Polaris, and others fought relentlessly, trying to contain the rampaging monsters. Fighting humans was one thing. Fighting nightmare beasts was an entirely different ordeal. They were relentless, unfazed by wounds that would have killed any human. Their combat patterns were unpredictable, their monstrous abilities defying logic. Lara clenched her bow, steadying her breathing. If she hesitated, she would die. She loosed arrows at every beast within range, whispering under her breath. He'll be fine. Snow Lionheart Pav. From the right, a downward strike, a devastating kick. I pushed myself to my limits, forcing my body to keep up with the masked figure standing before me. Activating King of War mode, my surged, granting me mastery over countless combat techniques. Fire, lightning, wind, sound, light, the of the stars, I threw everything at him. Yet no matter what I unleashed, every attack was mercilessly annihilated by the eerie aura surrounding his blade. Each of his strikes felt like they were shattering me piece by piece. What's wrong? Devastating sent me flying backward, my sword cracking even further. Is this all you've got? I clenched my jaw, frustration boiling inside me. The fact that this man was an ultras only made things worse. I forced my star aura to its absolute limits. Void step. The distance between us vanished in an instant as I lunged at him, pouring every ounce of strength into my attack. But he saw through me. He raised his sword to defend, but this time, it wasn't just the ominous silver aura surrounding his blade. There was something else. Is that fire? Our swords clashed, unleashing a massive explosion. At first, my starboard strike overpowered his, until I saw my energy being devoured before my very eyes. Black flames. The fire was overwhelming, radiating an intensity that threatened to burn me alive. I retreated immediately, realizing the sheer danger. But he didn't let me breathe. This time he attacked. You seem shaken. Arcs of black fire tore through my defenses. No matter how earthful my elemental barriers were, they burned away like paper. Before, you never hesitated. You slaughtered everyone who stood in your way. Shut up. I edged, swinging wildly. But no matter what I did, he dismantled every move with terrifying precision. Why won't you kill me like you did the others? Why not? It was so easy before. I tried to block out his words. I forced myself to focus. But a sudden searing pain shot through my right shoulder. His blade had pierced me. It wasn't just a cut. It felt like molten lava had been poured into my flesh. Gritting my teeth, I activated Void Step, escaping just in time. I reappeared several meters away, ing for breath, blood dripping from my shoulder. Yet that wasn't the worst part. The black flames continued to burn, gnawing at my flesh, threatening to consume me whole. I barely managed to suppress them before shifting my gaze back to him. I forced myself to stand. But the moment I moved, my sword shattered into countless pieces. What? Looks like you've reached your limit. He took slow, deliberate steps toward me. His black flames burned fiercer than ever. Your friends are fighting so hard against the nightmare beasts. His voice was calm, almost mocking. What do you think? Should I visit them before finishing you off? I couldn't see his expression beneath the mask. Only his crimson eyes glowed in the darkness. And with every word he spoke, my fury boiled. It's not over yet. Oh, from the shattered remains of my sword, a new blade emerged. a radiant Purohite sword forged from my very aura. The star aura surged violently around me. I launched forward with everything I had. Second sword, sky-severing the sheer force of my attack, reflected in his crimson eyes. Yet, he didn't flinch. He simply raised his sword. And in an instant, a massive eruption of black fire engulfed the battlefield. You still don't understand. The flames devoured everything in their path. My strike was swallowed whole. You can't defeat me. The masked man stood amidst the raging inferno. Unscathed. No one can. The black flames edged toward me, fast and merciless, but just before they could reach me, a wall of ice erupted from the ground, blocking the attack. Neither I nor the masked man had anticipated an outside interference. Before he could react, 3 figures closed in, surrounding him from different angles. You wanted to visit us earlier, didn't you? You don't mind if we return the favor, do you? Danzo, his fist wrapped in an aura that gleamed like steel. Ragna, his spear crackling with wind. Dawn, his blade drenched in fire. 3 warriors, 3 attacks, 3 different directions. Masked man twisted in place, releasing a wave of black fire that blasted them all away. But the moment he did, a rain of arrows fell upon him from his blind spots. Pointless. The second they neared him, the arrows were reduced to ash. Snow, are you all right? Turning around, I found Lara Croft and Saris Moonlight standing behind me. I hadn't expected them to be here, defending me. You guys. The masked man regarded them briefly before tilting his head. The nightmare beasts. No one answered. But the carnage surrounding us, the countless corpses, made it clear. They had wiped them out. I see. He raised his sword. Everyone around me braced themselves. Oi, princess. Danzo muttered, sweat dripping down his face. I hate to admit it, but we need to work together if we want to take this guy down. Something about the masked man sent a chill through him. It was the same suffocating pressure he had felt only once before, when he faced monsters leagues beyond him. And he already knew. They couldn't win. I was about to respond. But the masked man spoke first. No Nide. Marva's style, coffin of the dead. A torrent of black flames erupted, sweeping everyone away except me. Before I could react, I found myself sealed within a cage of fire, alone with him. From the very beginning, you were my only target. The others tried to break through, but the black flames refused to let them in. I see now. He was after me and me alone. As he walked toward me, his sword pulsing with silver light and black smoke, a twisted grin spread across my face. You're strong, you must hold a high rank among them. The masked man paused, studying me. What are you getting at? Nothing. I smirked and removed the ring from my right hand. The moment it hit the ground, his eyes widened. A crushing force met into him. You. I raised my sword of pure aura toward him. Absolute zero. A storm of ice surged forth, threatening to swallow him whole. For the first time, his flames failed to consume my attack. My had surged far beyond my previous limits. He staggered back, glancing at his half-frozen arm. But when he looked up, I was already above him. Let me show you the true of the stars. Third sword, dimensional severance. A colossal white dragon materialized around my blade, its fangs bared, its aura threatening to devour him whole. For the first time, he felt it. A genuine threat. He unleashed the full force of his black flames, now surging with that silver radiance, forming a desperate defense. And when our swords clashed, the flaming prison shattered. I had poured everything into that final strike. If he survived this, I didn't know what I would do next. So please, burn. The star aura surged. I watched as he was sent flying, engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion that consumed everything in its path. My body collapsed onto the ground, searing with pain. The remnants of his black flames still clung to my skin, mixing with my own star aura, both forces tearing away at me. I lifted my gaze. Everyone around me did the same, searching through the destruction, scanning for any sign of him. And then, a shadow emerged from the smoke. Unharmed, my breath hitched not from the fact that he had survived, but because of his face. His mask had been shattered, and beneath it, a boy, jet black hair, crimson eyes. a young face barely mature. The monster who had pushed me to my limits was a 17-year-old kid, a boy our age. He smirked, his crimson eyes gleaming.
Not bad.